huge week for everybody, right? We've got the regional finals coming up on Sunday, but like you say, we got to get there first. We've got to find out who the 20 teams are going to be who compete. We also have the opportunity for some teams to maybe qualify for that LAN event today if they get enough points on the board. Plus, we have the race for first place and relegation. It is a beautiful day to watch some Apex Legends.
And this was always going to be my favorite week out of the regular season because there's so much on the line. There's so many teams playing for different variables, different things. As Mark's already alluded to, points are really going to matter here for different reasons. We know quite roughly what people are aiming for in terms of getting to LAN, getting to regionals based off EMEA earlier, but we'll go into those a little bit later. But for now, all you've got to know is we've got 20 teams here today who have got so much to play for.
Speaking of those teams, let's take a look at who will be participating in our last matchup of the season. It's B versus C. These teams have met before a few times throughout the league. We've seen different results, and we've obviously seen a lot of success from the guard. But Mark, overall, give me an overview of what this looks like to you, looking at these 20 teams that will be going head-to-head.
I mean, pick a team. There's a story behind it. Optic Gaming, they're going to be one to watch. They've got to have a huge couple of days the rest of this season. You've got Luminosity, arguably been the team who's matured the most this season, coming out in top 5, top 3 performances, even winning a week. They are dangerous now. You have FaZe, who are looking to hold on to a place in regional finals. We've, of course, got TSM in there as well, who are going to be making a run for first place, chasing down Team Liquid, who aren't playing today and are going to be extremely nervy watching on.
Well, another team on that list is Sentinels. And as we take a look here, you don't see them in the top 20 right now. But Dan, from a top-down perspective, there are a lot of teams who are, like we mentioned, fighting for supremacy. Liquid, TSM trying to push up into the first place spot, but also trying to stay alive as well and not face relegation.
So what we saw in the EMEA region is 87 points guaranteed people a position at LAN, not just regionals, but at LAN as well. Now, that's not going to be guaranteed the same because, of course, different points here in North America, people are on different totals, but that gives us kind of an idea, kind of a benchmark. Team Liquid are going to be a guarantee. TSM should be a shoo-in, especially with today's play to go on. What's going to be interesting, though, is those teams to secure their spot, in regionals. FaZe in 20th position. You're going to have teams like Oxygen, like Sentinels, trying to chase them down. Arguably looking for one of the biggest weeks so far just to try and stay not just in the chances of regionals, but not even to be in relegation. Remember, 21st and 22nd, they avoid relegation but won't get regionals. And we did see a couple of teams in EMEA just about avoid relegation a little bit earlier on.
Yeah, Hardjacking Gaming Gladiators, that was maybe the biggest team that didn't get relegated, but also will not be in the regional finals. So there is a chance to be able to go back at it again, but I don't think you want to be in that position heading into today and at the end of it looking at, wow, I hope we just stay alive. Of course, gentlemen, like you said, Mark, every single team you look at, there's a story there. But when we start these broadcasts, we have to narrow down a few. So for you, who is the team that you are watching heading into today?
Well, start the Reddit thread, everyone. Surprise, surprise, the caster is going to talk about Team Solo Mid. It's TSM I'm going to talk about, but I feel like we've got a pretty damn good reason to talk about it. They are chasing down Team Liquid. Interesting to note, 14 points is the difference between the two teams, and TSM, the minimum amount of points they've picked up on any match day given so far is 13. So they need to have a slightly above their worst performance to knock Team Liquid off of their perch of first place heading into that regional finals. But also we need to talk about how good they've been so far this season, right? Every single player has taken an opportunity to shine. It hasn't been the house show. It's been Verhulst making plays. This game here, we saw Reps make an incredible rap play towards the end of the game, even baiting out an armor. So TSM looking very dangerous, and Liquid should be worried. Dan, who you got, my friends?
Well, you talk about TSM, I can talk about one of their arch enemies, as it were, dropped quite close to them on one of the maps, and it's going to be Furia. Maybe not living up to expectations after their incredible performances at the World Championships, but that does not mean you should count them out. We saw what they did the last time that these two met. We know what they're capable of. A very aggressive team that maybe haven't been able to develop as well as they would like during this meta, but I'll tell you one thing. Ever since we switched to World's Edge first rather than Stormpoint, it seems to have been a saving grace for Furia. They've been finding points consistently, more so on Stormpoint, but better performances on World's Edge. Now it is map number 1, 2, and 3, and you've got to know Furia are going to be there or thereabouts when we get to regionals, and you better believe they're going to be at LAN, because it would be criminal if they weren't. This team is one of the best.
When you talk about the best, though, it's crazy that for most of the season, gentlemen, we haven't talked about Optic, but not in the last few weeks. That switch you said from Stormpoint to World's Edge and finishing off on Stormpoint had them a bit perplexed and confused. Dupe admitted it himself. They had to go back to the drawing board, kind of relearn how to approach this, and they've switched, and it's done wonders for them. Bloodhound, Bangalore added up into their lineup, and clutches like what we've seen from Duplex is a sign that this team is starting to work together here and be firing on all cylinders. When they do that, we know that they are the most dangerous team in final zones. We know that Skittlecakes has put himself in a position to study the game and be one of, if not the most prepared player in the entire world in Apex Legends. Can they put it all together here in one last day and crack the top 10, maybe secure a spot for LAN? That is something that we will be waiting to see. But I certainly know they won't be going home without a fight. Gentlemen, what an amazing start to this. And if you want to see these stories, and if you're watching at home, there's a way to do it. It's called Multiview. If you join us here in the ALGS, year 3, like year 2, has this amazing opportunity for you to go into the command center and follow along with your favorite perspectives from each and every team. That means you can hear their team comps, you can see their rotations, you can watch their final fights, and you can know how they play the ring and whether they're in a good spot, a bad spot, or at least see the story of how it all unfolded. Go into the command center, choose the team's perspectives that you want to watch to up-level your ALGS Year 3 experience. Because I tell you what, there are some great moments that you can catch on it. And for those who are just joining us, and if you haven't used Multiview before, we've got a nice little segment to give you a teaser of the moments that you might have missed from Multiview.
Okay, they're getting shot.
I'm gonna go use it.
Okay. You gotta wait for me to come out though. Before you...
Yup.
Go, White! Put a low wall down on it. Oh my god. You beat them.
No, no,
There's
no.
two teams, there's two teams, there's two teams, they can't
Yep.
do anything.
That's a different team in there.
Yep. I'm gonna try to fly you guys. Door.
Yep.
I'm gonna get fences on the
Start the
outside.
EMP.
I'm starting to get fences on the outside.
Do it now.
They're correct. Everyone's correct. I'm trying to use my drone to block bullets.
Just break the door if you have to.
I'm in though. Punch me back.
I am.
Back.
It's okay, they can't push. There's another team.
Res.
I got a Phoenix for you.
Yep, I'm on the outside.
Popping the bat in this corner. Popping the bat in this corner.
We're good. I'm going out after the first arc. I'm good on me.
They're gonna peek this. They're gonna peek this.
Yep.
Popping the bat.
We need
I'm
to go
holding it.
left.
I'm pushing with you.
Just play your
Get me
life,
down, Mon. Get me down.
Play your life, Lex.
He might have saw me.
They're gonna make a play off that Bengal.
Just don't move, take zone damage. That should be the
team in
team
the
behind the
back.
tree.
That and then Bloodhound all and go.
Wait for them to get trades.
Yeah.
Go to the little left tree.
Stay there until they trade.
Grief for KP. Nice. Got height, got height. 1v1.
1v1. You have swaps. Grab that red swap. Your blue armor.
Just wrap the height on the left. You got it.
You're fine.
The wall is unactivated.
He's just sitting behind the knockdowns. He's swapping guns.
No.
Nice.
Mark, Dan, Complexity, Optic, moments of magic for Multiview.
Amazing stuff. Multiview, an amazing tool, and I mean, Complexity, what a play that was, right? Stealing away, it felt like the mobile respawn beacon, using the crypto drone, getting him back into the game. Monsoon back on his feet very soon after. When they made that play, 17 squads remaining. When we jumped in again, only 3 squads remaining. So that's the impact of that play.
And then you look at what happened for Optic. I mean, so calm with that communication, but huge for Duplex. Struggled a little bit at the start of this split, but this is going to do wonders for Optic's confidence going into regionals, going into today's competition. We saw what a good game week did for NRG. Maybe we can now see Optic at their very best after that incredible clutch.
Well, make sure to check out more moments like that in the command center with Multiview, and also make sure to keep it to the main broadcast as well. We bring up a couple of nice things that you may not find on that Multiview channel with those player perspectives, especially moments like this. Our What's in Your Pack presented by WD Black. Today, we have one of my favorite features, and I think it's my favorite because it's clearly been the most impactful of the ones that we've looked at throughout the season. If you get this weapon, you are feeling pretty good, Mark. And of course, I'm talking about the RE45.
Yeah, the RE45, a controller player's best friend, especially in those final circles, right? When you've got teams stacked up upon each other, the speed at which you can just strip shields away is absolutely ridiculous, to be honest with you. You can get this thing in the hand. You see people going out of their way to make sure they are the team who are controlling it. You can see what the work of the Shubi's doing here. I mean, you just see numbers all over your screen. It's like just falling into a pit of bingo balls. It's just damage, 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 and you get wins so comfortably in those end games.
Honestly, it's just a weapon that in the right hands can change end games. You might not think it when it's just, you know, basically a pistol, but the fact it shreds like that, it can change everything.
Well, that was WD Black's What's in Your Pack. We're excited to highlight certain weapons that make a difference in Apex Legends, so stay tuned for those before the beginning of the broadcast. Let's go into the map schedule because we had alluded to the impact that it's had, shifting away from World's Edge being the finisher, which is the more comfortable, longest standing map in Apex Legends competitive history, and now Storm Point is where we will end our day, which has given rise to teams who maybe are a little more aggressive, who like the style of being able to have some freedom, or maybe trying out new metas and leaning into them more than other teams who are more established on World's Edge feel comfortable doing. That is going to make for a great finale if it's anything like EMEA. But of course, if you like this show, and I'm sure you do if you're watching, and if you're just joining us, welcome. We're excited to have you. If you want to add some information on how we can get better, this QR code right here is going to be your way to do so. Take the survey, let us know how we can improve the ALGS. One of the things I saw earlier today was more interviews, and shoot, I mean, I love talking so much to our interview in Graceful, the winners of earlier today in EMEA. I would love to do it maybe at halftime, maybe beforehand. If you have suggestions like that on what you'd like to see in the ALGS, open your camera and click on that or show it onto that QR code and let us know your thoughts and your suggestions. All right, it's been really a fantastic day so far in EMEA. I mean, we took a big break and now we're in North America. If it's anything like that, we are in for a show, Mark. But I got a question I kind of want to lean into you for. With all the stories that we have in North America, who's got the most to prove?
I think it has to be. Oh, it's tough to say. You could argue that it's between SSG. I think they've got something to prove at the moment. They're outside of that top 9 LAN placement you want to be in, heading towards the regional finals. They've got to force their way in there today. You could say Fury have got something to prove, even with the circumstances they had right at the start of the season, where maybe they didn't have the perfect lineup to start the things off. Yeah. But they're not. You've got Optic, right? It's probably the biggest day in Optic's history since they signed for the brand, since they signed for the org. They have to perform today to give themselves even an opportunity at the regional finals to get into those LAN positions and not have to rely on going huge and claiming that match point victory.
Yeah, Dan, off the back of that, is anyone else standing out to you that has a story that maybe we haven't mentioned, or something that, you know, you feel they're fighting for that's a little bit worth a little bit more than some of our other teams today?
I think you've got to look at the top of the leaderboards as well. It's very easy for us to look at what's happening in the mid-table, what's happening at the bottom of the table. You've got to remember, TSM's still fighting to get first going into those regionals as well. And with match point format, we know how important it is to be leading overall going into LAN and the advantages that can provide. So we need to see TSM go big or just be slightly above average, as Mark mentioned earlier, and they should be holding that first spot.
Well, lads, the table is set. It's time to eat. North America kicks off its final day before we head into the regional finals. Let's see who can make it. And of course, let's send it over to two of the best in the business, Onset and Gaskin.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. Dan, I am so excited to get into these games today, my friends. Starting here on World's Edge for Groups B versus C. And the interesting thing to highlight as well, just to keep our eyes towards the top of the leaderboards, we mentioned TSM, right? TSM currently trailing Team Liquid at the moment by 14 points. Well, the last time that we saw these two groups, match up, TSM came out with 11 points, and then they came out with 15 points. So this is a tough lobby for TSM to produce the goods that they would need to in order to steal away that first place and going into regional finals be top of the table. So a lot of questions to be answered for TSM, but as we see that circle down, it looks like we might have a little bit of fragment, maybe going up towards epicenter, an interesting zone for sure to start the day.
And one of the big reasons we spoke about maybe TSM's disappointing performances, you could say, when these groups match up, is about the teams who land around them on World's Edge. They've got Optic Gaming very close to them. We know how good Optic can be in those 3v3 engagements. And over to Stormpoint, the likes of Furia are often trailing them when they're making their rotations, and we know how aggressive Furia can be. TSM have got to find a way to maybe get around that and try and beat that. When Rain Day said, who has a point to prove? Well, TSM kind of do. They need to try and find a better performance against players and teams like this, so that when we go into regionals, when we go into LAN, we still have that belief that they can have success from their drop spots. Speaking of Furia, it may not be Stormpoint, they may not be dropping next to TSM here on World's Edge, but they do have a point to prove on World's Edge as well, Mark. They're actually statistically one of the bottom 9 when it comes to percentage split across points with Stormpoint and World's Edge. They have not been finding as much success on World's Edge in comparison to Stormpoint. They need to be finding victories here. They need to be showing that they can roll with the big dogs when it comes to this map.
And it's very interesting, isn't it, that we start off on World's Edge as well. Is that going to play into the hands of, like we mentioned, TSM, Optic, who have had so much success historically on this map, whereas Furia, like you say, struggling a little bit? Are they going to have the confidence and get enough points to head into Stormpoint thinking they can play that play style they want to? Can they continue to take those 3v3s? Are they going to take the 50-50 engagements? Of course, these are all questions that we're going to have to find out and get answers to as the day progresses. But we can already see SSG making their rotation, and kind of a similar story to what we saw when what we've been talking about with Furia for SSG. They're currently sat in the overall rankings down in 11th place. Even though there's a couple of teams who are up in that top 9 spots, which of course is going to be the LAN qualification spots at the end of the regional finals on Sunday, they are outside of those spots at the start of play here. SSG, I want to see them have a big day, and I also want to see them converting on some of these top 5 placements and turning them into wins.
Yeah, SSG may be the opposite of Furia. They have a lot of success on World's Edge. They actually have the joint most amount of victories on World's Edge in this lobby. In fact, only 8 teams in this lobby have won a match on World's Edge, which is pretty crazy that 12 teams have not actually found a victory here on this map. So maybe that can give us an idea of who we think is going to be winning games. Furia, by the way, have not won a World's Edge map all season. So again, that shows really their disappointing performances. Yes, they've been consistent enough to get points, but they haven't found a victory. When we go into match point, that's going to be important, as now HEC, again, a big player in this group, a big team player in this group, they're going to be already taking a fight.
Yeah, they are in 9th place at the moment. They are tied with Dark Zero, who are not playing today. And Dark Zero, and I'm sure a lot of Aussie fans from back home are probably hoping that a lot of teams have very bad days at the top of the leaderboards, so they can put themselves in a good position ahead of those regional finals. But Sentinels, they've made a quick rotation as well to take train tracks alongside HEC. So these two teams going to coexist for now. But as we know, great to be here early down, but this is a really tough place to hold down. The Watson Gen, the interception pylon is going to be vital to avoid those grenades coming in.
And one thing you may have seen in the top right-hand side of your screen as well, the Guard eliminated in 20th spot. We know how good Guard have been previously when these two guys have matched up, these two teams have matched up, excuse me. They're also one of the better World's Edge teams in this lobby. For them to get eliminated so early, maybe that is suggesting a change of the tide here. Maybe there's going to be something a little bit different that we see between these two groups, and it isn't just going to be as easy to analyze as following up what happened just a couple of weeks ago. We'll have to see, but it's certainly a slow start for the Guard, as we're starting to see a lot of teams now making their way up to the kind of areas just kind of south of Survey Camp this could finish. So a lot of people are already making that move from wherever they've been able to have beacon information. A team like 100 Thieves, by the way, they had great beacon information and a great drop spot for this one. So we'll see where they end up.
Yeah, it looks like SSG have beacon information as well, and that's going to give them a bit more information. It looks like we're pulling far more towards the east side of World's Edge here, maybe where those train carts are currently being occupied. That's why you've seen those teams rotate so quickly. That's why you've seen them try and get those priority positions, and having a short rotation to do so means that they can get involved in what they think is going to be those end game positions extremely early here. Here is your map overhead. That's going to give you an idea at home at where everybody is currently set up and where everyone is currently trying to lock down. 100 Thieves making their rotation from Survey Camp over the bridge now towards some of that low ground, and on that bridge just outside of Climatizer, TSM already up on the very eastern side of this circle, just playing that mountainous area just outside of Overlook, and they've got some company in Space Station and Season as well. Optic, though, they're the team to watch here. You can see in the bottom, kind of the bottom right of that circle, hovering behind all of this damage that's being done as we see Karasuno fall out of the lobby a little bit early here.
Yeah, a lot of teams banking on Epicenter at the moment, but we have seen Zone 4 shifts away from Epicenter, so you don't want to go too heavy on trying to hold those areas. You need to get into a position on the map that will allow you to be a little bit more free with your movement once you see that Zone 4 pull. And for a team like Optic that you mentioned, they had the beacon information at the start, so they can play Edge, they can wait, they can get information, maybe can play second beacon at Overlook as well, and then they will perhaps get a little bit more of a reason to push in later on. But for now, it's just got to be about patience, you'd imagine. Unless they are confident in their zone predictions, they may go for a risky play. We've heard a lot of teams talking about those Valkyrie ultimates, skyward diving, how risky it can be, sometimes down to just RNG of if someone is there and how that fight's going to go.
Well, for now, we're going to go actually over to the other side of the map into Skyhook, because this is a very interesting thing that's developing here. Tripods obviously dropping over here at Skyhook. They have a chance of qualifying for the regional finals and an outside chance of making land if they can pick up maybe a match point victory as well. But FaZe are inside of Skyhook, and they are currently ratting inside of the building, which is kind of where Tripods are going to have to move through unless they decide that they want to take a little bit of a different rotation. But look at TSM getting nice and aggressive here. The black hole goes down. That's going to be one player surely falling here from Space Station. Drop is taken down, and TSM are just commanding the high ground. They want an early fight, and when they see it, they're taking it.
Yeah, when TSM see a team that they think is weaker than them, they feel like they can get the jump on them, they are going to take advantage of that. But you've got to clean things up quickly here. You can't afford for this to go on too long, because you know people are going to be rotating from Geyser area. People are going to be rotating from southeast side of the map, and they will pick up the pieces here. So you need to clean up quickly and then reset.
Hal gets another knock onto Zaniel here, so that's going to be 2 dead. Or 2 down, I should say. 1 dead, 1 down for Space Station, who I mentioned are in a position where they can't afford to have games like this today. They need to maximize every single opportunity to get points on the board. But a great start here from TSM. Hal already got that Evo armor up to purple as well. But while all this is going on, just remember, I did mention Optic. I wonder if Optic are going to have a little peek at this and see if they can get involved as well.
Yeah, they're rotating from Geyser, and Optic certainly will hear all this commotion. It's going to be a big decision for them as to whether they can get involved. It will depend on what weapons they've got. I feel as Hal's taking a lot of damage there. Space Station get eliminated. Does Optic now join the fray? It looks like TSM are just about going to get away, and that's so important that Hal survived there. If he had taken too much damage, if he had gone down, this could have been lights out. This could have been all done and dusted for TSM, but they survive, they reset, and now they can just calm things down a bit.
Yeah, TSM probably going to look to pick up some of this loot if they can as well. Just looking at the attachments they had on the guns, not a huge amount to really be happy with, so to speak. You really want, you know, a few more mags, a little bit more ammo, and they've obviously decided to leave Lava Siphon as quickly as they could to make that rotation. And you can see Hal just holding down the high ground for now. He's still got a decent amount of ammo to play with, but like I mentioned, outside of that 2 to 4, not really any attachments on the 301. So Verhost is actually going to be moving in to pick up some of that loot from Space Station. But here is Optic. Duplex leading the line here. And it's going to be up to Nock to hold their back here, watching those rotations in from the little respawn village you can see in front of you.
And we talk about TSM struggling a little bit when these two groups match up, and I do believe Optic, one of the key reasons for that. Even though Optic have struggled in certain weeks, they are a fantastic 3v3 fighting team, and very often we see them come across TSM just because they drop so close. Very similar rotations at times. Even if Optic may move in a little bit later, they're often greeted by TSM, who sometimes will move a little quicker than they do. We'll see whether this fight actually unfolds, though. At the moment, with how the circle's going, neither team needs to. It would be too much of a risk to try and engage in this battle right now with other teams on the horizon. So you've just got to be careful, wait for this zone, and wait for that information before you then think about making your move.
Interested to see the composition here for Optic as well. We did see them kind of tinker with the old school a little bit with the Gibby Caustic last time we were on World's Edge, but now they've got Seer, they've got Horizon, and they've got Knocked on the Valkyrie as well. So they're looking to be a little bit of aggressive here, and that comp is certainly going to give them the options to do so. But for now, they're just playing nice and simple. They're playing on the edge of zone. And I mentioned the Tripods phase battle that was going down, where it looks like Tripods have managed to rotate through. They're on the edge of zone. Now, FaZe still inside of Skyhook, and it looks like they're having to hit the respawn beacon by the looks of things to get a player back in. So looks like Tripods managed to get the better of that exchange, as we now hop on board with BR Demons, who have rotated all the way towards the south side of Fragment East here. Luminosity and Esports Arena in the vicinity. Gonna have to be close on the cross here. Those smokes are certainly gonna help though.
And I think this is gonna work. BR Demons have the beacon information. They can see on their map that green area, so they know where they're moving to, and the south side of Fragment East is going to be in the circle, in the next circle. So they can hold this out. They can be comfortable for now. They can try and play for a top 10 position. With where this circle is going, there's a lot of open space, so we might get fights a little bit earlier than usual in World's Edge, depending on how people are gonna force their rotations here. Just to go back on one thing you said about Optic as well and the composition they're playing, I think we're going to see a lot of teams going for a little bit more of an aggressive composition because they need points. They need to get a little bit further in these lobbies to try and push themselves to regional finals, out of relegation, or closer to LAN. As we now see that shift, it is big. Some of those teams who committed to the northern side of Epicenter are going to have to move quite a way.
Yes, it's very, very interesting, and that is the Zone 4 shift that we talk about quite a lot, right? We're seeing it just pull away from where people are predicting and maybe where it's been happening in some of the scrims they've been playing throughout the week. The RNG factor always going to be a factor in any battle royale, but now we're going to have to see decisions made. Optic already trying to rotate away from where TSM were. 100 Thieves there, kind of in a sticky spot as well, having rotated right into the deep side of that circle. And it looks like Optic should be able to get through the respawn village here pretty comfortably. They'll be safe inside this next zone, inside this Dorito building. Not the best one to hold in the world, but it does provide some cover and opportunities to heal if needed.
And there are a few teams who have beacon information for the next circle as well. ESA were purposely playing it. They'll be moving in late, but perhaps they can steal away some of the god spots because maybe people weren't predicting this pull as much. Is going to be tough because there's still 17 squads. Also, we have 5 cryptos in the lobby, so a lot of drones that can be sent out to get that beacon information as well. And I really am going to be looking at where certain teams try and post up here, and if they can even get there. Do you want to take that risk of a skyward dive? Because there are so many teams in the vicinity. If you go up into the air, the likelihood is you get shredded at some point, whether it be on takeoff or landing.
Yeah, 17 squads remaining. There's not going to be a lot of room to land comfortably at this point. Optic now looking to maybe take some of this high ground, overlooking Fragment East, which would be really, really great spot for them to hold. Not a huge amount of cover to play with, but the height advantage and the height separation between them and the teams in Fragment should be enough to cut some people down on the cross. But Luminosity, speaking of Fragment East, they're going to be pretty close to Optic Gaming. You can see this is the most easterly building inside of Fragment, so they're going to be safe for the next zone. They don't have to do too much, and I mentioned how much this team has matured down. Consistent placing week after week. It's got us to a point now where you cannot ignore the performances of Luminosity.
Considering where they are in the table, I was very surprised to see how little victories they actually had, though. They've only won once on World's Edge and twice on Storm Point. Usually when you're this high up in the leaderboards, high up in the table, there is a lot more victories that have come your way, but it does suggest good consistency across the board. They have been getting top 5s, they have been getting good kill games as well, but they do need those victories as we go into match point, but at least they have some on the board, so we know they're capable of doing it, and maybe they'll get a couple more here today. We'll have to wait and see. But for now, as this round 3 is going to be closing, there are a few teams that are going to be forced into engagements. One of them is here. Tripods versus FaZe is probably going to unfold just right in front of our eyes.
Yeah, part 2 here. Nick Merckx is going to have a little bit of a poke at this one, and he's going to do a huge amount of damage as well with that Volt. The Rolling Thunder will come in. FaZe are trying to retreat through this, and it looks like Nick Merckx is going to go for blood here. He's trying to push through, but he's getting shredded through the smokes, through the commotion that's going down, and they have to worry about that zone closing. So FaZe and Tripods at the moment kind of griefing each other's games.
Yeah, because First Attempt are also in the horizon. They're also in the vicinity, and they are just going to be cleaning things up right now. It looks like both FaZe and Tripods could go down because they took that fight, but they were almost forced to because FA were there waiting, gatekeeping them. Tripods just about survive as a 2. Nick Merckx goes down, but they're trying to stabilize here.
Yeah, not a lot of room to play with, though. Gent can't be in the zone for too long. Instead, just uses that grab lift and smartly finds himself a place to heal. 100 Thieves have just been eliminated as well. Deeds will go down, but at least falls into a position where his teammate can get him back up. But you can also see that the CQ is coming in. You can see a team is arriving over the horizon, and that will be the end of Tripods as they are taken down. We have 14 squads still remaining in the lobby.
Great hold by First Attempt, and very important they're picking up these kills as well, because look at that zone. It is going into no man's land, and it's going to be so tough for these teams on the edges to rotate in. Luminosity, though, trying to get aggressive on one of these teams in the building, trying to pick up some KP, but they don't want to throw everything at this because they know there is third parties on the horizon.
Well, Yanni just got caught on that door then. Not a good position to be in. A little bit of an exchange of ultimates that with the Nox Gas versus the Black Hole, and the Black Hole coming out on top. FaZe eliminated while all of this is going down. It's all up to Jaguares to try and clutch up here. He can't do it. And that will be ESA moving in to take down Luminosity.
Remember, ESA got beacon information. They knew where this next zone was going to go, and they've chose to be aggressive because they know how hard it's going to be to get into this next zone. Their next task maybe is ORN. They're going to be very close by in the building just south of them. One team I want to talk about quickly is Season. They have actually found one of the best positions. They are already in the next zone, and they have quite a lot of room to play with, but we'll touch upon them later as well. Now, Esports Arena still looking to get kills.
Yeah, this is just the carnage of everyone trying to leave Fragment East at the moment, and everyone has to go through certain bottlenecks. That means teams are going to be holding them out. It means fights are going to be going down as we find ourselves now with 11 squads remaining. TSM still up on the high ground, though. They're in a really good spot, but now you can see Pandas. He's going to be popping this ultimate. He's Beast of the Hunt mode, and he's ready to find some fights. Furia trying to move up now. It's time for us to jump into a listen-in with them. Of course, provided by WD Black.
I can play these rocks.
We should run around and clear the right out.
Okay.
We're all stacked right now on top of each other.
Scanning. Right side. Underneath, they're back ulting. We can walk in.
Nice.
We're gonna have to shoot these teams right here.
Crack middle for 130. I'm angled here. Yeah, I'm looking. I'm one left.
I need a bat. I'm crossing the wall from the batting.
I'm angled to them.
Crossing
I
the
got
wall
stun.
from the batting.
We're gonna walk in and get smoke, okay?
You're
We're gonna
fine.
hit smoke right here.
Yeah.
On the left. Caustic, we need to shoot them.
Yep, nading it.
Yeah, good smoke. They love it. I'm in one. Piping. I got her. Beep. Watch it. Armor stops.
Reset. There's a nade on me.
I know the smoke.
Shooting that.
Cutis.
That's one. That was cracked.
Almost cracked Horizon. Horizon 670. 70 Horizon. On Watson. Too low. You got this, Pan.
I'm dying for these kills then.
Nice.
No, she's one, bro.
Oh, damn.
Well, Optic coming for the third party there. Was a huge win from Furia initially, but here's ORN now moving in. Esports Arena, they take them out of the game, and we find ourselves with just 4 squads remaining. TSM, Esports Arena, Season, and Sentinels are your top 4.
Absolute carnage, as predicted, because this zone forced so many fights to happen. There is such little space to actually play in these open areas. Esports Arena, one of the teams that had the beacon information, quite rightly staying alive. They knew exactly where they wanted to go after they had those fights, whereas other teams were kind of reacting as that zone closed and as they got that information a little bit later on. But now, as things slow down a little bit, everyone gets a chance to try and assess what's going to happen with this next circle. TSM have got high ground over Sentinel, so Sentinel is going to have to push up that cliff, and they're going to have a real tough time to get past TSM. What they're going to have to hope for, Sentinels, is the likes of ESA, the likes of Season will give them covering fire, naturally looking towards the high ground, naturally looking towards TSM, because Season are within this circle. Season should be sitting pretty and should be guaranteed a top 3 unless there's a huge mistake here.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. I think Season is certainly in the best position here just because of the fact that everybody else has to move towards them and is going to be running alongside each other. Sentinels now making their move out from that low ground tunnel position, but TSM just being harassed themselves at the moment. Trying to make the move down. It looks like the call is to try and take out Sentinels. The difficulty is the Sentinels might have already beaten them to it. The EMP now comes in. Sentinels versus TSM here. Reps goes in. Huge damage from him. The G7 Scout comes out as well, and Reps goes huge here for TSM.
Have they got a chance to reset, though? It doesn't look like ESA are going to allow it. ESA know that Season are in a better position, so they want to get this KP before they even think about Season. But now Season need to react to this. Season will have to move when they see this kill feed.
Season trying to finish off the kills. 3 squads still remaining. TSM have a solo player alive, and that is going to be Reps. The amount of damage he just did in that fight was massive to make sure that TSM came out on top of that fight with Sentinels. But now Reps can play spoiler. Season down on that low ground still. ESA have to drop. Remember, the zone is going to close before them, and it will be Season who can move up to those rocks in the middle as long as they've got maybe the composition to deal with some utility coming in, a couple of frag grenades, and they should be in a great spot, but it's going to be a tough spot for them to hold. Esports Arena just looking down, looking to get some initial damage.
We have not seen ESA or Season win on World's Edge all split long. TSM have found a victory, actually, as we do see a respawn beacon go down. I think Esports Arena are going to try and stop this and play spoiler. Maybe now they're aware of Reps. You can see Season are desperate to try and push up on this. They didn't before because they hadn't seen enough knocks, but now they're starting to make a move whilst ESA are distracted.
It's big as well because they can get back up to the high ground. Season tried to make a play off the back of that. They eliminate Reps, so TSM into the top 3 at least. But now, having used that grav lift to get back up, Esports Arena still have the priority position, and the shots coming in from Luna here are good enough to get the first knock. And now they move in. The Arc Stars go down. They send it on to the final two players, and surely this is going to be an ESA victory at the end of this game.
ESA will claim it after their beacon information from Zone 4. They knew exactly where they wanted to be. They knew exactly what position they wanted to play. And they managed to just perfectly navigate it as well, taking on those engagements at the right times. And it's a well-earned and also about time we saw ESA get a victory on World's Edge, Mark. As I said, they've yet to do it all split long, but it seems like finally they're getting the dubs at the right time.
Yeah, amazing performance from them. Just the decision making in those final moments, so impressive. We'll bring Rain Day back in to talk about that performance. ESA with the win in game number 1, but my word, what end game that was.
What an end game that was. I mean, there's no other way to describe it. We told you it was going to be a big day. If that is any indication, we have got 5 more that are going to knock your socks off. I can't believe I said that. You know, you can keep your socks on. But for real, Mark, thank you so much for that cast. Take a break. Dan, let's talk about it, man, because at this point, you know, ESA put together a perfect game. I think when it came down to it, they held the perfect spot. They were really, really aggressive. There were a lot of teams that had highlights in that situation. But for me, it was the execution of going down and picking up reps. They saw the mobile respawn beacon. I thought they were getting greedy. Let the solo do what the solo's going to do. But they realized, you know, if he gets alive, this is a game that we are going to maybe lose now. We can't fight 2 threes, so we have to take our risks there. They had the gravity lift to get back up. I thought that was just perfection from ESA. And they really even kind of baited out Season for moving from a pretty decent covered spot.
Yeah, great percentage plays from ESA. They made sure they left one player there just to watch over Season to make sure it couldn't be a push from Season. I was saying Season need to react every single time they saw that kill feed happening, but because ESA was so flawless with their push onto TSM, there was never a chance for Season to try and take advantage of it. And considering the fact ESA hadn't found a victory on World's Edge just yet, that's an incredible way to start your day. In fact, they've never even placed top 3 on World's Edge so far this split. So maybe today is going to be entirely different from what we've seen so far. Maybe the fact this is your last chance to really pick up points before regional finals. We're going to see some teams really throwing themselves into these games.
I mean, you have to think about this too as we kind of go through some of the biggest moments in game 1. What these teams are playing for feels like kind of hard to describe, because if you're in 14th place, 15th place, you don't think you can jump into top 9 because a lot of the teams in top 9 are playing, they're going to push ahead. So maybe you're in 11th, 12th. What does that mean? Well, even if you don't win the regional final, right? You don't get that final match point, but you get second. That's 21 more points. Those points count, and you may actually find your spot and land next final, even if you don't win. So I think people need to realize ESA having a big game here may not mean as much today as it will on Sunday, and how it sets them up for a chance to qualify on points.
Yeah, every point matters, every kill matters. It could be the difference from you getting to LAN or not, and we know how desperate all of these players are to play on LAN once more. It's why they do it. It's why we all do it, right? LAN is the place to be. It's such an amazing environment to play, watch, cast, all of the rest. And you've got to get it done on these online shows. You've got to get it done in these online tournaments, and sometimes it can come down to just knuckling down, doing your research, making sure you are getting in as many scrim practices as possible so that you can get these final circles, so that you know how to play, so you know how to navigate them. And clearly ESA have been working on things they knew full well if they played late beacon information, they would have one up on some of these other squads, and they were able to get one of the priority positions because of that. Excellently played, and I loved watching every second of it. I'll have to go back and watch the multi-view to make sure I see how they navigated their way from that zone 4 to zone 5.
I mean, that was kind of, too, the surprise, that they seemed to be in a difficult spot, but they ended up here, the perfect position, and obviously shooting down TSM and taking care of Sentinels who were below in the train tracks. And what a play from Reps to actually do it here, clutching up not only with the car spray, but then with the G7 Scout to the dome. This is his POV right here. Look at that. It doesn't get any better. Once you saw the shield crack in the 47, you felt good about it, but it was all ESA from that point on, and they made sure with the Scout, with the Arc Stars, there was just nowhere that Season could go. 9 points from them. It's going to finish that way because obviously it would be Esports Arena who would claim not only the extra 3, but also the extra 3 KP. And so it puts them at 23 points, a great start for them. But can we just talk about Season? No kill points and TSM 11, which means overall in the day, TSM only 5 points short from what Esports Arena put together. It shows you how well they are playing, and Sentinel's a team that desperately needs to find points because they're in the relegation situation. Text last week for playing with them have 9 points. That's a great start for them. Dan, first attempt also getting a lot as well, and take us through page 2 of game 1.
Well, we talk about points to prove. We talk about those who are maybe on the brink of elimination, relegation. As you say, Sentinels with a fantastic starting performance. FaZe, who are right on the bubble. They are in 20th position. And a team like Sentinels maybe could take them off that spot if they were to have an incredible game week. So FaZe need to make sure they find a level of consistency today. They need to be getting more points than just one per game if they want to be holding on to that top 20 spot.
Yeah, that's now how I'm thinking about it and how I want you all to look at it, because as we see the overall standings for today, those top teams right now, they're fighting, yes, for their position. They're fighting to maybe try to set up a great regional final and get into it, but also they're setting themselves up so if they top 5 in the regional final, they don't win, but they still top 5, they'll have a chance to go to land. That is all you could ask for, but it's still a lot to ask for in a lobby this stacked. We're going to go to break. When we come back, game 2 here in our North America Day 9.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Rain Day here with Dan Gaskin, ready to cast game 2 after a very eventful, Dan, game number 1. You could say that, with TSM putting on the KP, and also Season and Esports Arena going back and forth at it. Esports Arena taking game 1 in a strong and very convincing fashion. In game 2, what will be bestowed on us? I don't know, but I certainly think that everyone has come to play. And I would have been surprised if Furia and Optic were in that. They unfortunately kind of cannibalized each other in that skirmish, trying to get to what was a very crazy Zone 4 pull.
Yeah, that was a horrible pull for a lot of teams. As I said during the cast, like, no rooms to play, really, no buildings to play. It was all a lot of open areas. So as soon as it shifted to Zone 5, everyone kind of panicked. Everyone started taking fights. Everyone was trying to third party. Some people just trying to get in the zone to survive. All the meanwhile, Season hadn't really shot anyone for the entire game, got no kills, but still got second place because they had constant God spot. But unfortunately, it wasn't the actual God spot when we got to that final circle, because they didn't have the high ground and they weren't able to push up and take advantage of their positioning. But they still got 9 points. They'll still be happy with it. We'll see how they progress going into game 2 here.
It's going to be a great day of Apex Legends for all of us here in the chat and are watching on the stream, rooting on your favorite team. Make sure to let us know who you got taking it into the top 20. Also, sending your prayers for those who might be in the relegation fight. Sentinels, the team we had just mentioned, maybe needing a top 5 as we look to land here in World's Edge for our second game of 3 that we'll play on this map. Dan, we've got, seems like no early skirmishes. Everyone pretty separate and doing a good job looting up without too much controversy here to start game 2.
Well, this is going to be a very interesting circle. We're going down south. We have teams like TSM, LG, EA, Optic, Esports Arena, Season, and First Attempt, who are pretty much all within that circle and all have beacon information as well. So a lot of these priority positions at the beginning of the game are going to be taken by those who land very close to where that circle is pulled. That means it's going to be really tough for those who are rotating late, who are playing edge, to get into those prior positions as we get towards the end of the game. So they're either going to have to take risks, or they're going to going to have to try and bully their way into those circles. This could be a great game for the likes of TSM, just based on where this circle is going. We'll have to see, though, how they play it and how they rotate.
First attempt off the gate, 10 points. Not bad at all. And definitely going to be encouraging. So many of these teams play off of emotion. That is a big part of competing in this type of lobby. And we hear it from the horse's mouth. They discuss this concept of, well, you know, we started slow. And when we weren't able to shoot our guns, we just didn't feel like we could get that confidence going. Graceful had mentioned it in his interview as well. In EMEA, you know, once JMW got 2 kills and Noises felt that his call resulted in a good play, a team wipe, and Graceful supporting felt like their team was doing well. It all started to snowball, and so a big start for teams can make a difference in how they end. SSG, a team that maybe didn't fare well enough in game 1, certainly looking to turn the tide as one of the favorites, I think, in one of the more premier teams in terms of the excellence they've shown in final circles, still on 0 points. We'll expect a better result from them today, and I certainly think they'll expect a better result here in game 2, trying already to get into a nice situation down south.
I mean, they are one of about 10 teams that have just used the Skyward Dive to get as far south as they can. We're moving down towards Tree, and the no-name building's quite close to Thermal Station, just on the southeast of Thermal Station, and already I saw 8 teams making their way there. All those buildings are not going to be able to be taken by all 8 of those teams, so we're going to see early fights for some of these priority positions, and also see fights on the edge of the circle as well, because teams looking to pick up KP in what is going to be a very tough circle for the late rotators. ORN already looking to try and get aggressive here. It's 100 Thieves who are on the other side.
Dealing with in-game and in real-life adversity, ORN, a team that has a lot of fan favorites, and will continue to play if they do it like that in this tournament and find better and better chances to move forward into the regional final. They will need a performance, but this is certainly a start. Rocker, Naughty, and Osivian cleaning up an early fight, taking down 100 Thieves to start off the day, and that will put a lot of confidence in their pocket for ORN.
Yeah, a disappointing early exit for 100 Thieves. They're in 6th position at the moment in the overall standing, so they are going to be at the regional finals, but they don't want to drop the ball here in what is essentially the penultimate week. They want to still be getting to LAN, and they want to be making sure they get those points. As we said, there was about a points total of around 87 to get to playoffs from EMEA, or to guarantee your spot at LAN a little bit earlier on. Might be different here in North America, but 100 Thieves certainly don't want too many teams to be catching up to their points total going into regionals. Otherwise, of course, they may drop out of one of those top 9 positions and be forced to win on match point, which is not going to be an easy feat considering how many incredible teams are going to be in those regional finals. But there is that map overhead. There is all those teams that have head on down towards Tree. You can barely even tell which teams are there just because they're all on top of each other right now. I'm very impressed, though, that everyone has pretty much been able to find somewhere to play without there being too many scuffles down there. That could very much change when all these edge teams join the fray. What I will say is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams who are outside of the circle right now, there's quite a lot of open space for them to walk on in, so they're not going to be fighting straight away, but after this Zone 2 closes, that's when we're going to see the engagement.
It's almost like 6 feet was never a thing, you know, 2020, too many years passed, they're all crumpled and squished next to each other, and they have no problems with doing that down below, and of course, finding good spots here early on are going to be important for them. E8 sitting in 14th place. That's not saying much because they only have 1 point to their name, so we'll be looking for a few kills on the rotation. That's when you get into a good spot. Kind of the point. You want to have some place that hopefully you can catch a few teams rotating. Here it is, ORN. They've made a big rotation, and also look at this. They're up against Tripods, who have 1 point themselves. Nick Merckx on the car, looking to find one deep, will take down Rocker as well. So Nick Merckx gonna hit a med kit, try to join up. It's now 3 versus 2, and so this should be Tripods able to move forward, but the only thing they don't have going for them is they gotta fight into the choke, and damn, that's always something that's very precarious. You don't want to give up your advantage here, especially since you have to go into a narrow channel to try to chase this team.
Well, ORN pushed back into Skyhook. They obviously heard some sort of commotion happening, and they wanted to get involved, potentially third party, or potentially find a team that was weak, and they've been punished for it. They've lost a player. Tripods have been able to survive. It does delay Tripod's rotation quite a lot here, which is going to make things very difficult for them indeed, but at least they've been able to survive. At least they've been able to hold off ORN who are either going to have to do one of two things. Just give up, accept they're going to be a 2, try and play the rest of the game, or go for a mad rotation back through Skyhook to pick up that player, hoping that tripods are not going to banner camp. A very difficult thing to try and analyze because you never really know how the teams are going to play or how they're going to react, because you don't necessarily know which team you're going up against. Sure, you can have a good idea based off drop spot, but you won't have guaranteed information.
Always impresses me how well these teams know each other, and they spot a skin, they spot a team composition, and it's kind of an easy tell. Sometimes it isn't, and especially when so many teams are next to each other and fighting at the same time. That's what LG is going to have to deal with. Luckily, Niazul is having the Caustic, and we saw how well he can hold these kind of zigzag serpentine corridors with Caustic barrels. Skittle Cakes and Nox did a 2v3, taking down MPS the other day in day 8. That will go down in 2v3 history right there as one of maybe the longest fights before CLG went and broke the Newcastle wall down. E8's content to hold. So as we have 19 squads left still, all is quiet on the Western Front, or I should say the Southern Front, until an EMP comes forward and E8 say, okay, we have something to worry about here. I think they'll be able to shield up, slow heal, but they know there's action, and there is a push coming in from that corridor. We'll switch on over to tripods, though. Excuse me, not tripods. Reeds, Vayne, and Aiden the Destroyer are holding out on the outside of Harvester Dam.
And I want to keep an eye on the teams that have got cryptos to work with that can get that extra beacon information going into the next circle as well. You've got Oxygen, you've got Sentinels, the Guard. They're all running cryptos who are maybe going to be able to send a drone, but, you know, it's not guaranteed to get that beacon information. Those drones can be shot. I believe it's SSG who are holding the beacon building at the moment down at Tree, but they don't have the crypto. So it's not going to be easy because, of course, you expose yourself. It's unlikely SSG would get that beacon information. It's going to be those who have a crypto. But to be honest, if you've banked on Tree this early, there's not going to be much room to play with anyway. You have to just stick with your building and stick with whatever comes. Roll with the punches a little bit, because as soon as that zone shifts, you're not going to have much of a chance to really change your positioning. Instead, you're going to have to fight your way out and fight all of the squads that have been able to move there already, because as you can see, still 19 squads remaining. Sentinels have just had one dropped. Crust has just gone down, but it was a charge rifle pick, so it may not be finished off. As I say that, SSG look like they'll get one as well, and it seems like Sentinels have been stuck between a lot of teams right now.
At least having a decent performance in game 1. It doesn't look promising now with only one member of Sentinels. If you recall, they are 14 points, which means a 5th place or more just to get into 2nd place, and that's assuming FaZe doesn't add any more to the tally. E8, though, looking to add one onto LG as they're now facing off. Mercy me. Niazul will clean that one up. E8 will go down, and LG will look to stabilize here, as that's the 2nd squad to drop, but they hear a drone outside, and Yanya has not been able to get picked up yet. Jaguares is actually going to be the one who is helped to his feet as Yanya and Niazul look to just hold here. A good fight won, but still more fighting on the horizon.
They just couldn't live in perfect harmony, could they? They couldn't just accept the fact they both were in the same building. That fight just seemed to be inevitable. It was going to happen at some point. They kept having a couple of shots against one another, waited for the perfect moment, and Luminosity will be delighted they come out on top. It gives them a little bit more security in that building down at Tree, and perhaps it could result in a victory if that circle keeps pulling towards them. But I imagine it's going to pull towards the no-name building down towards Thermal Station on the southeast side of Thermal Station, but we'll have to wait and see, because we have seen some pretty crazy Zone 4 shifts throughout the ALGS. As on the outside of all this commotion, BR Demons, they've been trying to make their rotation, but it seems like they're being gatekept. FaZe are on the train tracks, and FaZe looking to try and maybe get some KP here.
Slurpee diving in. Volt crosshairs aimed in front of him, walking that 1 to 2 times. Albert Lilly on the anchor, and doing a lot right there. Might as well have dropped it with how much damage that did. Crack onto the purple, snipe down. Beast of the Hunt, he's on, ready to roll. Finding KP is his strategy. It's not a complicated one, but it's one he's been the best at in multiple FPS games for his entire career. But he's going to back off. He'll get those scans every 8 seconds when he's in that ultimate. But as it is now falling to the wayside, it'll be time to just slow it down. With BR Demons, who they were looking at, but can't quite say that it's worth it, Dan, to really push that one.
Look at that shift as well towards the train station of Thermal. Means that a lot of those teams that were on the other side of that kind of Mountain are going to have to move all the way around and have a horrible rotation where they're going to be held up by teams in the train tracks and down towards tree as well. There's a lot of teams that are going to have to move together. That's going to be carnage as soon as this zone closes in 1 minute and 50 seconds. Teams that did predict that correctly, First Attempt, Season, Optic Gaming, and even those in Thermal Station are all going to be pretty happy with that pull. It's so tough when you see that happen, but there were a few teams who got that beacon information and were able to move early, and they're rewarded for it.
FaZe rocking a different approach. We're not in the zone, they say, so why would we worry about it? In fact, you could tell it was part of the composition. Slurpee, Albrelelli, and Snipedown on the horizon. The Bloodhound and the Bangalore, a composition we've seen thrive, Dan, in Stormpoint. Not necessarily this meta in World's Edge. This is a little bit more of the riskier kind of lineup testing, but we know Albrelelli is so accustomed to that, prioritizing the Catalyst in multiple situations over the last few game days. FaZe now need a result, though, so tried and true for Bloodhound and Snipedown. That's a pairing match made in heaven. Albrelelli on the Bangalore, a lot to prove here. A difficult character to play. You're in the action simultaneously IGLing for your squad, but if anyone could do it, Mac has proven that he has that ability, and FaZe now have a task, like you had mentioned, to try to get in this circle somehow. They do not want to see BR Demons on their back any longer. They will have a lot in front of them, as well as TSM, who have been fighting for the first spot to say we are the best and we are back, heading into the regional final, heading into LAN. TSM, they got a lot to prove today. Let's go ahead and listen in and see what they'll be doing here in this final round of 3.
It's a trio. Hold on, we got a Valkyrie. Team's still there. Love team is still there. Hold on, I'm scouting something. It's a duo inside.
Spotted a vampire over there.
Tunnel. Were they Valkyrie from height? I think they Valkyrie from height. Can we Valkyrie too? Can we Valkyrie now? We look for the spot. Over here. Somebody get canceled. I think we go for height, where we wanted to go early in the game. Because I think they left. No, there's a team there. Did we go to the fence, maybe? We could take fence in 30 seconds. I think we take fence, yeah. Our jetpack's triggered. I know, same. There's a team landing there now. It's a duo right here! It's a duo! One swinging left. Help me, bro! One shot horizon. Nice. Wait, one more, nice. Give me this corner. Punch me this corner, please. I'm going punch me. Sticking it. Dump armor if you can. Yep. I'm looking for you, Hal. I'm trying to take space.
Down there. We must go here. Should be in there.
The Bangalore team. We want to take space. Can you walk up and Q on them? Yeah, we have Cyril. We should get above them. We have a chance.
You ready?
Oh, yeah. Watch the team on height.
I'm doing it.
60 on one. Shoot horizon. Horizon one. He's dead. I'm jumping down. Crack one. He's low. Help. Res. I'm watching. They're not pushing. I'm batting.
Prowler SMG here.
Down twice, but not out. TSM survived the gauntlet, and they make it alive, Dan. They're going through it, and you can tell things are getting dicey here as 11 squads are left.
I mean, even I'm sweating listening to those comms. So intense, but you can feel the passion, and for good reason. They were tough fights to try and come out of, especially when you lose one of your players and they get knocked. Very important you get back up and you reset as quick as possible. All the meanwhile we were in that listening, we saw another zone shift, again back towards that building in the southeast of Thermal Station. There are 2 teams that have predicted that, Luminosity and Season, and also the Guard are right in the middle in one of the best positions right now. Furia, they've got to try and fight their way into this next circle, utilizing the Bangalore smoke as best as their ability to cut off that vision, to stay alive, but also try and pick up the pieces, utilizing the Bloodhound scan at the same time. But this is not going to be fun for them whatsoever.
Beast of the Hun is activated. Panders will get the Bocek bow out and find many in the line of sights. None connect just yet, and they'll use it to rotate, scan ahead. And he's going to get that back. 8 seconds with the heirloom in hand. Panders a man on a mission. Can Furia find a spot here in the zone? 13 seconds left. We'll see if they can handle it on that ultimate. Otherwise, they're going to have to reset. Rep's in trouble too. And he's going down, but not quite out yet. A battery will there. Oh, it'll cancel his battery. Verholst is going to have to do some work here. They've called upon the young man this season to step it up, and he certainly has. Can he buy enough time for Reps and Hal to get back into this fight as they rotate? Meanwhile, on your kill feed, you see Nox going down. Optic Gaming will fall to TSM. Oh, it's an uphill battle in all senses of the word, Dan. I'm not sure they're going to be able to get out of this. Arcstar's flying, and the team looking to peek. Verholst's going to have to pull out a miracle. TSM may just be out.
Yeah, TSM getting grief now by first attempt. It was Optic Gaming holding him out before, but then Optic get wiped. Again, it's Optic and TSM making a very similar rotation, but both being punished as first attempt try and finish off TSM here. Verholst has gone down, Reps has gone down, just Hal trying to survive. The good thing is that first attempt have lost players as well. You can see Oxy Aries has already been taken down. They do have the banner as TSM just trying to desperately hold on to any sort of coverage they can, try and get those reses. There is still a chance for stabilization here. As I say, that one player gets shot out as the air as they try and make the move, as both players will be taken down. TSM get eliminated. 7 squads now remain as the circle continues to pull to the southeast side of Thermal Station.
Stop it, Inamigo. Call him Legolas on the bow. The bow check is absolutely slamming home the arrows and letting people know that even though they're down in 2, they might as well have the firepower of 3. That is what LG has been so good at. And Inamigo, formerly on that squad, showing that, hey, I still got what I brought to that squad before. First attempt will fall here. Inamigo, can he clutch up again? No, it's not enough. But 6 squads left, and it's the guard who are back in alive. Keon, what a player this season, Dan. Has to go big for his team too, but they're getting pushed on the backside, and it is Furia who are now the ones with Vocek in the hand. Panders firing on all cylinders, hitting so many shots, and Furia are looking good here.
The fact Furia have been able to bully their way into this circle is incredible, and they give themselves a real shot at winning this game. We get down to our last 5. It's another circle with a lot of open area, very little objects to hide yourself behind. LG were in this building all game long, but now they're going to have to push out. As well, our esports arena, who are on the other side, they've got a little bit of rock coverage to work with, but again, it's going to be tough as soon as they're forced into that open space. It's all going to be about fighting your way in with the ring here. 3 squads remaining, esports arena, LG, and Furia.
Furia in a great position. LG having the high ground, but Furia with the pace that they've been running. And look at the shielding, purple and 2 reds versus LG's blue, purple, and red. They're looking like a rainbow over there. Furia looking like a mean machine, ready to complete what has been decimation thus far in game number 2. Panders trying to climb in. One shot with a bow check should be enough. Oh, they're going for it. You can see the Bangalore smoke. They've committed. Pander's going to drop back. It's a defensive bombardment. I'm not sure if this is from the other team or if this is from where they're fighting, but it hurts his Watson. Oh, no. Furia didn't anticipate this. Panders might be going down too. That has totally shifted the fight in LG's favor. It is Jaguares' defensive bombardment that saves them. LG come out on top, and it's the youngster Yanya who has got to go 2v1 against Phonyhead and Capra of Furia. Esports Arena, excuse me. Phony has done so well to clutch these moments in the past, but it is going up against one of the hottest stars in all of the ALGS in Yanya. Can they do it? It's going to be 1, and it's going to be 2. Maybe Yanya finishes it off. One more bullet. Esports Arena will clean it up. They will take the win. Capra will clutch for his squad, and as a duo, they'll take down LG and Furia in game number 2.
I mean, ESA will be thanking their lucky stars. They were just a duo. They were waiting patiently, hoping for an engagement to happen. And as soon as they did, they took the high ground. They were drilling in the back of Furia, and Furia were probably thinking, oh, for goodness sake, we were hoping it was going to be a rat. But you can say Furia maybe getting too aggressive, maybe not waiting and being as patient as they could have been, and it really did open up for the back-to-back from ESA. I had said they hadn't found a victory on World's Edge yet. They hadn't even had top 3 on World's Edge yet, and now they get another victory.
I mean, Mark, it seems like it could be a coincidence if it wasn't for having only 2 members. ESA are just playing at that level today.
Yeah, they certainly are, and let's put it into perspective, right? Coming into today's action, before we kicked off, ESA were in 14th position. Top 9, that's where you want to be at the end of the regional finals, at the end of Sunday to go to LAN. They are giving themselves a great chance at that. 2 back-to-back wins in the first 2 games of the day is massive for them, but we should also caveat, Furia They had a lot of kills in that game. A lot of kills in that game, and they got in the top 3 as well. So expect to see them rocket up the leaderboards as well.
It could be one of those season games that we just saw, you know, season finishing second, but only 9 points because they didn't get any KP. Furia, the exact opposite. Capra, Phony, you know, they got 3 kills there at least. Will they be able to clean it up here for the rest of the standings? We'll have to find out. But Dan, it was a masterclass, I think, of Furia up until that moment to go through what they had to go through. Again, a hard zone pull that shifted, and it's really benefited these edge fighting aggressive teams.
Yeah, it was so tough for Furia with the rotation that they had made, but they made a bold call to go through Thermal Station, maybe caught a few teams off guard who weren't necessarily expecting it. Perhaps we're expecting a lot of those teams to be moving from Tree, because we saw about 15 teams make their way down towards kind of Tree area and the southeast side of Thermal. As soon as there was that shift towards Thermal Station, all those teams from Tree had to move at once, whether that be via Skyward Dive or whether that just be trying to brute force your way in. But we saw a lot of casualties happening. It was great news for the likes of LG, for the likes of Season, the teams that had banked on it going back towards Thermal Station. But the fact Furia got into top 3, considering how far and what a journey they had to make, we really have to give them credit.
Yeah, I mean, Mark, they ended up with at least 7 kills in 16th position right outside Thermal. They don't have any. So, I mean, it tells you the story of what they had to go through.
Yeah, it's almost as if Furia sometimes are like, okay, this is what we want to try and do. Oh, wait, there's a lot of teams here. All right, don't worry, we'll run straight through them. Like, it's a problem for everyone but Furia at times, knowing that Furia is somewhere in the vicinity. But also TSM, they made some good decisions in this game. Unfortunately, such a tough rotation to have to make from them, from the Tree side through that tunnel towards where this end zone finished up. But there was moments in this fight here between LG and Furia. I didn't know what way it was going. It was going back and forth, back and forth. And luckily, you could see that I think the advantage that fell to LG in that final moment with the fight getting the reset was actually that the armor swaps were red because of the fact that, you know, Furia had done so much damage in the build-up to that fight, but catching up in those final moments, I mean, that's what it's all about, right? But I want to speak about Enemigo with this bow check, by the way. The guy's some pretty dirty shots.
I mean, so many KP following up on that, and as a duo as well, it was a great moment for Enemigo to kind of say, hey, I'm still here. I know we're talking about LG a lot, and for good reason. Yanya almost clutches up. He wins 1, but can't do 2. But look at that. 12 kills already at this moment, and a number 2, 23 points as it ended for Luminosity, as they would not clutch up, but a phenomenal game. A team that we have considered, and I said this again and again, need to be given their flowers. They are that good, and we don't talk about them enough. In fact, you're going to see it right there. Esports Arena and Furia, they may have been 2 of the teams that, in terms of the win and in terms of the flash, up until that moment, we focused on. But Luminosity will be your points winners on that game, Dan, and not even close.
Yeah, and this is incredible, the consistency we're seeing from Luminosity. Like, they win that game essentially via points, but because we're starting to get towards regional finals now, because we're getting towards LAN championships where it is going to be based on match point, Luminosity need to be winning these games to truly believe that they can be champions when it comes to match point format. They've only won 1 game on World's Edge so far this split, and considering their consistency of getting to top 3s to getting to top 5s, you would expect a little bit more. So perhaps that's something they need to be working on as they progress into regionals and potentially LAN environments as well. But certainly everything is there, right? All the recipe is there for success. They just need to get that final thing nailed in, and they are going to be a true threat to everyone else in the lobby.
Mark outside that top 10 as well. And as we head into the series results, you know, Space Station have a splash of a few kills, 5, nothing too bad about it, but here's how it shakes up, Mark, after 2.
Yeah, this is how it looks after 2. And Optic, 10th place, 9 points, still kind of within fighting distance of the places they want to be, which is up, I imagine, in that top 3, top 2. When it's all said and done. Space Station, only 6 points on the board. Maybe is the pressure getting to them a little bit in this situation? The Guard, who have been one of the best performers all season long, seem to be having a little bit of repetition of the problems that they said themselves they were having, which is getting to end zone, getting in a great spot, but then not being able to take advantage of it and pick the KP up for those wins. So the Guard with some questions to answer. Space Station, Optic with questions to answer. At the top, though, Esports Arena, I mean, what a start it's been for them. The perfect start. 2 wins out of 2. You can't ask for any more.
That's about as good as IG International. In fact, it's almost the exact same point difference, except IG International had 48 points, Esports Arena 38 off of 2, and not heavy kill 2-pointers, but just really consistent games that they have shown they can win. And I think to your point, Dan, what else are we talking about here? At match point, we have seen moments, in fact, in Sweden, that I think there were 3 teams that were still alive One of them was Dark Zero. They ended up winning. The team on the top of the waterfall was Luminosity. They were there, but they didn't end up winning that game. That is the thing they've got to work on. We know they have the potential, but is that maybe why we haven't talked about them in the same caliber as some of these other LAN winners?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, victories are what are remembered. No one really remembers who finishes second or third. You can look at Liquipedia, you can look at the stats, and it will read that you're consistent, but at the end of the day, it's the victories that are going to get you those championships. But it's consistency that gets you to the championship, so at least they're getting those first steps correct. And you know what? With how they're playing, I don't think it'll be long until they get that formula, until they find those ways to victories. And sometimes they'll just say, look, maybe the circle didn't play our way. Maybe they are waiting for that perfect circle to arrive for them. And who knows? Maybe it'll be at regionals. Maybe it could be a LAN.
Well, you know what I love too? Luminosity bringing back the Caustic, and the Gibraltar. That defensive bombardment, I haven't seen that in a final zone in a while. You could almost never see a final zone without it. We'll see if that continues to work. Game 3 here, our last trip to World's Edge. As we land, who will be the last one standing? We'll find out as we decide who is going to be our points leader after 3 here. Heading into it, let's give it over to Onset and Gasket.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. Published author, by the way, everybody. And, of course, collegiate soccer hero to many of us, certainly me. But let's talk about a little bit of Apex Legends down. We're going into our final map now on World's Edge before we head over to Storm Point. And I've got to be honest, already, my questions are being pointed at Optic Gaming and they're being pointed at Space Station. It has been almost too slow a start for them. At the start of today's action, we mentioned what a massive week it was for both of these squads, and I still feel the same way. This is now or never, almost just in game 3 for both these teams.
Well, they both have an equal distance to travel as well to this circle. Optic do have beacon information, though, so they can at least work with that. I can't quite see. Yeah, Space Station have a beacon as well. So both teams are at least going to get the info of where this is pulling. Could be a similar game to what we saw in map number 1. We could be heading down towards the kind of northern side of Fragment East, just south of Epicenter. Again, it could be a lot of open space and very difficult for these teams to play. And maybe you've got to react to that. Maybe you are going to have to take some fights on the edge to try and pick up some points here. As a lot of kills were evenly spread in the previous game. Luminosity picked up a lot just because of their early rotations. They were able to pick off people. But we saw quite a few edge fights happening because, again, it was a tough circle for those to rotate in. We saw about maybe 13, 14 teams move early in match number 2. We'll see what happens here in match number 3 because, again, a lot of beacon information for those who are quite close to this circle.
Yeah, Luminosity had probably one of the prio spots, you would say, on that zone, landing here at launch site. Didn't have to go too far towards Thermal Station, although they did have to clutch up inside a tree of a couple of fights. One, they did make that move, but a great performance from them. Once again, consistency is key, of course, in Apex Legends, and that's something that Luminosity have certainly proved to us and maybe proved to a lot of the doubters this season. But for now, we can see they're just going to be doing what they do best. That's just leveling up some armors, making sure they got all the attachments, making sure they got the batteries on that crafter. And speaking of which, there's your crafting rotation and what the teams are going to have inside of that crafter, just to give you a little bit of an insight into what they're trying to pick up at the moment at the shop to put into their inventory.
Well, at least everyone can avoid that headshot damage and you can have the backpack space, but that's about it, really. Nothing that's going to crazily affect the meta or affect any rotations for people to work with. A team I do want to talk about, Mark, and I mean, they've had a very disappointing start to Pro League. It is going to be FaZe, and we know they haven't really found their identity yet, but the reason why I talk about them is they are in 20th. They are that target team. But they've really just got to be better than the likes of Oxygen and the likes of Sentinels. They're their two biggest competition in this lobby today. They are just behind Sentinels when it comes to how Sentinels are performing, but they are just ahead of Oxygen. As long as they can be there or thereabouts in a similar place as those two teams, then we should still be seeing FaZe at the regionals, but it is still in doubt with how they've been playing so far. The first 2 games, they've not been able to find too much success.
Well, slept on. They're going to be under fire from FaZe. And speaking of FaZe and the circle, you can see that they've already managed to pick up 1 KP, and it's a great circle for them as well. They're already in a fantastic position just on the high ground outside of Climatizer, landing over at Survey Camp, so they have prior position to where they want to play. And this could be a really important game here for FaZe. And one thing I wanted to point out is highlight a little bit is the comp that they're running. It feels like almost a comfort pick for a few of the players, right? You see Bloodhound being used once again by Snipe Down. That's where he kind of made his name, right? Playing the Bloodhound and making sure that He's getting those scans, could be aggressive, pop that ultimate, and do what he does best, which is take those wide flanks and get damage down and be able to get out. And I feel like sometimes going back to the drawing board and going back to what has brought you success is always a safe thing to do when you have struggled a little bit in recent weeks. But HUC, arguably the sleeper team of Apex Legends, they do not get enough respect straight up from anyone. They're always involved in end zones. And I said this about Hill recently. I said that, you know, it doesn't matter who you put on his team. He's going to IGL you to a top 10 finish, top 5 finish in every single game just because of his zone knowledge, how they approach the game. And you can already see that they've made a rotation in towards the backside of Climatizer. They'll be in a great position just holding down this building. They'll be set up for the end game as well.
Yeah, I think I've been shouting it until the cows come home about people just playing on comfortable picks and not going for the meta and listening to what everyone else is doing and reacting too much to what other teams are having success with. Find what works for you, and maybe we will see a few teams having a lot of issues because of that, because they don't just go for what is comfortable for them. But you quite rightly pointed out, it looks like a lot of these teams are banking on more of a Climatizer pull rather than it being towards Fragment East. We could still see a pretty heavy shift in that Zone 4, but it does seem like with the information people have got from the beacons, they are going to be heading up towards Climatizer and trying to get some of those priority positions. But those who are moving in late, there's a lot of open ground you have to cover to get towards Climatizer, and you will be gatekept by a lot of these teams.
Oh, Fat Finger just came out there. I've done that so many times trying to hit the Valcolt, and unfortunately hit the Q. But this is an interesting rotation coming in from Luminosity now, round to the back of Overlook from Geyser. Should be free for them. However, Karasuno are kind of hovering in the area, but the guard are also within the vicinity, so they should be able to land pretty quietly for now and not take too much fire. But I did notice in the kill feed as well that Howler got a knock on to one of the members of Season. Not sure if they've managed to get back on their feet or if they have been eliminated from the lobby, but it looks like the lobby is pretty healthy at the moment. 20 teams still remaining, but Luminosity of all of a sudden had a knock on the door from a nosy neighbor.
Yeah, Karasuno, they heard that rotation and they said, hey, we can probably have a sniff at this. Are they rotating weak? Why are they rotating around this way? Have they had to avoid a fight? Have they just come out of a fight? But we might see Karasuno back off if LG are able to put enough damage down. You can see the ultimate gets thrown straight away just to try and push them back. And we'll see whether anything really happens here or if Karasuno just give up on it.
It's a really interesting play actually from Luminosity, and it's forced Karasuno down from the high ground, right? The defensive bombardment from Gibraltar just cleaned that player off. Then they were able to take it almost immediately themselves with the Valkyrie. And now it's Karasuno on the back foot, and they are getting absolutely peppered like a steak at the moment from Jaguares and that R301 doing so much damage.
I prefer salt on a steak personally, but I'm sure that there are certain people who, you know, love a good old peppering. I feel like it takes the flavor away. But, you know, LG, they are a team right now who you don't really want to be going up against with how they have been fighting so much success with their rotations, and they have just been walking through teams even when it's been a tough one. As you mentioned in the previous game, they fought their way through Tree, and they had so much success in taking the teams out in front of them. Looks like they're going to try and do something very similar to here. Karasuno just about surviving for now, but they've got to be careful here because Luminosity, they're going to be confident in all of their engagements.
I will always pepper my steak. I'm not taking food advice from someone who eats crisp sandwiches still, Dan. You sent me that picture earlier, and I did notice there was a crisp sandwich going down, all right? Well, you don't want to be a sandwich right now if you're in Apex Legends. You never want to be in between two teams, and it's looking like Luminosity are trying to force themselves into Overlook and in towards that circle. Good shots could allow them to create that space. Now they will be able to creep up on this building, take the building that was left by Karasuno a few moments ago, and they should just about be able to move up to the next one, which will make them safe. So Luminosity, even though it's a little bit of a shaky rotation, it's one that's worked out.
I hate that you didn't give me a chance to respond to Crisp Sandwich, but it's fine. I'll leave it there and we'll talk about it off camera because that's a very important thing to me. They are a thing of magic, and we definitely need to focus on that at some point. But all these teams that are trying to transition to Climatizer, you can see those on the kind of edge are struggling a little bit to force their way in because a lot of these teams who didn't get the early rotation are gatekeeping them now at this point. I will say, though, the southwest side of this current circle is very open to the likes of ORN and Esports Arena. But we will focus on Tripods for now and their rotation in. It hasn't been best of starts for them in these first two games. They are also one of our squads in this lobby who have yet to find a victory on either of the maps. But if today could be the day, it might just be enough to kind of push them into that chance of regional finals. And of course, if you start to get victories here in this last week, then you're going to have confidence going into regional finals of maybe being able to take home in match point format.
Well, it looks like Tripods are set up pretty healthily at the moment if they wanted to fight with the armors that they have and the weaponry they've managed to pick up, but they are also in zone, so this might be an opportunity here for Tripods to maybe have one of those games which kicks them on ahead of moving over to our secondary map. All of our games moving over to our sports arena. Back to back. Can you make it 3? Albrelele is picking up another kill, by the way, in the kill feed. We mentioned FaZe will certainly be a team we're keeping our eye on. But ESA, they're just taking their time at the moment. Fragment West is their home at the moment. Nobody here. It's like a ghost town, but it allows them to just craft up, make sure those armors are leveled up, because they know where they landed and where they've got to move, then they've got to be healthy as now FaZe try and make an aggressive move in to the bottom of this epicenter building.
And actually this circle not looking too indifferent from match number 1, but FaZe not worried about circles right now. Instead, it's about what's in front of you. It's engaging in this fight and coming out on top, but also coming out in a healthy manner. But it's 100 Thieves inside, and what a defensive composition this is. If you want to go up against a team, it's probably not a Newcastle and a Watson, as they are going to hold strong here down in epicenter.
Yeah, this is like a little attack versus defense training session at the moment. You've got the most defensive comp you can think of against one of the most aggressive ones, and it's the defensive one who comes out on top. But neither team really fell and were hurt at any point there. But FaZe not being able to pick up the KP they would have wanted to. You see that Albrelele is only about 50 points away from leveling up that overshield, Evo shield himself, to make them fully dressed out in purple. But 100 Thieves now from the low ground look to transition up to the high ground. The only problem is Onmu, it's got slippy fingers. Just a little bit of oil on that zip line by the looks of things.
And they will most definitely hold the top of epicenter for now, because they have beacon information. They can get an idea of where that zone's going to be going shortly after round 2 closes, and they'll know that dreaded shift that we talk about when the zone gets very difficult to predict and you really have to make a big decision as to where you want to try and commit to. But as it moves back up towards Climatizer, potentially there are a lot of teams that are in that vicinity. HEC are going to be dead center of it, TSM in a good area, Optic not in a bad spot as well. But there are a few teams who may be struggling.
Yeah, Season just been eliminated, by the way, but something I really want to keep my eye on as FaZe are watching the circle close behind them is that Optic and Space Station are very close to each other at the moment, and they were two teams we were certainly focusing on how important these games could be for them, and not just for the day ahead of them, but also for their opportunity to maybe make it to land. Snipe down to that's 0.6 HP, I think. That's about as close as you can get to getting knocked.
Yeah, that's a med kit straight away slammed into you, and you're hoping that no one's going to be in the vicinity to push, but we know that FaZe are going to be comfortable. Furia aren't too far away. They're in a similar spot. They're kind of shadowing FaZe's movements, but just slightly north of them, you can see on the map overhead. But it's going to be 100 Thieves who are going to have that beacon information. Maybe a few crypto teams trying to send their drone to get beacon information as well, to get an idea of where they want to move to next. But even with the information, where are you going to go?
Well, look at the kill feed. I mentioned that Optic and Space Station were close to each other, and it's Optic who take out Space Station. So two of our teams who needed to perform, they meet up inside the top 19, and one of them will fall. FaZe inside of the bottom of the epicenter building should be safe for now, but what a story that is to see.
Well, two teams who drop on the other side of the map, but find themselves in the same area over on the eastern side of epicenter. It obviously was a big fight and a huge one for Optic Gaming and their chances to push themselves further up these leaderboards, but so detrimental for Space Station for how they're going to progress. But we'll have to see what happens elsewhere. Now, TSM still going to move a little bit into this next circle. They were sitting pretty for quite a while, but they are going to have to make a move in the next 44 seconds with Luminosity to the back and also Optic Gaming very close. It's certainly not going to be comfortable for them, but we've seen TSM manage to get through a lot worse.
Yeah, very interesting to see how TSM actually approach this now. 30 seconds until the zone closes. They do have the Valkyrie Skyward Dive to rely on if they have to, but are they going to look just for KP on edge of zone here? Are they going to just try and force their way in slowly but surely? They don't have a long way to go. And like you mentioned, they do have a couple of teams in front of them. Maybe they're going to hope that Optic help them out a little bit here with Luminosity, or Luminosity help them out a little bit with Optic. But for now, it's about just a little bit of discipline here, waiting to see how the lobby plays out, who makes the move before they have to make their decision themselves.
Yeah, that's the reason why TSM are being patient. They want to see what happens around them. Luminosity, though, they're a little bit more brave. They make the move first. This is a big risk because they're being peppered like Mark's steak out of the sky.
Oh, that's not good. That is not good at all. Two players fall. Gibby hits the ground, and let me tell you, it's not a soft landing when you're Gibraltar as well. Jaguaris survives, but there comes the missile swarm, and having seen two players already fall, you wouldn't be surprised to see Jaguares not make it too much further in this game. Skill Cakes from Optic was one of those players, and now it's TSM's turn to take to the skies. And as we know, TSM, the Valcourts are always a little bit touch and go. Let's see if they can find somewhere to play.
Well, I always say it's about when you Valcol, not whether you should or should not. Sometimes you are forced to. We saw Luminosity get eliminated. TSM, though, can they stabilize? It looks like they found a little bit of room to play with and maybe avoid the line of sight of so many of the teams in this area. It seems like it might work out here for TSM. And look at where that circle's going as well. TSM are going to have the high ground over a lot of teams that are going to have to rotate in. Somehow, some way, TSM have got away with it.
I mean, the difference is, right, like I mentioned, LG decide to Valcol early. The problem for them is that TSM and Optic were in the vicinity.
Straight back if you nasty. It's elastic. Go ahead, break it down real low. Go ahead, break it down real low. Go ahead, break it down real low. Stop playing with it. Red light, green light, go.
Yes, I think it's about time that they got a little bit of luck on their side with the Skyward Dive, and this was the time. 100 Thieves currently set up on top of Epicenter, and they're going to have to make their move in around 10 seconds time, Dan. The zone is going to start closing, and you know what? We've got a listening queued up. We might as well jump into it now with 100 Thieves.
If we get any real estate, we might be able to hit it all.
I'm in the right Valkyrie, dude.
Go for it. We should get out there now.
Yeah. I don't see them. Keep
real estate behind you, Valkyrie. Let him do it.
Let them.
Let him.
Oh, it's just one guy.
We should do it too.
I'm going now.
Oh my god.
There's team ultimate low.
Right under,
ultimate low.
right ultimate low.
Ultimate low. Over here.
Yes,
right
yes,
here.
yes.
We're gonna be clear LOS.
Can we go to the... Oh, hold on, just be quiet. We just rotate right, we can rotate.
Fine here.
We're not fine here.
I mean, we're fine for now.
There's a team in this RV.
I'm gonna try to get him. Can we wrap? I think that team behind the RV is playing all this. Can we wrap behind this when you heal?
Let's go.
It's our only play. We have to go before they see us. You ready? Go. Play by me.
Keep healing,
Pop in and make it. I have one cell left.
Next Q.
5 seconds.
Oh, they're just pushing up. Knock down.
Give me knockdown.
We're gonna jump over the wall.
No, I can't. We can't jump over the wall.
Well, back into the game, and it was almost a golden opportunity for 100 Thieves. You saw the team Valcol in front of them. Call this, let's mirror them, but let's mirror them through the clouds for a few moments. They found somewhere to play momentarily, but with 14 squads still alive here, 100 Thieves will be eliminated as Furia now are feeling not only revved up in the mind, but also with that rampage in the hands of his Watson.
Too many squads with high ground, too many squads with LOS on them. They were never going to be able to survive that, and I think 100 Thieves knew it was going to be a do-or-die situation where they had to hope for a miracle, but unfortunately that miracle did not arrive. Furia now down to 2. His Watson tries to quickly get involved to help out his teammate, and it goes, and Furia just about survived.
I'm not sure it does, but they will get the kills that they need as Furia move in. Can they get Pandas back on the feet, though? His Watson gets the Bangalore smoke down to give a little bit of cover. And it looks like they're going to try and make a move off the back of that, but you can see how much of their sight is currently just completely eliminated from them. Skill Cakes and Optic, they're still involved in this. Slepton eliminated, Fades have gone out, Furia eliminated now, and Optic might just be about to have that game, Dan.
Yeah, whilst this pulls towards Climatizer, there's so many teams that are going to be vulnerable, that are going to be shot at by the likes of TSM, who had that high ground. Optic trying to force their way into this circle, but it's not going to be easy. There are teams all over the place here, and if Optic survive, it would be an absolute miracle, as now it's just one player remaining. It's not looking good for OG.
Well, Duplex did some pretty mad things last time we saw him as a solo player, but with half the lobby shooting him, it's not going to happen this time. Esports Arena also eliminated alongside Optic Gaming, but TSM are kings of the castle at the moment, Dan. They've been picking up KP after KP after KP, and after that Valcol, this position they find themselves in, it's been a blessing.
That's why sometimes it's risk and reward with the skyward dive. You can find yourself in one of the ultimate positions that teams have not been able to successfully get to via foot, as Luminosity also eliminated, and now we're into our last 5. Tripod still alive behind the wall just down there. Maybe this could be the game we see them push themselves not just into top 3, maybe even a victory. Not going to be easy from where they currently stand, but still possible. At the moment though, all eyes on the likes of TSM, who have the high ground over the guard that are below them. Sentinels also in an area where they're going to have to push in with the circle. This is going to be so tough for these teams, especially with the amount of fences around at the moment. You're going to have to try and shoot them out as you progress. Of course, if they're your fences, it's going to be fine, but for some of the other teams who have to rotate maybe through them, you're not going to be able to have a fun journey whatsoever.
TSM have dropped off a roof and moved inside of this building now. They have 2 options to leave, and if they play it late and they wrap, they might still have the high ground. Nickmerc's got to be so careful here, as it looks like Sentinels might swing onto this. Deeds has enough armor to just hold the line for them. Tripod's in a great position, actually. Probably the team who has the best opportunity to win this game if they can hold off the push that comes in from Sentinels. But the guard of the team I want to keep my eye on. We mentioned top 5, that's what we expect from them. But can they win a game from here and find that form from a few weeks ago?
Yeah, they need to find that form, but it's not going to be easy with the teams that are around them. As you say, Tripod's in a good spot for now, but when they're forced behind their cover, where do they go? Oh, they're going to make a move early. Maybe they sense a weakness. Sentinels get surprised, and Tripod's going to take this fight.
Oh, it's all up to Nickmerc, though. He's going to win this 1v1, and if he can do so, then maybe this will be the opportunity for them to push in. He's going to wrap through zone, but he can't find the rat, and he goes down. But so do Sentinels. Now we're down to 3. The guard only have 2 players alive, though.
Yeah, the guard just with 2. TSM still at a full 3, and you can see ORN still alive as well, but they're down to a 2. It's all on TSM. They are the most healthy team, but are they going to be held out? They have a little bit of high ground to work with over the guard. It's about picking when you fight, though, and hoping the other 2 teams start this, but it looks like TSM, they're going to take this 3 versus 2.
TSM should be able to win this one. They get the first knock onto Bane as well without taking any damage whatsoever. TSM now completely controlling the high ground. This is a TSM win. We've seen these positions time and time again. Keon, you're not going to survive for too much longer as well, as it will light up with TSM as your champions here on World's Edge. A masterclass from one of the best teams that we've seen in Apex Legends.
And it was all back of what was essentially a staring contest at one point of, are you going to Valcult first? Are we going to Valcult first? LG Valculted, they skyward dived. TSM were able to go off the back of that. They timed it perfectly. They got one of the best positions in the map. They could have got shot out of the sky, but because they waited those extra 5 seconds, they were just able to survive and get one of the best positions.
I mean, 5 seconds. Who would have thought? That's the difference between terrible death and raising the trophy. I guess, Apex Legends really is a game of inches or moments. And when it comes down to those final sections, fellas, it was TSM who really had a better spot, even though they had to fight hard for it. There were teams, though, like 100 Thieves. They tried. There was just nothing they could do. They were in a terrible line of sight, Mark. So everyone had their test of fate today. It just seemed like TSM, things are rolling in the right direction for a team that wants to, at the end of this, say we are the best points-wise and without a doubt in North America.
Oh, 100%, and I think every game from TSM so far has been an indication of where they find themselves in the table, right? It's been a very tough rotation in game number 2 for them. They still picked up a decent amount of KP, forcing their way into zone. Game number 1, they picked up a huge amount of KP, involved in that end game, and then they win game number 3 here with a convincing win as well. But like you mentioned, Apex Legends is a game of moments, and I want to say the call to land on that side of the roof was brilliant. The fact that they found it was open, but like you could see, there was no one that could shoot them, so they could reset, which is almost as important when you land from that Valkyrie ult. So a huge game from TSM. It wasn't just that landing, though. The way they managed the end game, worked out that it was a duo on the outside, took that fight, and then just had complete control of the high ground. It was just classic Apex Legends. That is how you win games of Apex Legends in these pro lobbies.
Dan, you're a man of stats and analysis. TSM, 3rd place, 8th place, 1st place. They kind of bounced up and then went back down, but each and every one of those games was accompanied by at least 7 kills. 11 kills in the first game, 7 kills in the second game, and now I'm sure they're equaling that or maybe even more so in their 3rd game with a win. They're putting it all together when it comes to a complete performance.
Yeah, I mean, they were struggling for consistency when these groups were matching up against each other. World's Edge in general, they were struggling to get top 5s. They only had 4 top 5s coming into this week on World's Edge, and only 1 victory on World's Edge coming into this. You wouldn't think that from TSM, a team who has dominated on World's Edge for what feels like the longest of times, but now they will up that win percentage of top 5s to around probably 30% of when they get to top 5. They are finding those victories, and you can understand why, because when TSM are in the top 5, usually they've been able to get into one of the priority positions, as they just did. And as Mark alluded to, they know how to navigate these situations. They've been there, they've done that, they've played timeless amounts of World's Edge, and it was just a formality, it seemed, at the end there. Once they realized they were against 2 duos, it was just a matter of time until they picked up that victory.
Oh, well, 11-7 and now 10. 22 more points to TSM at the top of the leaderboard. They will move past ESA almost guaranteed, as they would only pick up 3 and place in 9th overall in game number 3 on World's Edge. The Guard would have another consistent performance. I think we had mentioned that earlier too, Mark, that they kind of get top 5s and top 5s, and they tend to be really, really good. I also want to give a shout out to Tripods, who had to go through a lot, and yes, they're not having these banger games, but 4th place, 6 kills, 11 points, that's a solid game for anyone.
Yeah, it's a really, really good game as well. And there's a lot of people who want to see Tripods succeeding as well. And I just want to give a shout out to Nick Merckx. You know, someone asked in his chat, was like, you know, how much do you want to make it to a LAN here? And he's like, dude, I'm sacrificing so much to play this game at the moment because I love this game and I want to prove myself and that my team are good enough to get to these LAN tournaments. So a shout out to him and the passion that he's showing for sure. But at the other end of the table, Space Station, 3 games gone, 3 games to go. You cannot be down there if you want to be going into the regional finals with confidence and putting yourself in a place to make that LAN event. So a lot of questions to answer for Space Station and only 3 games to do it in.
I mean, they're looking at almost, I mean, if you look at this, 19th, 20th place. Let's go to the series standings. I got to get my eyes on where Space Station actually is. 15th place, still 7 kills, but that is not enough points to be put in a position to qualify for LAN. They would have to win the regional final or have an incredible day on Sunday to be able to actually be there. And that's a team we would sorely miss, Dan, a team that has been excellent throughout these last couple of days, feeling like they were on a rise. Now, kind of a disappointing start here. Hopefully they could turn it around on Stormpoint.
It's inevitable we're going to miss someone, and there is going to be a biggish team eliminated at some point, and we're all going to be wishing they were at LAN, but unfortunately that is just how the cookie crumbles at certain times. I'm going to note it again, FaZe in 20th position. One of their biggest threats right now is Sentinels. If Sentinels were to finish top 5 this week and FaZe were to finish down at the bottom, Sentinels could leapfrog FaZe. They could take away one of those regional final positions, so FaZe need to be picking up the pace here a little bit. They can't afford to give too much initiative to Sentinels going into Stormpoint now. I need to see something different from FaZe, because otherwise you're giving it to Sentinels, you're giving them the opportunity to overtake you.
I mean, and just Sentinels, even if they don't make LAN, I think for them a win would be staying in the Pro League for Split 2. They've got their eyes on a new player. Tech is still subbing with them, so this isn't the entirety of the roster. They're making adjustments. Just surviving, I think, is a win. So Sentinels clearly showing up today, 16 points, 8th place. Let's take a look at who was showing up individually, though. I think we have that. If we do not, we'll go ahead and obviously get ready to talk about some teams a little bit more.
I just want to quickly jump in here, Rain. Look how close it is outside of that top 2, though. I mean, it's ridiculous.
You're right.
You take TSM, you take Esports Arena out of it, 29 points all the way down to 10 points, 15 points. That's one game. That's one half decent game. That's the difference. You go all the way down to 14. So one game for Slepton, if they to get a top 5 with, 7 kills, they'll jump up into that top 5 without a doubt. So there is still so much to be decided as we head in towards Stormpoint. TSM and Esports Arena, they've done a lot of the hard work, but for the rest of the lobby, they've got to be happy those 2 teams have been so dominant, because it means there's still an opportunity for them to produce something special in these final 3 games.
Mark, quickly, I want you to add on to that. Is that more of a result of teams at the top taking away a lot of the points, doing so well, or is it more so because we have a bunch of teams we expected to perform not showing up today?
I think it's more it's a little bit of both. I think it's more the earlier thing that you say about the 2 top teams performing extremely well. 2 wins in a row, and then TSM just seemed to be rolling points, almost at will in those first 3 games. But everyone else has looked very shaky. I haven't seen kind of any moves from a team where I'm like, oh, they look like they're getting into a really good position, or they look really confident in this team fight. And I think that the nerves are really starting to come into the fore here, and the questions of, are we going to make it to regional final? Are we going to be able to make it to LAN? There's a lot of Apex to be played. I think teams are starting to feel the pressure a little bit here.
It's like getting in the ring with Mike Tyson back in his heyday. You don't really ask why wasn't your chin strong enough. You just talk about how hard he was punching. And I think at the end of the day, we are seeing some top teams perform very, very well. Bottom teams, though, it means there's an opportunity, Dan. But I want to shift the focus here at halftime to what we have been mentioning, alluding to, talking about a team that has really been consistent, not only in placements, but in KP. TSM has been putting it together. They're our focus here for this half, Dan. Talk to me a little bit about what they've done here in the first 3 games on World's Edge.
Well, when you consider the difficulties that TSM had when these two groups matched up against each other the last 2 times, right, that wasn't the TSM performance that we were expecting. They were getting killed on rotation. Maybe their Skyward dives weren't going their way. You can talk about circles not being right for them until the cows come home, but you've still got to find consistency as a team, and TSM know full well that going into regional finals and onward, you've got to demonstrate that you are still the best team and you can make it work even when the circle isn't going your way. And I think match number 3 was a perfect example of that. You wait, you take the risk at the right time, you're rewarded for it, but then you know what to do once you get that spot. And not just that, but they were finding kills, they were finding positions in match number 1 and 2 where it was not easy for them. They had some tough rotations, they had to fight through some impressive teams in 3v3 engagements, and even moments like this on your screen where they were facing so much adversity, when teams were kind of pushing them and getting aggressive, they were still holding out, still getting KP, and still making sure they placed well.
Confidence, I mean, that's the key. We've seen it all around TSM, the fan base. They'll never leave them, but also the players have had to go through their ups and downs internally. They have asked Verholz to hold and take that mantle as a pro player and move to its next echelon, adding Raven. They've certainly done that. Everyone on that team has stepped up another level. TSM looking great heading into our final day and the back half of this tournament. Just want to let you know, if you're looking at your screens right now, the Challenger Circuit number 4 is open for registration. It closes on January 4th. If you are a team that wants to get involved, or you're a team who might be in relegation, this is going to be the opportunity to get back into Split 2 of the Pro League. And we've had some great stories from our Challenger Circuit squads. Hey, what a half. What a moment. What a tournament so far. I am really, really enjoying this one. And I know hopefully all of you watching at home or wherever you are enjoying it as well. If you're in the Apex community, say what you like about it. Enjoy chatting with each other, because we're taking a quick break. When we do come back, though, I want to set the table for what we've got coming up. Storm Point. TSM playing the best that we've seen them play in a long time. Will they be the first team in North America to win not 1, not 2, but 3 match days? We'll find out after this.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ALGS, the Apex Legends Global Series. My name is Rainday. I've been your host today alongside 2 of the best casters in the world in esports, Dan Gaskin and Mark Onset. Hatcher, I'm so excited that we have a chance now to go and flip the script. World's Edge was phenomenal. Saw TSM jump off to a nice day. I mean, that's pretty standard if you're a TSM or an Apex Legends fan, but not in this way. Over 7 kills in each game and over, I guess, under top 10 placements. It has been really a great start for them. You couldn't have asked for a better World's Edge. What can they do on Storm Point? We've got Dan and Mark with me now. And Dan, while we have you here just for a moment, I want to talk to you about Storm Point. What do you expect to see? I mean, is this, more of the same from these teams? Or, this is usually when we see maybe a dark horse start to spring into action.
Well, usually, actually throughout this season, TSM have been underperforming on World's Edge, but overperforming on Storm Point. When they get to top 5, they have a 60% win rate on Storm Point. Very successful, 3 victories across the split as well. So it's looking good in this week for TSM. They've already found 1 victory in match number 3, showed great consistency in match number 1 and 2. So Storm Point, a real chance for them to solidify themselves at the top of the leaderboard. I will caveat that with saying that this lobby is far better at Storm Point in general than it was at World's Edge. Just looking through statistics, looking through wins, there is not so many wins on the board for World's Edge for any of these teams, but plenty of wins on the board on Storm Point. We've got several teams with 2 or 3 wins throughout the split, so this is going to be a far more competitive lobby, I feel, on this map.
I mean, we've recently seen Optic win a game in day 8, Duplex with a clutch. We saw TSM, we saw Furia win games, we've seen LG win games. 100 Thieves have won plenty of games here. I mean, this is SSG. This is definitely a Storm Point heavy lobby as we look at, I just talked about Verholz kind of stepping up. The young Evan, you got to give loves to Evans, man, all around the world. All my Evans, raise up. Verholz representing well for the name. Reps right behind him, though. I mean, he had a moment, Mark, that really made me go almost out of my chair winning that clutch on the top 10 in kill leaders. This is a great day from him.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't surprise me because I feel like it's not just been Hal, like I mentioned at the start of the show this season. It's been everybody stepping up at different times for TSM, which has brought them that consistency. And I think a lot of it, you're seeing that kill leaderboard as well. I want to give a shout out to Raven because I think Raven really challenges, has challenged the way that TSM approach the game. They're not afraid to take an early fight now. Previously, TSM, in early years would play a much safer looking game. But if they've got their ultimates available, and they see a team in front of them, they're not afraid to take that fight early. And if you win that fight, of course, the Evo shields are going to be pumped up. You're going to have extra loot to play with, and that makes the rest of your game so much more simple.
I do want to talk a little bit about ORN, a team that is sitting right now, when you look at the standings, in 22nd place. That means that they're outside of not only being in the regional final, they're in relegation. They've had to lose an org, a big org, as we've seen. Liquid dropping out today. We've seen Cloud9 as well. This is just the way things go, and it's a reality for these players. But you can attest to the fact that going through some of the adversity of just changing, swapping kind of the mantle up on top, some of the leadership choices, and then having to perform the next day, Dan, that's not an easy thing to do. ORN, I think, are performing quite well considering all of that, and maybe feeling like, and we got something to prove. This is a showcase for us.
That's the thing. Sometimes it can inspire you and it can motivate you to kind of pull your finger out a little bit and change the tide and make sure that you can push yourselves and say, well, if we're getting dropped from organizations, if we've got teams leaving us, if we're not good enough, then what is going wrong? Are we underperforming? Should we be doing better? We have to put ourselves on the mantelpiece now and demonstrate that we're good enough for a new organization. So all of those things come into the equation. It can go either way, though. There are teams that would be in that situation, be under too much pressure and underperform, but certainly today, they're doing a good job.
And respectfully, I just got to say this. I don't think any org is too good for Apex Legends. So to each their own decision, but I look more at the players. I like to see them supported. I think you'd be lucky to have a spot in here, and I'm sure they will be represented with an org that sees their value. We'll see if that ends up being something that ultimately they can capture here today by making a spot into the regional final. And Mark, I mean, it would be a Cinderella story to make it into the top 20, barely, have this go on, and then all of a sudden win. I mean, that's something I don't think anyone would ever, I mean, that's a long shot.
Friend, is the beauty of what we've got to come on Sunday, right? It's like you could have an awful few weeks of Apex Legends in the Pro League, and then, you put a couple of points together today to scrape yourself into the top 20, and you could be the first team to, booking your tickets to go to LAN. It really is that simple if you can win that match point format. So it keeps everybody in with a shout if you can get in that top 20 to making it to that LAN event.
Well, Dan, we're so grateful for all the work you've done. Take a break, my friend. We'll bring you back for 5 and 6 to close out the show. It's going to be me and Mark I need my moments of casting with an award-nominated.
Don't do this.
Play-by-play
again.
caster.
You definitely missed, by the way, earlier when I was like, my favorite
I didn't miss it. I didn't miss
soccer
it.
player,
I appreciated
author,
it.
good-looking man with the silkiest voice in all of Apex Legends. That's you, Evan. That's you.
Man.
No one can take that away from you.
Hey, I was drafted to the MLS, okay? Not a lot of people can say that, all right? And I've shifted. This is my second career, you know? Don't just call me an author. No, I appreciate you, man.
Hey,
you know, we're all joking around. At the end of the day, you know, Mark, whether you're nominated or not, you're nominated in my heart as one of my best friends.
We really need to move on from this.
Oh, we love to see it. It's the beauty of hosting and casting. I get to have different moments of banner with them, but the stakes stay the same. In fact, they get even higher as we transition into our fourth map, the one that sets the tone for the next three. Storm Point is where it will end. But how will it begin? Mark, let's check it out as the teams fly off the drop ship and get ready to go head-to-head.
Well, my question to you, my friend, and to everybody watching at home is, are you ready for this? Because I feel like this is going to be an absolute banger of a game. We've got 3 more games remaining tonight, everybody. North America, it's the final week of Pro League before we head to the regional finals, and Storm Point is the stage. There is so much still to be decided, and my eyes still on Optic. That duplex clutch is in the front of my mind right now, and I'm sure it's in the front of Optic fans' minds as well.
And they certainly need it too. This is going to be a moment where Optic hinge on their performance sitting in 12th. Can they put together another one of those moments with Skittle Cakes and Knocked Alive, formerly of ESA, joined with the Optic organization, Optic Gaming? And I think it's been all uphill from there. Unfortunately, not getting the results they wanted at LAN. It's time for redemption. Optic Gaming know it, and the Green Wall will be supporting, as you've had a lot of experience with that in multiple titles on set. But as we land here, it seems like not too many early skirmishes. Our leaders in the lobby, TSM, 49 points. That is a great 3 games. And as a reference point, you know, Mark, I was talking to Onset the other day. We were playing some games, and excuse me, not Onset, Hotsick. And I know maybe we were. Any of this. And you know what? That's the benefit of you know, digital broadcast, man. I could be there without being there. So make sure you don't leave your Discord on. No, I was talking to Hotsick, and he was saying, you know, when we go into World's Edge, we like getting out with 30 points. That's like the bar for us. We get out with 30, we feel good. TSM getting out with 49. I mean, I think that sets the tone of how well they actually performed and how really they can, if they want, take it a little easier here.
Yeah, I think we've kind of established, right, over the years that we've had competitive Apex now, that if you get 10 points per game in a 6-game series, you're going to be there or thereabouts. You're going to be in contention with winning the whole thing. So certainly kind of, like you say, frames how well TSM played in those first 3 games. But now they've got a different thing to worry about. And one of those things they have to worry about is Furia. It's on the rotation. Furia might mirror them a few times. They both land pretty close in the northern vicinity of the map. You got Furia over Lightning Rod. You got the wall, of course, where TSM will be. But something I did notice as well is a little bit of a change in drop spot for FaZe as well. They've moved away from the down beast, and they're a little bit closer to the mill, just outside of that in Spider Cave. So FaZe with some different decisions already from their previous performances on Storm Point, and Furia doing what they do best, and that is getting themselves some loot, getting those guns warmed up, and taking down some prowlers and dealing with the wildlife.
It is a wild map. Every map in Apex having so many different things. We used to see a lot of Trident play. We don't see that as much, but the edge rotation was actually kind of pioneered by some of the members on Sentinel, Tex being one of them, and these crazy late rotations out of zone using the Tridents. Of course, the loot coming in from the fights you engage with the spiders or the prowlers. Every map having that different essence to it, and Storm Point no longer our newest map. Broken Moon in the mix now, but of course not in the mix competitively. We'll see if that changes. Pros still verdict out on that one for them. ORN, we just mentioned them. I love this story. I love these guys. Naughty, a very eloquent player, really great mind for the game on the Bangalore too. Kind of opting away, you know, Mark, from the Bloodhound Bangalore, going for the Seer, Bangalore, and the Horizon. So keeping the mobility in case you get into trouble, and then obviously going for that disrupt with focus of attention and the information for the ultimate when you're in team fights.
Yeah, just having a quick look at the circle as well. It's pretty central circle, and you can see already Optic Gaming making their way out of the mill. They've made a quick rotation. They had good priority to this zone. 100 Thieves also making a good rotation. They've got good priority to the zone, but teams inside a Barometer, I think, are going to be very influential in this game. Taking that high ground is where BR Demons do land. Then you can shoot a lot of these teams down on the low ground who are going to be forcing their way into zone. So BR Demons, if they can hold height, might be in a great spot. And it's always a good idea when you're looking at map overheads to see where the guard are, because the guard usually have a good indication of where the circle is going, and they are at the backside of Barometer as well. That's where you're seeing 100 Thieves going. They have beacon information too, by the looks of things, so expect Barometer to be a hot zone towards the end of this game.
Truly is a great point that you bring up of there, watching teams that are traditionally so good at finding zones and early rotating, hard rotating into zone like the guard, and just trying to match up. You know, where are they? Where are we? Let's make sure that we're there. Another team doesn't get enough credit for how well they are engaged and getting into zone quickly and finding a good spot. Tripods. I know we mentioned it, Nick Merckx' dedication and passion. This is one of their specialties, I feel like. Not heavy KP, but they get in such a good spot that they get those 5, 6, 7 points every game, and that's why they stay in the mix, ending up 5th in their day 8 performance. We'll see what's in store for them today. Obviously, hoping to just qualify for that regional final, get some points, and put themselves in a good position. As FaZe here, you know, Mark, Dan kind of challenged them, so did you. Need to see more from them.
I mean, we need to see something from them, to be honest with you. And it's, you know, no disrespect to the players, their history and what they've done, but they haven't really shown us. They had 1 week, I think, where we were like, oh, the FaZe is ready to go. But since then, it's just been, it's pretty difficult to watch some of the games that they've had. Some really shaky decision making by individual players in clutch moments, and it just hasn't quite looked like, you know, the team should perform on paper has actually come to fruition in game. So FaZe maybe with a point to prove, certainly to me. And I'm sure that with the experience they have, they will be looking to make that point, especially if they can get to the regional finals. But Optic Gaming, they're safe inside of this building. A lot of teams already made a quick early rotation. The only teams that aren't in where this next zone is probably going to be pulling, got slept on down at the southern side. That was the team that FaZe were trying to chase down, who hit that Valkyrie ult. You have ORN, who are just leaving down Beast right now, who are going to have a long old trek through the mill and down to get into the zone. ESA, they're right at the northern side of the map at the moment. They're inside of the armory, just making sure that they're fully looted and kitted for a little bit of edge. Kind of play towards the end of this game. And of course, Furia, who never really are too bothered about where the zone is going. As long as they're in the general vicinity, they'll force their way in.
As long as they can, like, see it, I mean, like, way far away, like, they could just make sure it exists and it's not just a figment of their imagination, they're cool. They're like, we'll get there eventually, and, you know, we'll take some bumps along the road. We got 4-wheel drive. We got the big tires. We don't really care what ends up showing up as long as we can see where we're going. Furia, maybe the most confident team, rotating edge, and that they will win the fight that they come upon. This area right here in day 8, Sentinels and Optic in game 6 had a very interesting dynamic. And it actually was in a tournament outside of the ALGS where Sentinels felt like they were, well, let me put it this way. Duplex felt like Sentinels were griefing a little bit. Kind of a bonehead push, I think he had described it on. But it's a tough spot because there's not a lot of places to hold. You can hold the backside of these rocks. You can go right in front, which is where Optic was, where you're still in line of sight, but there's a dip so that you can kind of, you know, just stay out of focus. The team would have to fully push you if they wanted to commit to it. And of course, that puts people in a decision. And that is sometimes the most difficult thing that you can have in a BR, where you have 3, 4, 5 choices and you've got to make the right one. And you don't know which one's the right one yet.
Hey, you make your money that way, though, right? That's where the ideals really do step up and earn the big bucks. If you can make those decisions right 70-80% of the time, you're going to be in a good spot. But speaking of good spots, the guard were in one.
Oh,
they're now not in a good spot, and that is just watching everybody else play the game. They will be eliminated first. And having such a good priority position, you have to wonder if a team maybe swept in on them, was able to take the bottom floor from one of the buildings they were in, and the third party came in. If that team tried to force upon them, a difficult spot for the guard for sure, but they are taken out early in this game, having made top 2 in the previous one. So no points for them in this game. Luminosity, though, they're going to have to find a way to get Yanya back into the game, because Neozor and Jaguares, they're having to take a long route at the moment through the zone, but they've got some meds to play with.
All those events in Mexico got your Spanish sounding pretty clean, Mark. I like that one.
Trust me, dude. I've had, what, 6 months to practice saying one word. You don't want to hear any more than that. I barely speak English.
We won't test that theory. I'll take your word for it. Luminosity Gaming, though still in the same desperate situation. Maybe not as desperate as Mark's need to learn a few more words in Spanish, but I think it'll do for now. Both teams have enough. And Space Station Gaming holding outside of these gravity cannons, which they actually really like to do. This is a place that I think they feel comfortable. And, you know, they obviously have these head peaks with the G7 Scout, which will be good. We've asked to see more for them in this game. They are still alive. That is more than some of the teams in front of them, like the Guard, can say right now. So far, so good for SSG. Frexen dropped into denial, rocking the Seer, Valkyrie, and the Bangalore. Similarly to the lineup we had just talked about, opting away from the Bloodhound. Doesn't necessarily feel like they want to give up what the Bloodhound is giving them. And they'll be fine with right here, just peppering, gatekeeping that team. And that is slept on, I believe, who is still outside. Now they're going to decide maybe we should take a different route, Mark.
Yeah, this is really tough rotation, though, for Slepton. They're going to try and go right down to the southern tip of Storm Point here and work their way back in. But like I mentioned a lot of the time, if you're moving from south to north on Storm Point, a lot of the time you're fighting against a team who has a height advantage. So going through zone, wrapping through zone might seem a good idea right now, but when they're trying to force their way into the backside of Barometer with about 10, 15 teams already there, it's going to be a really tough move for them to make. So Space Station, clear the space, make sure that their backs are clear. Luminosity are the only team who may be able to wrap behind them, but they're deep into fish farms still at the moment, trying to get that respawn in, so they're going to have plenty of time to play with. TSM having a little poke around Antennae, might be looking at Space Station in a few moments, but once again, the only team who are really kind of not bothered about where the zone is going is Furia. Furia over at Cascade Falls at the moment. Every single team pretty much is inside of Barometer or just outside of it. And Furia, I think, are collecting every single piece of loot along the way. It's like a sticker book for them. Trying to get all the shinies.
They know it's not an MMO, right? You don't have to go and collect all this loot and get ready to go fight before you enter the dungeon.
But look at them, right? They're going to fight Edge now. They got 2 reds. They got a fully kitted out car, and you know, they got Pandas, who's got the purple shield as well. And this is what Furia do so well, right? They play Edge, but they make sure they're prepared to play Edge. They are fully looted up, fully armored up. They would have done the armory where they would have leveled up the Evo shield any way they could have to make sure that they can fight successfully on Edge's zone. And this is something I think is not mentioned enough about a little bit of like the thought process behind Furia.
I think too, you know, you reminded me for whatever reason what came to mind. You know, martial arts often is the art of learning to be deadly so that you don't have to be. And I feel like that's kind of where I see the development of Furia going. They are so good at team fighting. If they wanted to, they could fight anyone at all times in any way and be reckless about it and get third-partied afterwards, probably get 10 KP, but never win a championship. But I feel like they have added an element to them, at least lately, and also where they could be going is we are picking and choosing our moments to unleash what we know is one of, if not the best team fighting team in the entire world. And we are looking maybe like we're roaming, like we're, just in disarray. But then when we start fighting, we are there. We're locked in, lined up, and there is no doubt about it. We are going to make sure that you do not get out of this alive. That to me is what Furia could be. That to me is what I've seen glimpses of. And on Stormpoint, they tend to show it more often than not. So as much as we're kind of alluding to them having this rotation away from everyone, I wouldn't be surprised to see it start to pick up pace here. Is this the moment? Is Pander's already into the Beast of the Hunt, but he loses and has to hit a shield battery behind this tree.
Should be able to do so, though. He's got 2 teammates who are still trying to push up on the damage that might have been done. They can't quite get the first knock, but look at these shots coming in from Zeratricky. Oxygen Esports will fall as well. 2 teams now out of the lobby. Guard the first to go, but this is looking like it will be a Furia clean wipe onto Oxygen Esports. This has just been such a consistent push, such an aggressive push, and excuse me, it's actually EA who will fall, but Furia take pretty much no damage in all of that, and that's why it's so difficult when you know that Furia are moving from the northern side. They will always be in a position to take an isolated 3v3 with red armors, with fully kitted out guns, and if you don't catch them off guard first, if you're not aware of a rotation that Furia might be taking, that's why it looks so simple sometimes. It's not just the armors, it's not just the attachments, it's also the fact that they're fighting from high to low the majority of the time. There's not much you can do.
I like their pacing too. They take the fight and then they find the replicator, they loot up, they get the shield batteries back, they are ready to go. And that's just the thing that, you're kind of mentioning, and also you're seeing in action 6 shield batteries for his Watson. A lot of teams who have sat in the zone right now, you look at Slept On, you look at Season, you look at 100 Thieves, they don't have the same amount of resources as Furia is going to have in this rotation. So yes, Furia is getting KP, but they're also going into that next fight with an advantage. And so this is one of those things why lobbies open up for certain teams. If Furia is the only one doing this, they have very little competition to be able to stop them. First attempt, hiding behind Jurassic Park walls. TSM saying, let me see the dinosaurs, and they're not impressed. Imperial House says, I might be more of something ancient to watch, something powerful on display than what I've seen here in TSM, looking to finish this fight off relatively soon. Rep's going to break down the wall, and you can see that there's just one player left. First attempt doing a really good job there. But look at this. Oh, no. No. Reps is from behind, taken down by Zenial. It's a charge rifle, so it might be a very far infringement on that fight. TSM may be safe, but that is not what they were hoping for on set.
Oh, you can see Vernos has gone down as well. So the dual long-range weapons coming in here from SSG means that Hao is on his own. I was about to say, I think the Reps was in a position that was safe and away from the line of sight of those charge rifles to get back on his feet. But Space Station are looking to move in now, trying to cancel the res. And it looks like Hao might have to give up on this Rep's res and look to fight himself. SSG should be able to hold out TSM out. And finally, some good news here for SSG. They third party absolutely perfectly.
We'll talk about a turn of events. I mean, that was a shock. I turned the page, and my main character was taken out like my boy Ned Stark. I feel like I'm watching a George R.R. Martin TV show right here. I mean, my goodness. Space Station Gaming, we're talking about TSM, praising them, saying they're not impressed, and all of a sudden a charge rifle comes and steals the show. This is the Space Station that knows how to win games. Mark, this is looking like what they want heading into top 15. Plus, they have all this room to play in front of them, having cleared out their backside.
Yeah, I mean, they're in a great position now. SSG, this is the opportunity you've been desperate for. You have the zone. You have everybody else having to move towards you from Barometer. And you have charge rifles. You have long-range weapons. You have great loot. This is the opportunity here for SSG to put on the game that might propel them into a position to consider themselves as someone who can qualify for that LAN event, but they've still got to do the work. It's great to be in the position, but you've got to take advantage of advantages, and that's what Optic have got to do as well.
Sitting in 10th place right now overall, 14th place in the lobby. Skittlecakes touts himself as the person who's put in the most time in all of Apex Legends competitive to know every moment, every move that he needs to make for him and his team. Well, right now, he's in 14th position, and first place is what they have their eye on. Let's take a listen in with Optic Gaming and see what moves they plan to make.
All right, fuck it. Let's just fucking oob.
We can cruise over here.
They're coming in the water. They're right here. They're right here.
Did they even have a Valk? Did we even ever scan them? They're a Bloodhound team. They probably don't even have Valk.
I just have to walk in then. I'm going to this thing.
I'm just waiting for it to blow up.
They're in the open
right here.
They're walking up. I still have bang ult and inner smoke.
I see the rat. I see the rat.
Bang ulting the left corner of the bridge. I'm shooting left.
We gotta just get up in this corner here.
I'm going. That's my bang ult on the left. I'm looking right real quick.
I got a bat. I got a bat. I got a bat. I got a bat. I'm a serial. I'm a serial. I'm a serial. Serial to a whole 3-man right here. I scanned him. One's knocked.
Okay.
Them 97.
I'm getting a nade on them. I have a nade on that. They're gonna swing out.
Watson's tried. Watson's tried his.
5 seconds.
They might ape us off that.
Yep, I smoked.
Watson's dead.
Nice. I have 1 second on my bat.
We need to kill these guys on the bridge. I'm popping 2 cells.
I'm really low. I'm exiting here.
They're rezzing deep. They're
I'm
rezzing.
aping. I'm aping.
Behind you.
Yeah, he's one left.
I got
one
him.
left.
Behind.
One left, dude.
Dead.
Dead. Smoke it off. They're right here. Underneath the bridge.
I don't have a smoke.
Just try and rat up top if you can.
They're right underneath me.
Vert nade.
Oh, I just got a smoke back.
Alright, I gotcha.
Oh, well, Optic Gaming, they get close, Mark, but it's not close enough. They'll be happy with that result, though, and it certainly is a good start on Storm Point.
It's better, but I think they would have expected to win that fight under the bridge a little bit more. The damage that Duplex did should have allowed them to move in, but the Watson fences slowed things down, as well as the other teams in the vicinity just doing damage. Space Station, though, we mentioned Optic. Good game for you. It needs to be a great game for Space Station. They have the circle. They have the zone. They've got full red armor, and they've got the armor and the weaponry, excuse me, to do close range damage. They're currently, you can see, sharing oxygen with 100 Thieves inside of this island. If they can get a crack here, then maybe they can make a push off the back of it. But 100 Thieves are also fully kitted out in red Evo armor, so this is not going to be an easy fight to take.
Oh, and you know what? The two teams who are on edge are going to have to move sooner than everyone else, and that's difficult. You just got to hope that maybe, just maybe, somebody makes a move, somebody tries to get aggressive. Maybe SSG and 100 Thieves fight each other, and it opens up the door for Kenny, Mr. Akulo, or Klein, or maybe ORN, a team that we had mentioned has so much to prove, finding a win here in game number 4. That would be just incredible, Mark, but there's a long way away from that happening.
Yeah, every part of me, the horrible part of me is saying take the cannon, but don't do that at this point in the game. Space Station, though, do manage to do a little bit of damage here. Rocker's going to swing out for a team who was on the bridge here to get that knock, which is going to allow Space Station just to hold this position. You can see they're so nervous of 100 Thieves, and here comes the push down from 100 Thieves. Drops has to get out of dodge and somehow manages to do so.
Everybody's hanging on the wall. It's exhibit time, so who's showing up to the museums? And Niall shooting at them like they're standing still, as he should, and as they are, but not really willing to go ahead and fire the weapon. Maybe doesn't want to give away his position. It's going to run into the wall just a little bit, but Niall and Space Station still super healthy. They've decided to take on 100 Thieves, and this may have opened up some space for ORN, who is still alive, as well as Season, who is going to be able to third-party this. This all in from Space Station Gaming. They take down Onmu, but look at this. Dropped in Freck, still alive. Oh, Space Station, Mark, clean it up, and now they've got Godspot.
100 Thieves still have Scurry alive, though. They did lose one player and all of that, but this, if they can get healthy and they can deal with the final player, might open things up for them. ORN moving in as well. Rocket gets one onto Mr. Hakulo, but look how low they are on health. They're just trying to survive at this point. Finish off the downs. The Bangalore now going to come in as well, Rainday.
Oh, no, this is terrible, especially because you've got to clear out the space, and SSG trying to push in to get the KP. Hopefully he doesn't turn it around. It's a moment maybe for Nadi to do something spectacular, and dropped. He's going to feel the pressure of it. Denial as well, and that's going to be one down. Don't tell me ORN turned this around. It could be Frank's and Space Station. We were talking about.
They needed this more than anything. Space Station, the fight against 100 Thieves was absolutely huge, and I got so worried for them in that moment as well, because they had that first player go down, but that first player did so much damage that the second player who swung onto the fight was able to pick up 1, 2, and just leave that last player out of commission. He didn't want to get involved with that fight, but Space Station, you know, you can't write it sometimes in Apex Legends. When a team needs a performance, more often than not, for whatever reason, they come up with it. And Space Station in that game not only get the win, they get the KP they needed as well to put extra points on the board. It was desperately needed, but Space Station could maybe just breathe a little sigh of relief after that game.
Oh, that was desperately needed. Space Station certainly were being called upon, and that's been the story of today. It is the moment that you have to show up, and Space Station, they don't do it the easy way. They wait until Storm Point, but this is a map that I think, Mark, we've seen they specialize in. I would say World's Edge, they're fine, they can hang. Storm Point, in my opinion, I feel like they are their most comfortable. Even if they haven't gotten wins all season on Storm Point, that might tell a different tale of just how the team's been executing these final moments and these rotations. But you see, when they get it right, they are hard to beat. They just have all these cylinders firing when Frexed and dropped and Denial. One of the earlier players, I always shout him out for this, who pioneered when Horizon was coming back into the meta, played Horizon, got wins on Horizon, when Storm Point was active, when people were still playing Ashe on Storm Point. This team is familiar with this composition, and they proved it here today.
Yeah, there's always moments in endgame that decide how the match will finish as well. And it's usually one team saying, we need to make a play here. We need to take this team out to give ourselves an opportunity to win the game. 100 Thieves and SSG both knew they had to win the fight on either side to have an opportunity to win that game. And if they did, they probably would take home first place. But it was SSG who won it. And with all due respect to SSG, there's been a few times this season where they've been involved in that fight and they haven't won it. But now with that confidence, maybe from the third party onto TSM, maybe from a few fights they took a bit earlier in the game, they never looked like they were gonna lose it. And that was the best moment for me. They close it out in those final moments as well, but Optic as well. You know, they got into, I think it was top 4, top 5, and picked up a lot of KP along the way as well. So we mentioned the battle between Space Station and Optic and how both of those teams need to do something today. Well, they both did something in that game, and they've still got a couple of games to play with to see if they can do something else.
I mean, great performances from them, but that fight, it took entirely too long from Optic. ORN ended up getting a top 4, maybe even a top 2. So it was a great performance from them. Exactly what you want if you were trying to get out of relegation and into the regional final. But this was that deciding factor. This is what I love, because they said, put the ball in my hands. I want to go finish this thing and make sure that the game either is won or lost based on our performance. And that's what Space Station did. They ended up hitting these shots here as well, even having to go against Naughty and the Bangalore Rolling Thunder, or Creeping Barrage, however you like to call it. It's different outside and inside of the game, but Space Station, they have the same. That is a #1, a first place after game number 4 on Storm Point. A big shout out to, you know, Space Station. I was looking at the kill feed, Mark. Not only do they have a massive 25-point game there, they also took out Furia. They were also the team. So taking out Furia, taking out TSM, taking out 100 Thieves in Godspot. I mean, this was the best game of the day I think we've seen from a single team.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, and consider the situation on top of that. Space Station, absolutely superb, without a doubt. And 13 KP is something that has avoided Space Station sometimes when they get those wins or they get those top 5 placements. That's the game you need. You need to command space. You need to take fights when you can. And when you have advantage, you need to swing on it and make sure that you deal with those teams that are around you in the fights as quickly as physically possible. At the other end of the table, the Guard, we saw them get taken out extremely early. TSM, a little bit more quiet than we saw on World's Edge. Tripods, very, very quiet as well. And I think for those teams down at the bottom at the moment, maybe Tripods, who are kind of, I think their first task for today was to try and force their way into the regional finals. A couple more games to play for them. All to play for so many teams in from different reasons, like we've pointed out. But I think TSM's still on top. But with how tight it was for everyone else, Space Station, I think will jump up probably into 3rd place after that performance.
Look at this, almost 3rd place. Furia just edging them out here in the overall standings after 4. TSM still on top. Esports Arena, having won the first 2 games, are sitting pretty in 2nd place. But Luminosity and Space Station now are tied. And given the fact that Luminosity has played kind of overall a little bit better than Space Station, but hasn't had a win and hasn't had that pop-off game yet, this is definitely going to be a good sign for Space Station's chances. Will they keep it up? That is the question. What is in store in our final 2 games of the day in North America? We will decide who is going to our regional final, who's staying home after this. Apex Legends Global Series Monster Energy, your official energy drink for the ALGS.
Well, welcome back, everybody, and with 2 games to go, I tell you what, Space Station turned up when they needed to most. A big win for them in our first game on Storm Point. And Dan, you got to watch it from the sidelines, and I've got to be honest, my heart was beating for them in those final moments, especially in that fight against 100 Thieves.
Especially because we haven't seen SSG win yet on Storm Point this split. So important for them to get that victory under their belt so that they know they have the potential to win games on both maps. I've been saying it all day how important it is to be having success on both of them and not just being a one-map wonder. It's going to do wonders not just for their confidence going into, potential regional finals and even potentially a LAN, but also you got to look at what it does for the rest of today, right? They know now how to win on Storm Point. They know how to get these victories and how to solidify them. But boy, did they have to work hard for it as well. I said that this lobby was going to be far stronger on Storm Point, and I think it was proved just there.
Well, let's see what game number 5 has in store for us. The penultimate game of today's action. And the penultimate game before we head, of course, to the regional finals, where we will find out who our representatives from North America will be as we head back to the LAN environment. You'll see your dropship right now. You'll see the path for going from east to west. And some of those teams at the top of the map will be very happy to see that as well. But, I mean, let's just take a second to point out how important that was for Space Station. I think before that game, they were down in like 13th position. To jump up to 4th place, just a point behind Furia in one game, with the confidence they have taking out the teams they did on the way to doing it, Dan, Space Station are now dangerous.
A very dangerous team indeed. And as I said, it just will give them that knowledge that, it is possible. Once you get over that first victory, I think it's really important for any team so that they can look at themselves and say, okay, we are good enough to win. Doesn't matter what map it is. Now, let's take a look at this circle. Then we're going to be heading slightly north up towards the wall. This is going to be great news for TSM. Sentinels have also got beacon information and slap bang in the middle of the circle as well. So a really good circle for the likes of Sentinels. 100 Thieves also going to have that info from the beacon. Furia don't have that info from what I can tell. So they're going to have to try and maybe rotate up to the wall for that beacon, which could mean a fight with TSM. But maybe they want to avoid them. We'll have to see.
Yeah, the rotation path I've seen Furia take, you can see already doing the armory as well to make sure that they're ready for any fight that goes down. Is that northern one just to the edge from the high ground down to the low ground where the zip line is to the backside of where wall is? But TSM, like you mentioned, going to be very happy with that zone pull. I want to see how they play it though, because one thing I've noticed with TSM a little bit recently is even though they are the first team there, of course, they're going to have priority to this zone, and we imagine it is going to pull all the way over towards the zone. The first team who tries to approach that point, they're not afraid to fight if they feel like they've got the armor to do it, the ammo to do it, the weaponry to do it. They want to command as much space as possible and basically make you work hard just to get into the wall, let alone find a spot to play.
Yeah, they really do know how to play it as well. That's why they're going to be happy with that pull, but we know it's not always as simple as that. There are people that can spoil it with their rotation. We've mentioned Furia could have implications here to really change what could happen for TSM's outcome, and also the likes of E8, who are very close indeed. They could certainly spoil the party a little bit, but we'll have to see when we get that beacon information just how far north we're going to be pulling, because it could be more of a cascade full circle as well with what we're seeing right now. But either way, I think it's a good pull for those teams who are on the northern side of the map. Not so good for those who are on the southern side of the map, of course. Teams like BR Demons, FaZe, Luminosity, they're all going to have to traverse this map quite a distance, so may need to find their points via KP rather than placement.
Well, you can see that Optic are trying to make a quick rotation themselves at the moment and try and get into the position they want to hold for the majority of this game, just by looking through the inventory, picking up things along the way, trying to loot on where they want to play. And by doing so, they've overtaken a few teams who might be trying to get priority position for now. TSM right at the northern tip of the wall. 100 Thieves now made their way in. Sentinels inside of the wall. Slept on there as well. Season are rotating as well right to the northern side. Furia taking their time though. They're down at Thunderwatch. They're going to maybe think about a slightly different rap as we hop on board with Oxygen Esports, who are currently taking a little bit of fire.
And Storm Point, very different to World's Edge with how you commit to the circle as well. With it being such a map dominated by high ground from the northern side, you'd rather bank on it being a northern pull and then go downhill to try and get to the next circle than, of course, banking on it being a southern pull and then having to fight uphill. That's why we're seeing so many teams transition to the wall right now to get as high as they can before that zone potentially would pull away from it. But at the moment, those with beacon information are moving towards the wall, so it gives us a good idea of where we're going to end up.
Yeah, I mentioned the TSM might try and take a fight on the first team who arrived, but the problem is everyone kind of arrived at the same time, so they don't really have the opportunity to pick exactly what they wanted to do. Oxygen Esports hitting the Valcolt and deciding to play under the bridge for now. They do have the Watson Gen, but here comes an EMP, so goodbye Interception Pylon. You're gonna have to wait for that one to come up again. Maybe not Excel was in the back pocket to get it back, but for now they're a little bit vulnerable to grenades here, Oxygen.
Yeah, Oxygen, a team who really would have been fighting to try and push themselves into a chance of regionals and just a chance of surviving relegation, to be honest. FaZe would have been very keen to keep an eye on what Oxygen are going to be doing, and so far Oxygen haven't really done much today, so that's great news for FaZe, and it means that FaZe's closest competition will be Sentinels. Now, it was a disappointing ending to Game 1 on Storm's Point for the Guard. They're a team who have had so much success on this map as well, at getting to top 5s, getting into top 10s, but maybe not as much success as World's Edge when it comes to victories. So are we going to see the Guard develop a little bit on Storm Point? Can they show us that they have that same kind of cutthroat ability on this map instead of World's Edge?
Well, Arcane doing some scouting right now, the IGL for the Guard, trying to see what is playable for them inside of the wall, if they can force their way in. It was interesting to see as well. You're always looking, you know, the Guard famously love to early rotate, love to get into a priority position where they think the game is going to end. You're always looking across the inventory to see if that is the case, and the fact that I think it was Rambo was running around with a G7 scout with no sight on it gives you a pretty good idea of how they prioritize just getting to where they wanted to get. Don't worry about the guns, we'll sort that out later.
And I think that is why we haven't seen victories on Storm Point for Guard, because they play that way. It works on World's Edge, but you can be punished for it at times on Storm Point because there isn't necessarily as many areas to play in some of these final circles. They are so difficult to try and navigate at times, and you can be very much punished if you don't have the equipment, if you've not got the weapons, if you've not got the loot in the early game. So perhaps that is one of the major factors as to why Guard haven't been able to find a victory, but they've still found plenty of seconds, thirds, picked up plenty of top 5, so they are high point scorers, just not necessarily finding those dubs.
Well, Luminosity chilling in zone at the moment, getting a little bit of a tan. They're right down a shipfall at the moment. They will have beacon information, or should be able to hit the beacon if they wanted to, but nobody, I mean nobody, is in the vicinity of where they are at the moment. Space Station making their way from Launchpad now down to the southern side of the zone. They're going to be comfortable, and I'll tell you what, look at Season. They found a sneaky little spot to play.
Yeah, just overlooking and keeping an eye on what could be pushing from down below. Teams on the edge, just seeing if there's any other teams that they can maybe take advantage of rotating late. But it looks like for now, Season will be okay. As I say that, suddenly there's a Seer in the vicinity, and it doesn't look like it's going to be a team rotating behind Season, but they're going to have to push in and maybe fight their way through into this next circle.
Yeah, it should be safe for now, and to be honest, safe for some time in this position. Nobody's really going to be wrapping behind them through zone at this point, you would imagine. Optic may be the only team who could think about doing that, but it would surprise me if they did. Such a risky move to make, as we do see a couple of death boxes knocking around. Is that a death box of a fallen flyer? I think it might have been. So still 60 players in the lobby, 20 squads still remaining. And I think at the pace that this game is playing, Dan, you're starting to see that everyone is feeling the pressure a little bit here, knowing there's only 2 games remaining.
Yeah, the teams who are outside of this circle, I mean, you've got 4 that are currently on the edge at the moment, but the other squads are still in zone. That's how much they are taking their time here, because they know full well, in a pool like this, in a zone and an ending like this, you're not going to find a position this late. So you've got to play it slow. You get as heavily looted as you can. You get as much equipment and weapons to work with as possible, so that when you do get into those engagements, you've got the ability to reset. You've also got the ability to win those fights with the right weapons. Very difficult zones, though, to navigate when you are in circles like this and you've had to rotate quite a long way. So I am curious to see how the likes of ORN do. FaZe are going to be rotating in late. They're going to be probably fighting against Esports Arena quite soon. And then outside of that, Tripods have got a pretty awful rotation from Thunderwatch through to this next zone. They're going to be gate-kept by teams in choke points. So we're going to see probably quite a disgusting end to some people's games, because it's just going to be a case of them trying to run with the zone to their back and getting peppered by several different teams watching those angles.
Yeah. Just a little thing to highlight there. Space Station hit the beacon on their rotation as well, so they're going to have information of where the zone is going to be pulling. Fury now trying to force their way to the zone, doing what they do best. However, they're getting peppered from a few different angles themselves. 69 damage is going to almost break the shields, but look at Zeratricky and Pandas. Here's Watson had to back up and hit the battery as Pandas hits the floor. E8 holding the ground at the moment. That's the team who Furia are going up against. And Prezi, Golden, and Mercy. You hold off a push from Furia, you've got to be pretty happy, but you've also got to be aware of third parties. And this is meaning that Furia might be able to reset and get out of dodge.
Yeah, Furia desperately need a reset as well, and maybe it will just be a gift from the heavens if they're able to do so. Panda's not back up on his feet just yet, but because you have the Bangalore, because you have the smoke, maybe there's an opportunity, but no, Panda's was in no man's land, and Furia maybe going to have to finish things off as a 2 here. Could potentially get the banner, but then what do? You've got a mobile res maybe to work with. It's not going to be comfortable, so it looks like Furia instead going to try to just get out of this area, but could potentially run into teams like I was talking about. Tripods are going to be through this avenue, so you've got to be careful here if you're Furia.
Yeah, Fury, I mean, in 3v3s, you usually fancy them in a team fight, but going up against Tripods in a 2v3, much more difficult. And Tripods are making a northern rotation by the looks of things through zone. So we'll have to keep an eye out and see what Tripods' next move is. As we do wait and see, as I'm looking at the map overhead, and I tell you what, Fury might be in for a little bit of a jump scare in a moment.
Yeah, Tripods are heading this way. They won't necessarily know there's a 2 waiting for them, so they won't get too aggressive. They'll probably
change their rotation.
Just kind of suss it out, but yeah, it looks like they've double backed, and that is probably because they know full well that they're going through an avenue that's going to be tough. It's a choke point that's going to be held by potentially several teams, and they have no idea, of course, that Furia is just there as a 2. They could still match Furia if they keep going this way, depending on their actual rotation, but still, Tripods playing this one as slow as possible. Maybe he could even go for a Skyward Dive a little bit later to try and find a god spot, or even just somewhere to play.
Well, Fury, I think this is Space Station they're fighting at the moment. What a moment this could be again for Space Station, just to add to the list of teams they've taken out in recent time. And it is going to be Space Station who now are going to move up. They obviously don't have the information that this is a duo. All they know is that there's a player hitting some decent shots of them from that high ground, but Dropped wants a little piece of this. You can see he's moving up. He wants to be aggressive. Maybe on that heartbeat scanner, they did see there was only 2 players, and they want to see if they can take Furia down.
Well, Tripods are going to be arriving just right next to Space Station. They'll hear all this firing as well, and will try and take advantage of it, and are going to get aggressive. They have to push in now. They know full well they can't afford to double back once more. So much damage done by Tripods, but this could open things up for the duo of Furia.
Oh, it could indeed, and for Space Station, this is just an unfortunate, horrible position to be in. Here come Tripods, and they are swinging left and right at the moment. They get that first knock onto Frex. That's going to be Space Station now in shambles. 20 squads still remaining, but here comes the duo. Here comes Furia. Nick Merckx trying to hold the line, but the pressure now coming in from the duo up top.
Tough to fight as a 2, but they've got the perfect angle to do so. They've got the high ground, they've got the shield advantage, and they've got the jump on Tripods. It also means the last remaining players on Space Station could potentially come back and get involved with this as well. But Tripods holding excellently, forcing Furia back. If Tripods had had 1 player drop there, it could have been the end of their game. But Tripods demonstrate they are a very impressive 3v3 fighting team, or in that instance, a 3v2 fighting team, and make sure they stay alive.
Space Station is still a 2. Esports Arena involved in a scuffle themselves now. They get the first knock onto Luda as well. Abralelli will go down in the kill feed as well. So FaZe on the back foot as we see a finish coming in now. FaZe eliminated here by Esports Arena, but here comes the third party. Esports Arena trying to survive, but Capra can't get out as the pressure now comes in, and it's BR Demons looking to take them down to the grave themselves. 3 players still alive for them. Vayne will be taking the person to pick up the kill, and it looks like they're happy with it. They've got the zone closing as well, so they decided they want to try and get their rotation on board instead of chasing down those last 2 players.
Yeah, this is all the teams that haven't been able to find an early spot, trying to pick up KP because they know that placement isn't going to be easy for them. But a lot of these teams have got into fights, then backed off and tried to play a different route. And that's just because all these teams are trying to take maybe a secret route, a sneaky route to get into the circle. But they've all got the same idea, and they're all meeting each other in the same kind of areas, but they're not having enough kind of resources to commit to the fight without potentially getting third-partied. And that's why it's so tough for all of these teams right now, and why we're seeing so many 2s survive.
Tripods versus Furia, part 2. Furia decide. We're going to have to wait for that episode to come out. A little bit of delay in production for it, but Esports Arena have been eliminated. The final player was taken out as the guard moved down from that position we saw from them a little bit earlier. The guard are also going to have to hold off BR Demons and HEC, who are moving in for the high ground. But Furia, you can see, are going to have to creep into zone here. 18 squads still remaining. Tripods still looking for Furia. They know they're net there, and they know they're going to have to leave at some point, but what they don't know is that Furia have completely backed up and might have changed their rotation path completely.
Yeah, Furia were just reluctant to commit to that. Of course, a very important week for Furia as Luminosity also down to a 2, kind of stuck with their backs against the wall right now. They've got a little bit of room to play with, but of course, they're going to have to move in first attempt, holding them out ever so slightly here.
holding them out ever so slightly. I would say them holding them out about as strongly as you physically can, with the zone closing behind them. Oxyaries and Coke doing what they can to finish off these kills. One player flying out. Oxyaries, no, the zone! Do not die to the zone. He goes down to the zone. And now first attempt, having held out LG for so long, might have just thrown their own game by doing so.
It's one of those where when you're on the receiving end of it, you're kind of effing and blinding, saying, why on earth are this team doing this to us? Why are they holding us out? They're just going to die, as well as HEC now can potentially pick up the pieces.
ORN eliminated as well. HEC have managed to find a safe spot to play while all this carnage is unfolding around them, and should be able to finish off these knockdowns as well, and these knocks to get those KP on the board. Enemy going to be doing some damage, and that is the end of first attempt. So holding out LG for that time, not a decision maybe they'll look back on fondly. They should have just prioritized getting into a safer spot, hold them out from a little bit of a different position, but maybe HEC being in the vicinity made them make that decision, knowing that there wasn't anywhere to play. They may have thought KP is the priority. If we can pick them up quickly, maybe we can move in. It's Furia will finally, the duo, go out.
A shame for Furia, considering the success they've had on Storm Point in previous weeks, but we speak of success. HEC, actually one of the most winningest teams we have in this lobby on this map, alongside TSM, have found 3 victories across the way throughout this split. So we always have to keep the tabs on them. They are a team that pose a real threat to this lobby. Maybe not the best position they find themselves in this particular game, but if anyone can do it, and the way they've been playing, the way they've been fighting this season long, maybe, just maybe, they can do the unthinkable here.
Well, EA find one of their players on their back, and it's down to HEC. The combined combination of 30-30, charge rifle, arc stars, all the goodies being thrown their way to try and collect, and unfortunately it does mean they find themselves down to 2, and we find ourselves in this lobby down to 14 squads now. Hill up on this high ground is going to have to do a little bit of scouting now, the IGL, to find what the next move is. They see where the guard is. They're still going to be outside of the zone, so it's attention towards the team who are rotating in, but they put themselves in a safer position here. You can see they have a rotation ahead of them, but it doesn't look like a comfortable one.
And this zone 4 shift did hurt TSM, a team who obviously dropped at the wall, played a building, and now they're going to have to get out of that building and try and move into this next zone, which isn't going to be fun. There are going to be teams watching them, but they maybe will be banking on other teams taking the LOS away from them ever so slightly, as now everyone will be making their way into this circle, and I'm sure we're going to see a lot of deaths on this kill feed.
Tripods, they get those heals cancelled by the CQ. BR Demons eliminated, and as we see Tripods try and force their way in, let's jump into a listening with these 3 and see if they can stay safe in zone.
Play safe. Yeah. Back up on me, you're full safe. I'm batting. I'm gonna die here, boys.
You're safe on me.
Well, that didn't last too long. You could hear the intensity in the listening because they knew they were under pressure. Tripods are eliminated, but Space Station in the battle between Furia, Tripods, and Space Station. Space Station, the ones who are still alive here, as are TSM.
Yeah, TSM were able to successfully get out of that building, and actually, the position they find themselves in now is a really hot one. They've got so much vision on other teams, a little bit of things to hide behind, they've got objects to work with, and the circle is pulling in their direction as well. So things looking up for TSM. It's not a guaranteed victory. This circle is actually so tough to try and get yourself in a god spot, as it were, because there is a lack of true high ground and also a lack of places to play with true cover. And because we've got so many teams, there are so many different angles you have to hide from here, so this is not going to be an easy one for any squad. Oxygen are bang center of this current circle, though, so if they can avoid the LOS of a lot of these teams, they might be able to pick them off as they approach and potentially push themselves into at least a top 5.
Yeah, one of the worries here for TSM is a lack of ammo. Surprise, surprise, Hal's got no light ammo. We've been here before a million times, and that means they're going to have to be very, very conservative on the fights that they take, unless they can find some loot along the way. A couple of death boxes would be massive for them. But SSG as a duo, if TSM can work that out on the heartbeat sensor, then maybe there'll be an opportunity for them to push, take them down and get that loot themselves, and also clear that side of the map. But now the guard are lining up and trying to time a Valk ult to perfection. The zone's going to be closing behind them. They know there's nobody that's going to shoot them, so it's a case of just 3, 2, 1, lift off for the guard. Can they find a spot to play?
cross your fingers, cross your toes, because there is such little room to play and you are going to be shot by so many teams. As I said, there's no true high ground in this circle. There's a little bunker maybe you can get away with. They're going to go on top of the building here, which of course isn't quite in the next circle, but teams did leave it. They are going to have teams below them, and this is not going to be easy for them, but it looks like they've just about survived their landing, but it's about where they go from here.
HEC get eliminated. We're down to 7 squads now. Imperial Howl and the rest of TSM moving in onto Space Station. And look at the goodies that are in front of them as well. The zone is closing. They've now completely taken this side of the zone and made it safe for themselves. Verhoes still trying to stay alive as one player is just below him. That will be Space Station eliminated, but can they get the loot? That's the question now. Can TSM get themselves in a position? You can see Howl has no light ammo whatsoever. If he can jump down, be safe, and find some, that will be massive, and it looks like he's going to be able to.
Man, the guard really timed that skyward dive to perfection. We saw 2 teams leave the building they landed on just moments prior to them landing. We've said everything about Apex Legends can come down to just moments, inches, just a few seconds difference, and Guard could have been taken down by those teams or maybe even noticed. But now Guard get into this next circle, and we have quite an impressive amount of teams considering how small this circle has now got. But there is very quickly going to be a lot of damage output onto certain squads that try and force their way in. You've got this tunnel right in the middle that Oxygen have been holding for quite some time. They're going to be dead center, but they've got optics so close to them that there's certainly a possible fight that could occur there.
You would imagine as this zone starts to close that TSM are going to have to move first, but they do have the cover to play under the bridge. So they can avoid all of the fights for just long enough for everyone else to have to move on this near side that you can see. That's going to mean that TSM could be in a position to potentially win their second game of the day as the Guard now try and make their move. Then drop it in. Rambo will go down. Can they clean up? Can they collapse on the damage that is done? It's all up to Keown. He's got to reload. They will get the kills by the looks of things, or Sentinels will certainly be taken out. Maybe a little bit of help came in, but now you're going to see that circle start to have an impact there.
Remember, TSM have a 60% win rate from top 5s on Storm Point, so statistics are leaning their way, but they've still got a lot to do. 4 teams in front of them. EMP starting to go off, and all the teams now on this western side, they're going to have to clash, as 2 are clashing. Oxygen versus Guard. Guard get wiped out. Oxygen just stay alive. They've held the middle of the map for so long. This is huge for Oxygen's chances of getting into regionals.
Need to get that reset in as quickly as possible, though, but while all this is going down, TSM are now at the high ground. The team they have to worry about is 100 Thieves, who are on a level with them. They have that Newcastle wall down, which is going to give them a little bit of a cover. If TSM can deal with 100 Thieves here or force them off that high ground into Optic, then TSM surely have to win this. But Oxygen, look at Kupski. Looks like they're trying to make a play underneath TSM now.
Yeah, Oxygen going to be underneath. They're going to be able to maybe clean up the pieces, but 100 Thieves and Optic will clash. It's a clash of the Titans, but just like that, Optic eliminated, and now it's Oxygen, it's TSM in the best positions. Who's going to be able to take it, though? It's going to be high ground versus low ground as 100 Thieves get eliminated.
TSM could drop as well. They could be safe to drop because they have that LOS covered. Verhoes will be the first down. Goes back up on high ground, having just got that little bit of information. The low ground usually are the better place to play in this situation because the team above has to drop. But do they have utility to play with here, TSM? Do they have some ultimates available to maybe equal this fight up a little bit? Can they hold the high ground for long enough for Oxygen to be forced out? There's the black hole, and here's the swing from TSM. All 3 come in. TSM shredding through Oxygen, and it will surely here be a TSM win. It is indeed the second win of the day from TSM. They played that endgame. Oh, it was a beautiful thing to watch.
TSM's win rate is even more impressive now from top 5s, and they carry on with their fine fortunes here on Storm Point. They just seem to be able to nail it when they get to those final circles on set, and I'm very impressed with how they navigated it. They just had to be patient enough. They had to watch the other teams just kind of delete each other one by one, but that was always going to be a difficult drop, right? If you play that wrong, if you play that in a way where you kind of throw people in the wrong direction and you don't hit your shots, very easily could have been a second place, but they melted that final squad there.
There's a couple of plays that TSM made in that end game that put them in position to win it, right? One was the 100 Thieves play. They had to force 100 Thieves from that high ground, from the level, and they managed to do enough damage where they had to drop onto Optic Gaming. That was that dealt with. Then they have the high ground completely. The second one is they saved the black hole. They saved the ultimate for that final moment. By throwing it down, it takes attention away. For just a few moments, all 3 of you drop behind it and swing. You're going to do damage before you go shot yourself. TSM, again, just showing expert understanding and analysis of every situation in that end game. But you've also got to realize that probably the biggest play out of all of it was recognizing Space Station or a duo to actually have the ammo to fight in that endgame. Because if you can't fight, if you ain't got bullets.
Yeah, you saw Verhulst make the drop initially. That was literally just to get probably ammo. Maybe for him, maybe for the squad, and it could have been a game saver because if he didn't have any ammo, they wouldn't probably have won that fight if you don't have a gun to work with. I saw a few melees being thrown in the final circle. We might have seen some more had he not got that box. But we do have to touch upon Oxygen getting second place. What did I say right at the start of this game? Oxygen have been disappointing so far. They need a big result in these games if they are to try and put themselves in contention for regionals and try and push out some of those teams like FaZe who are in 20th position. That is going to be bad news for FaZe that Oxygen have just had a big game like that.
I love the fact that we've got one more game to go as well. It's been a wild day of Apex Legends. It seems to just throughout the season build and build and build to these crescendo moments where everybody is playing like you would expect them to play, with so much on the line for different reasons for these teams. You've got the format to thank for that, of course. So the Guard as well had a pretty good game towards the end as well, picking up some decent KP as well as some good placement. But 100 Thieves, I think they were the only team who could really have stopped TSM. If they would have hit some big shots onto them on the bridge, that could have been the end of TSM, but it was such a risky play to have to make.
It was a risky play. There was a lot of risks that were taken. I mean, Guard's skyward dive in general was a massive risk. As I said, it would have been crossing your fingers, crossing your toes. Eventually, we saw the demise of Guard after some successful team fights, but they just got caught out without being able to truly reset. And that's always going to happen in a circle like that, with so many teams getting into this circle as well. And it's rare we see final circles like this on Stormpoint where so many teams are still alive and you have to navigate your way through team after team after team, and you need the ammo to do it. But TSM, they move their impressive 60% win rate in top fives to a 66% win rate in top fives across Stormpoint this split, and they really are a team to watch when it comes to this map.
They certainly have. And let's just remind ourselves, everybody, at the start of the season, there was questions about TSM, right? Are they past their prime? Is there still life in TSM? Well, I think this season has certainly put those ridiculous rumors to bed for sure. 22 points and 10 KP to go alongside that win means that TSM will stay on top of the leaderboards. But Oxygen, 12 points. They'll be second point leaders in the lobby. 100 Thieves, decent placement, decent KP means they'll be on 11. I'm looking down the order there. Space Station, I think that's 7th place. It might not seem a lot in, you know, just that standalone game, but the fact they did it as a duo, Dan, I think is even more impressive.
Yeah, there was a lot of duos that had to try and fight their way into that final circle because of what was happening around the edge and all the teams that were forced into fights but didn't quite want to commit to the full fight because they still felt like they had a chance to get into the circle. But for Oxygen Esports, I mean, they came into today 6 points behind FaZe, 6 points behind 20th position. So they would need to finish probably in maybe 12th to 13th, whilst FaZe finished down in the bottom 18th, 19th for them to have a spot in the top 20. But it's looking like that could potentially happen with how things have been going so far.
FaZe have got to start to worry, though. Their place in Pro League and maybe in the regional finals has got to be under scrutiny at this point. Esports Arena, a little bit quiet. Still 3 KP for them to play with. Luminosity as well, a little bit quiet. And the same could be said about Furia. All these teams down in the bottom half of the table just became KP and placement points for the rest of the lobby. It would seem like it. Nobody really in that bottom 10 having a performance where you're like, well, at least they got some KP along the way. It's just a little bit of a quiet game for 11 to 20.
Well, there is the series results, and this is how it's looking after 5 games. TSM find themselves top by 24 points, so it's looking like a potential victory here in a 25-point week for TSM. That will do them wonders. Not only would it guarantee them place in the regionals, of course, but would guarantee them a place at LAN, maybe even as leaders going into LAN. But the big one for me, FaZe in 19th, Oxygen in 17th. If Oxygen can find their way up to the kind of top 13 and FaZe stay down there, it'll be Oxygen going to regionals, and it'll be FaZe not in regionals. So we need to see a big game from FaZe here just to stay alive.
Well, the question is, can FaZe clutch up when it matters most in our final game of the day? And that is what is going to be coming up after this very, very short break. We got one more game to go, everybody. Don't go far. We'll be right back.
WD Black is the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
And welcome back, everybody, to week 9 of the ALGS Pro League. North America only has one more chance and one more game on Storm Point to shake up those leaderboards and see who is going to be going into that regional final. And not only that, who is going to be in those places to maybe think about booking their spot at that LAN event that's coming up very soon. Dan Gaskin alongside myself on set is going to be driving you through this last game. And Dan, I mean, I say pick a story. There's so many to talk about right now. Who have you got your eyes on going into this game, and who do you want to see putting a little bit of performance, maybe just to shake things up, cause a bit of carnage at the end of the day?
It has to be the FaZe Oxygen one for me. It's the guys that are fighting for that regional finals, arguably the last spot. I know there are a couple of other teams that are in contention, but that was literally 20th and 21st place coming into play today. And FaZe were probably thinking they were sitting quite pretty because Sentinels start to drop off. Oxygen only had 2 points before map number 5, but suddenly with a big game, with a second place finish, Oxygen truly are pushing FaZe right to the wire here and making them sweat. So we'll have to see what happens, but still plenty to play for a lot of these teams in the top end of the leaderboard as well. This is going to be a huge game.
A huge game and the final game of the day. One more game. I think it's my favorite chant that I've heard so far. Every time we're on match point and we're in, we haven't done many lands, unfortunately, due to that darn pandemic that went down. But, back in Raleigh at the ALGS Championship, the chant of one more game is certainly one that kind of resonates with me when I hear it in my head and when I hear that phrase. And that's where we find ourselves right now. The question is, can TSM close things out here with a first place finish? But like you say, Dan, Space Station still in the hunt, still looking to jump up into those placements where, going into the regional finals, they'll be in a much more comfortable position, looking to qualify for LAN. And I think that a lot of eyes are going to be an Optic Gaming here. They've been, again, up and down today. A couple of decent games, but no real big major game. Have they done enough? And will we get to the end of the day when them thinking, maybe we haven't done enough?
Well, that's the thing, is that even though, you can get yourself into regional finals and it all seems well and dandy, for those teams who are like fighting for 20th position, your aim is just to get to regional finals, but you know full well your chances of LAN are just banking on you winning those regional finals. You're not going to get a points total to push yourself into that top 9. So for teams who are kind of around 13th, 12th, trying to get closer towards that top 10, top 9, they know full well that they need to give themselves a real shot during the regional finals of getting a points total that will elevate them to that position and not have to rely on match point, not have to rely on winning it. Because when you've got 20 of the best teams in the region all trying to get a position at LAN via match point, it's not going to be easy for you. So you've got to try and give yourself your best chance just based off points.
Well, we're going to see a little bit of Optic Gaming here, looting up around the mill and see if they can maybe put something together here in this game, which is going to give them something to just kind of hold some hope to be honest. A little bit of crafting going to be done as well, just to level up the armors and make sure they've got everything they need. The 3 times, of course, is in that crafter, which is certainly going to help with some of those longer range weapons. But Oxygen Esports, this is the team that you've got your eye on, Dan. They've been quiet all season long, but have they started to make some noise at just the right time?
If they were to drop out early, if they were to finish kind of 19th, 20th here, then maybe the dream is over. But if they can have another game like they've just had, they really will be begging the question of FaZe, saying, well, how do you answer back? How do you stop us from taking that regional spot off of you? And sure, there's a chance that both of them could maybe get a regional spot if we were to see big games from both of them. But considering FaZe's consistency so far today, it is looking unlikely. A lot to do for this roster on your team right now to get themselves into regionals, to even give them a chance to get to LAN.
Well, Abralelli has been given the opportunity to drive the Trident. Look a little bit shaky, I have to say, with some of the angles that are being taken. Well, the IGL is hunting for a place to play. They do have beacon information as well, and it looks like they're going to be playing this nut, and this is what they're going to call home. So if FaZe can hold this down, and it's a big if, with the way that they have been fighting so far today, then maybe FaZe have an option to do something in this game, to just produce something to get them in that regional final, keep that faint hope of making LAN alive. But it's been a tough day to watch for FaZe, I have to say. Every time we seem to have seen them in a team fight, it's been falling apart, and I don't know quite what's going wrong with the amount of talents on this team, but something isn't quite right, and it's showing in the leaderboards.
Yeah, we've said it before, they've not found their identity. They've not found something that seems to be comfortable for them. It can all be forgotten, though, if they can have one good game here and make sure they're at least getting into regionals to give themselves a chance of, again, playing in one of the best lobbies you can possibly play in. Looks like there is a team in the vicinity, and now I'm curious, how do FaZe play this? Because they're under so much pressure right now, do you take this fight? Do you avoid this fight? It looks like FaZe maybe want to try and pick up some KP.
Snipedown's got to be careful here. He's going to get the Cyril down. Slurp's going to be melted. Snipedown's going to be melted as well. And FaZe, oh no, it's all falling apart again for them. Snipedown goes down. Slurp's down to pretty much no shield as well. But Slurp has managed to get one back, and it's TSM who are actually involved in this fight as well. Slurp is trying to survive. It will be TSM versus FaZe, and all of a sudden, what looked like a FaZe problem has become something that they can rectify. Verholst is last alive now for TSM.
Wow, what a huge moment for FaZe to be able to stay alive. As you said, it was looking all doom and gloom when the initial knock went against them. But remember, they've still got to try and survive and get to the latter stages of this game. At least they picked up the banner here for Snipedown. They may be able to reset. It is slightly detrimental to TSM's chances in this game, but of course, they had a 24-point lead, so not going to be the end of the world as TSM Reps gets finally cleaned up. And it's just going to be down to Verholst to solo his way through the rest of this game.
Doesn't have the banners either, so Verholst has got some work to do, as we're going to see in the kill feed, BR Demons taking down Nick Merckx from Tripod. So Tripods, who need some points in this game as well, are going to have to fight and scrape and battle, as everybody seems to be doing at this point. We'll have a look at the map overhead. We're going very central, maybe towards Cascade Falls for this end game. And you can see a lot of fighting going down outside of Down Beast at the moment and around Checkpoint. Optic are there, ORN are there, Esports Arena are there as well. A Season, a lot of teams just kind of bottled up in the choke at the moment and finding it difficult to make a rotation.
Yeah, a lot of teams have moved early just to kind of the southeast side of Cascade Falls to try and find a position. They've obviously got that beacon information and now are trying to commit to some of these buildings. It's not going to be as far of a northern pool as we just saw in the previous game. Otherwise, we'd be seeing a lot more teams up towards the wall, of course. These guys, they have tried and tested their methods now of their zone pools. They know exactly where they should there or thereabouts be, where in a zone they should be aiming towards. So you get a real indication, even without beacon information, just from this screen alone and seeing where the heavy load of teams is going to be committing to.
It always makes me laugh when a team doesn't have beacon, goes, you know, let's try and play as close to zone as we think it can. It's like, well, there's no one here. It's
Yeah.
obviously not going to be here. So you can kind of get that little bit of information, and a little bit of information for you at home. You can probably see on the left-hand side of your screen, and that is Snipedown gets another chance in this lobby as Albrelli and Slurpee managed to get him back into the game. So FaZe back up to a 3-man and looking to stay alive. And I've got to be honest, I kind of like the fact they disengaged, because I don't think FaZe have a chance to play risky at this point. They have to play the percentages. They have to play safe. And the best way for them to succeed in this final game of the day is to have 3 players alive on the map. The same can't be said for TSM, though. Unfortunately for Verholst, it's going to be a lonely, lonely ride towards the end.
Yeah, with a 24-point lead, TSM should still be relatively comfortable for first position, especially if Verholst can still rat out to top 15 to secure one more point, maybe even further with some of the rat strategies we've seen so far. Although with a lot of the heavy commits we've seen for rotations, there's not going to be much room to play or room to survive as a rat. And we know there's quite a few seers in the lobby as well. So you're going to get caught out quite quickly, and maybe you're not going to have as much of a heroic play as you would have liked. But again, TSM, top of the leaderboards by 24, should still be comfortable. I think maybe our attentions should be elsewhere, because there are teams who have really got a lot to do getting into this circle. FaZe being one of them. They have been able to find themselves into the kind of northern side, but it's about where they go after this. And again, there's another team on the horizon, another team they're potentially going to have to think about backing away from or committing heavily.
I mean, the crazy thing to note here is that, as we know in Apex Legends, it's actually going to be Snipedown getting his loot back as well. So, as we know in Apex Legends, to go back to my previous point, unfortunately, TSM fans, that will be the end of their day, but it's been a pretty damn good day, as Verholst will be taken down by Noct. To go back to my point, FaZe, you know, disappointment is an understatement so far from what we've seen from them. But one team fight, all of a sudden they could just run through everyone. That's the talent that's on this team. So keep your eyes on them. It is not over until it's over for FaZe.
I've also seen the team that are next to FaZe is Oxygen. So that could be a huge fight, but right now it's Esports Arena getting involved in a scrap of their own. There are teams in the vicinity and also plenty of dogs to try and ruin their time as well. But Optic are next to them, and Noct has been knocked.
Oh my god, Prowlers are keeping Noct alive at the moment, but they will be dealt with, and unfortunately Noct and Skittle Cakes will be eliminated. And for Optic Gaming fans who have been watching today, hoping that maybe there's going to be a chance of a late run, it's not looking good for you. It's looking like the regional finals is where they're going to have to pin their hopes as Duplex is last alive.
Yeah, I mean, it's an okay. Oh my god, FaZe versus Oxygen is happening right now. Oxygen have just got a knock. FaZe have also got a knock. That is a massive fight in the grand scheme of things for regional spots. It's going to be a big one as Oxygen get eliminated, and FaZe maybe have just saved their chances of the regional finals by taking out the one team that was chasing them.
Oh no, but there's a third party coming in now. And it looks like they'll be able to just about reset. There was an armor swap down. And I mentioned how one team fight can change things. Well, if you're going to take out the team who's closest to you in Oxygen Esports, that's the one you want to win. FaZe live. First attempt, do not. They are eliminated. We're down to 16.
Suddenly, FaZe's biggest competition now for this final regional spot is most likely Sentinels. If Sentinels were to have a pop-off game here and somehow push themselves into the top 5, that could threaten FaZe as well. But they've gotten rid of their really close competition, a team that genuinely was within a massive shout of taking that spot off of them. I cannot stress enough what a big team fight that was, and they would be unknowns to it. They would have had no idea who they were fighting against there, and as soon as they saw Oxygen Esports eliminated in that kill feed, I imagine they erupted, but there is still a job to do here for FaZe Clan.
A lot of work to do for sure, but like you say, the morning shift is certainly completed for them. And they've got a lot of loot to play with as well. You can see all of a sudden it's looking like a much different game here for FaZe. For Sentinels, this is the team you were talking about that had to have a massive game to threaten them. Well, Senox is down and Senox is out. Tech has the ability to get that banner and he's going to do so with that drone. Might be able to send it down to a respawn beacon as well to get them back in, but it's also going to be a tough, treacherous path for Sentinels. They are safe inside of the next couple of zones though, so they don't have to do too much at this point.
I think the good thing for Sentinels is one of their major aims would have just be staying in Pro League, not being in relegation. They've had a great day so far and may have done enough to get themselves out of those relegation spots and just secure their spot for Split 2.
Optic out.
They may not get regionals, but Optic do get eliminated, as you say, in 16th position, so no placement points for them. They're going to have to work very hard when it gets to regionals, may have to require a victory on match point because they are still quite a way off the top 9.
They certainly are indeed. So Optic fans, you got to pin all your hopes and send your prayers up to see if they can maybe pull off a miracle at that regional finals. But that will be the end of their day. As Sentinels for now are just going to be chilling for quite some time. Guard right in the middle of the zone, as you would expect. Space Station Luminosity might be having a little bit of battle in a few moments' time, but we're going to take a look at HEC, who are on the eastern side of this zone, trying to fight uphill once more.
Prepare yourself. We have an enemy.
HEC in 9th position at the moment, but have found success in a lot of top 5s throughout the season on Storm Point here. They're in a relatively good spot. They are going to be able to hold out this team they're currently looking at and gatekeep them ever so slightly, but I love this. Constantly checking your backside and making sure that there are going to be other teams to focus on so that you don't get surprised, you don't get walked up on. There's a lot of teams in this lobby now that are going to be desperate for points, desperate to try and push themselves either closer to regionals or closer to that top 9 placements or maybe just getting out of the relegation spots. And that means risks could be taken. FaZe, though, they're still alive. Their chances of regionals still very possible here if they can have an okay game.
Luminosity looking at have a little bit of a better game. Been a little bit quiet today by their own standards. Not bad by any stretch of the imagination, but these shots coming in from the G7 Scout are certainly going to make things a little bit more interesting. The Rolling Thunder comes in as well, and Eazor's going to try and close the gap here, and he's going to pick up one onto Frex. This is SSG, and SSG who might have done enough with that win a little bit earlier to make their hopes a little bit bigger than they were at the start of the day. All of a sudden under duress. In the meantime, tripods have been eliminated, and you can also see the Sentinels are in a fight as well.
Yeah, a few teams that were kind of in the mid-table getting eliminated and will have to rely on match point in those regional finals, but they have got to regional finals. So I think that's what's important for them as Luminosity in the kill feed. Also, ESA taking down Osterman. That is going to be ORN struggling a bit. Another team, ORN, who are kind of teetering around relegation and for one of those spots at regionals to try and contest the likes of FaZe Clan. So important they stay alive as a 2 and try and get some placement points here.
Only one player alive here for SSG. They are not eliminated, but 2 players have certainly gone down, and Luminosity doing damage to the lobby here once more. 1 second until that zone starts to close, and Luminosity have forced their way into a playable position for sure. And now that they have their backs clear, Luminosity have got the opportunity to just walk this in using these cascades as a little bit of cover. Sentinels are eliminated. FaZe fans, that's massive for you.
Massive for FaZe. Have Sentinels done enough to get out of the relegation zone and survive and be competing in split number 2? It's certainly been a valiant effort, and I'm very excited and eager to see how these points end up, because Sentinels maybe have done just enough with earlier performances from World's Edge. ORN also eliminated. Could be brilliant news for FaZe here. Everything seems to be playing out for FaZe Clan in match number 6 here.
And it could have been so different, right? It could have been so different. FaZe, you're having the game you needed. Let's jump into a listen-in right now and see what the comms are like.
I'm still watching her back. They didn't come through.
Snipe, scan that building. I don't see any movement in there.
There's no one in it. There's no one in it.
We have a god spot.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm positive.
Walk up.
Fucking crafting. Wait.
Wait, do you think this is better? Do you think this is better than the coast? I'm not sure. I don't know. Snipe, what do you think? I think coast might be better.
Like
this, where we came from, I think this might be better.
I think this building is just safest. We needed to secure like good points.
I mean, our whole backside is clear, right? Like nobody
Yeah,
can
no one can find us.
building. Then
We have so much room.
There's a roof and everything.
Yeah, I think we just play all of this and just watch our back. I think we just hold people out from here. Like no one.
The flame draws me this way.
It's just the safest because of it.
But when it pulls away, we're stuck. We're gonna get stacked. It's not gonna end on the buildings.
Okay, so where do you
It's
just
gonna
want
end
us to
like
play
over here.
like?
I
You
think
want
it's
us to
gonna
play
end like over here.
The flame draws me this way.
Talion bandit out there.
Over there's actually pretty solid.
I think it's better over there. Like we have control ahead of here.
I'm going over here then.
We can still play the
We
roof.
can go get this package as well.
Yeah, I can look for that.
I'm worried about this team wrapping through zone, like the team in command.
They can't.
They
Yes,
can. Yes, they
Yes,
can.
they can. You're right. Yeah, you're right.
Listen,
They
the
can.
team of the
Matt,
crypto,
go get
they
that
might.
package. Go get
I
that
think one of you need to
package.
play with me. I think one of you need to play with me. The team of the crypto, if they see that I'm
Okay,
solo,
I'll
they're
come
gonna
back.
push
I'll
me.
come back because Matt can cross with smokes.
I got an RE.
That's amazing. Give it to me, sir.
Do you have a car? What do you have?
I have an Eva.
I have a car.
I have a provable Eva.
I have a car.
Snipe, you're gonna give me an Eva. Or your car, I mean.
Dropping it right here.
It's on Horizon though, like.
Car
that's
SMG
fine.
here.
Where'd it go? Why don't I see it?
We'll jump back into it, and I have to say, you need to be a little bit more... You can feel the nerves, is what I'm going to say. Some of the calls, not sure, a little bit nervous about where they want to play. And I was going to point out, Dan, something they were worried about was a team wrapping through zone. There is a team wrapping through zone who have now taken that position that FaZe were umming and ahhing about what they wanted to do with.
I do love the discussion, though, and I love that Snipe Down did remind them, hey, we have to play somewhat safe. We just need good points. We don't need to win this game. They do not need to win this game by all means. They're not going to shoot at the leaderboards and get much closer to give them an opportunity of top 9. It's about securing regionals for them and then focusing on getting into that match point format. So it's about playing safe. It's about playing the percentage of just getting further placement points here. And it looks like FaZe will have to commit to this building now because of that rotation, as we see 2 more teams eliminated. BR Demons have just gone down. 100 Thieves are taking a fight against Luminosity, but FaZe will watch on as they will look. That area they were at? Yeah, okay, that's where the circle's going to be.
It's always the way sometimes. SSG were also eliminated, so they are out of the lobby there. Game day is done and dusted, but FaZe still alive inside of the top 9. They've left it late here, FaZe, and maybe it's not what they wanted to be playing for here, which is survival, which is a chance to get into that regional final, but it's good enough for them at this point. Slept on eliminated. Furia now inside of the zone 2.
I think that FaZe should have done enough as they push their way into the top 8 and maybe top 5 here. It was certainly cutting it close, and we'll wait for those final results, but I'm sure they were elated when they saw some of those teams killed on their kill feed. Furia, though, starting to shred. His Watson needs to heal back up, will heal back up. Luminosity go down, top 7, as now teams trying to slow this down, trying to get into this circle, but there's so much open ground. We're seeing so much fights right now.
Oh, and it looks like FaZe want to take the fight, and they're not going to be able to do do the work that they wanted to. Albrelele is in a position maybe to hold for his teammates. Snipedown's going to have that knockdown shield. Slurpee will just about get that battery off. He's going to think about the med kit, but instead he's going to push. He's got the RE45. Season go down. Albrelele last alive, manages to get the armor swap, and FaZe are in the top 6.
FaZe just need a couple more placement points. It's about staying alive. Albrelele needs to be sensible, but of course will move. If you are patient, no, teams will start to drop like flies. They're now into the top 5. Albrelele's still alive. Furia, 100 Thieves, Guard, they're going to be the 3 biggest threats to win this game, though, as they're going to have to move ever so slightly, but find themselves all in great spots.
I'm pretty sure the Guard had a Kraber as well. I saw a shot coming in from RKN, which managed to pick up a knock for them. But look at this, Slurp's back on his feet. FaZe at least have an opportunity to do something. And there is that Kraber I was talking about. RKN hits one onto Pandas, and now Furia find themselves in a tough spot.
You gotta remember, these teams are fighting to put themselves as far into the top 9 as possible so that they don't have to have an incredible week in those regional finals on Sunday. 100 Thieves also taking down Albrelele. He gets knocked. Maybe this could be the end of FaZe as they start to move forward.
Slurpee should be taken down in a few moments' time as well. Manages to pop the battery, and maybe he can survive long enough for a couple of these fights to kind of find their end and get him a few more placement points. 100 Thieves might go down here. Scurry's last alive, and yes, they will indeed. So Slurp staying alive here as Fury now try and wrap through the zone. And Slurpee says, you know what? I'm going to get involved, boys. I'm going to have a little bit of a ruckus here.
Might be able to get some extra KP, but no, gets turned on. But it is going to be enough to secure FaZe 4th place. Karasuno go out in 3rd, but now 2 teams left. Guard versus Furia. Furia down to 2, though.
Down to 2. There's a Kraber in the hands, and now it's just his Watson versus the world. The Guard should take this one home pretty comfortably at this point, you would imagine, with a shield swap coming in here. 3 players to send upon the final one. However, it was a little bit more messy than it needed to be, but the Guard, they finally win the game that we've been waiting for them to win all day long. And with that win, we close out week number 9 of the North American Pro League here in the Apex Legends Global Series. And what a week it was, Dan.
I mean, we've been waiting for them all day long. We've been waiting for them to get that victory all split long. They hadn't won a Storm Point match all split. And again, I can't stress enough how important it is going into regionals, going into LAN, to make sure you are finding victories on both maps. That's going to do wonders for the confidence of the Guard. And it shows that, again, they are another team who can really threat the world stage.
And they certainly look like they will be there. It wasn't the most impressive day overall for the Guard. I believe will be doing almost near enough to have a decent day when it comes to the regional final and obviously make their spot at LAN, whether they win or not. That was what Furia was hoping to do. I think they've done even more than that. They look pretty consistent on the day as well. 100 Thieves actually had a pretty decent performance, hitting into the top 10, but it was all about FaZe, Mark. Coming into this, we knew that they were on the bubble. We knew they had to perform. They might have just done enough, but it was close, and it was definitely not a place you wanted to be, Albrelele and co.
Yeah, I mean, you watch the start of that game and you're like, this has just been FaZe all season, right? Like, one of them goes down, they take a team fight, and then all of a sudden, somehow out of nowhere, Slurp gets a knock, and they manage to get out of there and survive. And that was the decision that was the big one, right? Do we take this 3v3? No, it's not worth it. But then, having got Snipe down back into the game, the next 3v3 they take had Dan on the edge of his seat, had him screaming at the top of his lungs, because it was Oxygen Esports, the one team who could really crush the hearts of FaZe fans what they wanted to achieve. And I've got to say, there was a few times in this game where FaZe looked down, they looked out, but they showed some heart here, and that's what you got to do sometimes in Apex Legends and in competitive esports. The heart is what carries you through, and they got into a position to win a couple of team fights, get themselves towards endgame, and pick up the KP they should need for the points that they needed to pick up.
And Dan, that's it in a microcosm, right? The macro elements of what works in Apex Legends is you got to give yourself a chance. And FaZe, despite the season that they had, despite not putting it all together, they gave themselves a chance. And it seems as of now that it probably worked out for them.
As long as you can get to the regional finals, there is still an opportunity for you to get to LAN, albeit a slim one. But with players like are on FaZe, you wouldn't put it past them to suddenly explode into life on Sunday and be able to find a victory out of nowhere. What I will say, though, from that listening, a lot of indecisiveness. There needs to be maybe a stronger decision being made. I appreciate that you ask for maybe someone else's point of view and maybe someone else's decision, but I think maybe the lack of judgment there may have cost FaZe a victory in that game, or at least a top 3. They did play it safe in the end, though. I think that was probably the right call from Snipe Down to go down the safer route, but it should be enough to get them into regionals.
You can see why they actually did that. 13 points. If everything stayed even, and we know it didn't, would have jumped them at that moment in Game 5 to Game 6 all the way up to 11th, and that's nearly 10 points. I believe 9 points on the day. So that would have been enough, and I think that's why they were thinking, let's play conservative. We don't really have to do more than we've done here. But what did the other teams do? Season slept on BR Demons. The Guard obviously taking their win. Fury are right behind, who I think, Mark, have had a tremendous day. I think this is a team that, whether on World's Edge or Stormpoint, they're around. Space Station, not so much in this game, but they did enough to show that they've got what it takes when it comes down to winning games. They can be involved in those final moments.
Yeah, certainly. But the disappointment of the day, again, is Optic Gaming, right? 16th place. I hate to kind of point you towards the disappointment, but that's where you find yourself. Optic did not have a game today where you were like, okay, Optic look good, Optic looks strong again, maybe they can make a run for land. Some big adjustments have to be made ahead of Sunday, and the only question is there enough time for them to do so? Can they find something that is comfortable for them to play? At the moment, Optic fans are probably thinking, this is not looking good for us, but you never know with match point format.
Sometimes you have to ram your head into a wall to realize that you need to go around it, or you need to do something different than before. Optic Gaming will be thinking about that as they look to try and head into it. This is our series results for today. TSM, we got to praise what they put together. 3 wins out of 9 days of competition. They have done something nobody in North America have done, and they have shown they are on top yet again. TSM in the chat. It is well deserved today. Optic Gaming in an 8th. We'll have to see how it all transpired here, because we are, of course, going to bring up these standings as we can heading into what it looks like. Did FaZe do enough? They did.
Wow.
They did just enough to make it into landmark. Excuse me, regional final.
Yeah, just about. I want to say congratulations to FaZe, but they've got a lot to work on. Let's be real, and I'm sure that all the players on that team would accept what I'm saying right now is there's a lot to work on if they want to make it to land. They're going to have a miracle day. Huge shout out to Tripods, though. Coming in this season, they were the unknown. They had some doubters. They certainly had some haters, but they managed to work their way into a position to qualify for the regional finals. They are one of the best teams in North America, without a doubt. They forced their way in, but at the other end of the table, TSM take first place away from Team Liquid, and going into it, oh my God, look how tight it was. 2 points.
I mean, I was worried when I saw how much ORN had at the end, that the fact they had picked up that many points. It was so important that FaZe were able to get those extra couple of placements. Otherwise, they could have been missing out on those regionals. I mean, congratulations to Oxygen and ORN at successfully staying in for Split 2. Unfortunately, it does mean Sentinels stay in relegation. They weren't able to do enough to get out of those relegation spots, so they're going to have to fight to try and stay in Split. But maybe with some team changes, they might be able to do enough. But FaZe, by the skin of their teeth, will get regional finals.
I just want to say, though, it's unfortunate for Sentinels and all of our teams here. Bots, Karasuno, Team Smiley, slept on. First attempt, E8, Rack Attack. We appreciate all of the work that you have done. It is not easy. Bots even tied with Sentinels, but a heroic effort. You know, trading out Lou, obviously letting him go, Tech coming in. This team had 5 points heading into the 5th day of Pro League. To be able to turn it around and not only double their score, but essentially times it by 6+, that is a great sign for these players in their future in the ALGS, whenever that is. Of course, though, my goodness, representing Evans all around the world, we got Verhulst putting up the 20 bomb. You know, I'm happy to see that, Mark, and the rest of the lobby, beware. This guy is showing up, and he might be evolving as we speak.
Hey, hitting form at just the right time, right? And that's what you want to do. Verhulst stepping into that role as the fragger today for TSM. 20 kills is a phenomenal turnout. But, I mean, look at Reps and How as well. Both in that top 5. 11 kills apiece. No one on TSM let the team down today. They all perform. But Luda as well. What a performance from him for Esports Arena. Up in 2nd place. 13 kills to his name. And, of course, 2 wins in a row for Esports Arena. Good day for them overall.
Great showcase of these teams. Those have been our top 10 kill leaders. But of course, when it comes down to a team, when it comes down to performers, there are always stars that shine a little bit brighter for whatever reason than the rest. Today, it's time to get into our monster MVPs for day number 9 in the ALGS. And I'll start off with you, Mark. Who caught your eye? Who was your monster MVP this afternoon?
I love a good IGL, and I love someone who makes great endgame calls. And there was one player today and one leader who really stood out for me, and that is TSM Imperial Hal. I think that some of his endgame calls were absolutely perfection. And, you know, we were watching the lobbies unfold, and we were like, we can see all of this. We knew what plays need to be made. And they were the exact calls that were made. To go alongside that, you know, 11 kills to his name inside of the top 5. You can't shake a stick at it. This Valcolt to take this high ground was what led them to win this end game as well. The rotation through this building towards end game led them to win this game. And of course, there was that magical end game on Storm Point as well, where he managed to hold things down, make the perfect calls to force teams to fight, to force teams off high ground, and leave TSM in a position to win the day. Imperial Hal, for me, excellence in IGLing without doubt.
No doubt about it. And honestly, propping up Verholst as well, not leading the kills anymore. I mean, that shows growth, that shows experience. Dan, who you got for your Monster MVP?
Well, you spoke about kills. Luda was second on the amount of kills and the kill count throughout this lobby, and I just want to talk about ESA and how successful they started today. They had not found a top 3 on World's Edge coming in today, and suddenly find back-to-back victories, and you could say a lot of it was down to what Luda was able to do on that Horizon, how he was taking high ground off of other people, how he was utilizing Horizon to help his team get back up to high ground as well. There was that final fight in map number 1 where they were able to take down TSM, Horizon back up, and then make sure they could win that final engagement. And a lot of it was down to his calls and the way that he was navigating as a Horizon, but also absolutely frying, and there was good reason why he was number 2 on the kill feed. So I think we have to highlight from him someone from ESA, and it's going to be Luda.
So many good performances today, it's hard to separate them, but we have to. Those have been your Monster MVPs for Day 9 in North America. All right, I love what I get to do here because you know, I'm very attached to the success of this person. Oh, not in the ALGS. No, don't worry about that. Just in life, because we share a name. That's right. Mr. Evan Verholst is going to be joining with us. I make this joke every time. Verholst always keeps being recommended for the interviews. Evan, welcome, man. Congratulations, not only on the win, but the 20 bomb, man. That's what a solo performance you just had.
Yeah, man. It's popped off today. Boys are playing great.
I want to like talk to you about your evolving, what feels like an evolution that I'm seeing within you. Describe what's going on in your state of mind. Do you feel that you're hitting your form? Do you feel that there's a new role or maybe a new confidence that's coming out in this Verholst getting ready for LAN? Because it looks like that to me, but I want to hear it from you. How are you feeling in terms of the way you've been playing lately and how dominant you guys have been?
Over these past like few weeks and like months, I've been trying really hard to trying to understand like how an IGL would play, and I feel like my understanding of macro has grown so much over the past few months. I think a huge thanks to Raven for that. I think he's taught me a lot, and I think understanding what my IGL is thinking while we're playing allows me to be a lot more aggressive because I know what I can and can't do to play off of Hal. And so if I'm kind of on the same page as him, I can kind of play super aggressive knowing what I can and can't do. And I think understanding macro and just what Hal's thinking has been super helpful for me.
One mind is always the best way to think, especially if you're a team. I wanted to kind of jump on the back of that because my question was going to be related to what I've seen in the last week from you guys, because I know that Raven likes to challenge you, right? That's kind of one of the reasons that you brought him in. There's some friction sometimes when you're trying something new because he wants to push you guys, but how important is that to you to be put out of your comfort zone so that when you go back into a more comfortable zone, you've got a little bit more experience? And for someone like you, I feel like you're a person who likes to listen, right, and learn rather than talk. How's that been, that process for you?
Honestly, there was a period of time where we tried out playing Catalyst, which was super uncomfortable for us. But we actually ended up staying in our comp because I think it was too uncomfortable for us. We couldn't stick to that comp that we wanted to play, and we went back to what we were comfortable on. I really don't think we actually went too far out of our comfort zones over these past few months. I think we've kind of just stuck to what we know, stuck to what we knew. But yeah, Raven's still been super helpful with helping us pick the right comp and the right rotates and stuff. But yeah, I don't think we've had to go too far outside of our comfort zones over these past few months. We've kind of just been touching up all of our little micro and macro things, and just working on all of our individual play.
I mean, you speak of comfort. Let's talk Skyward Dive, shall we? Because it's a bit of a meme with TSM and how you guys Skyward Dive and whether you're going to find success. Today, you did find success. Match number 3, perfectly timed rotation with the Skyward Dive. Talk me through it. Did you expect it to go wrong? What were you thinking when that was happening?
I felt pretty good about the Velcro. I thought we had a lot of options there, because like if that roof wasn't open, we were planning on going to the dome in between the gondola buildings. And I thought we had a lot of options there. Like, I think there was only one team in the building as well, so we could have even slammed inside the building. So I was feeling, I mean, I think we were all feeling pretty good there. Like, we were also, I don't know if anybody else Valkyrie did with us. I think we might have been the only team. Like, we were the first team or something. But yeah, that was like, honestly, I think we were all feeling pretty confident about that Valkyrie. Like, that was a really good Valkyrie from us. Not what people usually see.
You know, Evan, it's been great to catch up with you. I want to give you a chance to shout out any friends. I would say family, but you got like 17 brothers, so that might take the rest of the broadcast. So maybe just anything you want to say to TSM fans or anybody out there who's listening before we wrap the interview.
Yeah, appreciate all the support. And yeah, shout out to my fam, friends, everybody's watching. Appreciate all you guys. Yeah.
Awesome, man. Well, absolutely killed it. You spoke a lot in the language of kills and performance. #1 on the day for TSM. #1 in terms of kills for TSM Verhols. Congratulations, and we look forward to seeing you guys in the regional final.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Oh, man. Always fun to catch up with TSM and Verhols as well. Mark, eloquent guy, but also very humble in terms of what he just did. I mean, we haven't seen a 20 bomb, I think, in the course of a day over almost all of the days in Pro League. Just simply sitting there like, yeah, that's what we did, and moving on to the next.
I love how he drops 20 kills, and I love how he's been forced to become the official voice of TSM as well, and the mouthpiece for them. You can see every single time there's an interview, it's always Verhols. We managed to get an interview out of Reps on another show, but you know how it doesn't do him. You know, Hal's prices too. You know, he knows he's putting money on his
Right.
interviews. We get that, but you know, the thing I love about when you listen to what Verhols has to say is you can feel the genuine passion in it, right? You know how much it means to him. You can see how hard he's had to work to get there, and the success that comes his way is 100% deserved. 20 kills is one of the biggest performances we've seen in the ALGS so far this season, and amazing stuff. And I think he can go to bed and sleep extremely well tonight.
Well, incredible day, Mark. Dan, I want to give it to you as well to kind of round it out. Thoughts on Verhols' interview or just the day in North America. We know who's going to the regional final. It has been exciting, to say the least.
Well, all I'll say is if I get given a stick mic and I get to do some interviews at LAN, I'm going to be trying to get Hal on that mic. I want to get his thoughts and I want to hear what he has to say. And I tell you what, if you stick a mic in front of him, he might just have to say something. It won't always be Verhols, but what an incredible day. North America going right down to the wire, all the way down to 20th position. Sometimes some of these lobbies can be a little bit top heavy, but we saw teams who had never got wins before on some of these maps find victories, which gives me great hope going into regional finals that we might see a shock team win on match point and get a spot at LAN.
Gentlemen, as always a pleasure. So fun to work with you guys. Great job today. Thank you for your effort, and we will see you on Sunday.
So just remember,
not too long. Always love hanging out with my boys. And yes, we will be back this Sunday. Every day is a big day, but in terms of the sporting world, I don't think it could get bigger, especially if you love Apex Legends. Starting right in the morning and going throughout the rest of the day, we will have EMEA and North America battling it out in match point style, meaning win or we keep going. We're going to find out who's definitely going to land. Will it be the 20th team in a Cinderella story, or will it be a team who's been performing like TSM all along? I cannot wait. It is the best time in Apex Legends esports, and it also will give us a preview on that land that I cannot wait to reveal details about, but I can't do it now, so don't ask me. I love you guys. Thank you so much, chat. Thank you so much, community. Thank you so much to everyone behind the scenes production, our casters, our crew, and everyone involved who makes Play Apex Esports the special, incredible event that it is whenever we go live. My name is Rain Day. As always, never give up, never stop gaming. We'll see you all on Sunday.
Lions all in this lobby to make a run and see if they can take that first.
every road, kick down every door, till I get what I want.
Echo's the jump master. Well, I am, but Echo likes to think he is. Let's go there. May your bullets hit their marks, and not me. First blood? Last blood's the thingy I care about.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
Materials for all. We're inside the ring. I'm positive. My ult is down and good to go. Not on position. Let's gotta hop up here.
And we'll receive
Jump master. Trust me, I know the ring best. Let's go.
Let's go over there.
Some prey landed near me. Old SMG here.
Lucky us, we are already inside the ring.
First blood. That's one way to find out you're the prey.
I found some materials.
New kill leader. Good. Standing taller will make him easier to spot.
Attention. There is a new kill leader.
And the herd gets thinner.
I took out unnecessary evil. Hold on, let me help you. That was the last one. Alright, squad. Reloading.
Healing up. We're already inside the next ring. Time to fight. Watch my back. I'm healing.
Zipline deployed.
Healing up. Recharging shield. Half the squads are worm food.
Shot a cargo bot. Frag out.
I downed an adversary.
Throwing arc star.
I broke an enemy.
Reloading. Reloading. Recharging my shields.
Enemy shield. We just eliminated the whole squad. Exciting. Recharging shields.
Watch it. Grenade.
More friends are coming to kill us.
Reloading. Amazing. Cover me. The total support is correct. Bon travail. That squad is all down. Hold on. Let me help you.
I need light energy and heavy.
Shield battery here.
Healing up.
I am repairing myself.
I'm out of energy ammo. Optic here. Close the ring. Serving evil shield here.
Healing up.
Battery here. I see an enemy. I'm in trouble. Just topping off my shields.
The enemies are shooting at me. Enemy over there.
Yeah, let's go kill this charge rifle.
Giving my shield to recharge.
I don't know where he's at. I think this is a little weird.
I am taking fire, friends.
Round 2. Beginning ring countdown.
It's not as far as I thought it was.
Pray over there. Don't spook her. Recharging my shields. Replicator incoming.
Oh no, there's another squad attacking.
Fire.
Recharging shield.
Recharging shields.
I am taking fire, friends.
Scavenge some
Target
materials.
spotted. Setting up a zip line.
Watch my back. I'm healing.
Giving my shield. Lucky me, I am an extended sniper mag here. Level 3. Hostile over there.
I hear you.
Hostile spotted. Grappling. The ring isn't far.
I spotted an enemy. I see an opponent. Engaging the enemy. That enemy shield is broken. Fini. Rings nearby. 45 seconds until it closes. Reloading.
Shattered the pressure. Firing. Raise shield.
Opponent over here. Reloading. Two shots are from another squad.
I killed an enemy. Whole squad down.
Reloading. Recharging my shields. Last one down. Yeah.
Only 2 enemy squads left.
10 seconds, but the ring's near.
Body shield here. Level 4.
Taking a moment to heal up.
Warning. Ring closing.
I need heavy ammo.
The ring's moving, friends. Heavy ammo here.
I could use that.
Care package being delivered.
Supplies coming in.
Death box here.
Tag some prey. Put down some. Nope. You're not dying.
Just topping off my shields.
A mark over there.
Healing my wounds.
Raise down. Target shield.
This way.
Took down some prey. Die when I don't need you.
Reloading.
One squad stands with recharging shield.
Giving my shield to recharge.
Come on, this way. Sending a replicator down. One. Adversary over there. Engaging the enemy. Enemy in sight.
Hostile right here. The enemies are shooting at me. Get ready. It's zipline time.
Recharging my shields.
Close.
We are not a target spotted. Look over here.
Opening fire. I spotted an enemy over here.
That's you, Ollie. Cracked one.
Raise shield. Reloading.
We have our Apex champions.
Now that I understand.
Isn't exactly an exact.
Hey, bro, I'm trying to switch right, and I can't find it. Hola, ¿cómo estás? Guess you're forever be unknown, I'm
Bien, ¿y tú?
saying. Muy bien, muy bien.
¿Qué tal tu día?
Yo no sé español muy bien.
If your eyes are open.
If you're watching,
This is your champion.
Losing isn't fun. That's why I don't do it.
Dropping in, hang on. Target landed.
a target landed so close I could smell him. Let's go, Echo. Current aim sucks. Switching it up. Hitting the bottom. Reloading. Looting. Scoping here.
Down an enemy. Next ring spawn. First blood. Should have seen that coming. New kill leader.
Watch it. Grenade. Enemy reviving here.
rapidly approaching my death.
some materials.
First blood. First blood. Should have seen that coming. Round one. Beginning ring countdown. Attention, there is a new kill leader.
1 minute remains. Close. New kill leader. Good. Standing taller will make them easier to spot.
Throwing Arc Star.
Observing this spot over here.
They spotted me. I'm taking shots.
Marking our surroundings. Reloading.
My kill, bro.
Our enemies have met their fate. That spot is ours. Contact with target.
Ring closing in 10, and it's just a shot away.
That was the last one. Next one.
What's she thinking, man, bro?
Heads up. The ring's moving.
All Father, give me sight. In combat.
Strike out.
I doubt a hostile. I took an enemy's life.
We just killed the champion. They give themselves that title?
Punching a tunnel.
Recharging shields.
This is the portal. Picked up. Recharging my shield. I'm getting hit over here.
That's on me.
This is your champion.
Hey, try and move me. It'll be fun.
Let's land here. I'm going that way. Come if you want. Target so close I can smell 'em. First blood? Last blood's a thing. Let's find a good perch. Taking a new angle. Target shield.
Heads up. Attention. The kill leader has been eliminated.
We killed the kill leader. Former kill leader.
Give a thing. Recharging my shield. Move your pocket there. Drills ripping through.
Taking fire. Axel, take a sweet angle. Moving.
Stuck out.
Recharging my shield. Took down some prey.
Marvelous news. We're in the next ring. You kill leaders killed their way to the top. Give it, Pete. Recharging my shield.
Half the squads are worm food.
Stay fine. Small squad down. I'm healing up. Care package being delivered. Me huddle. Care package dropping by for dinner. recharge my shields. Big shooting at me. That end shield is cracked. Reloaded. Cracked that end shield. Arcstar out. Arcstar out. Use a sick. Recharging my shields.
Got a tag on him. Recharging shields. Got our teammate person's banner thing.
That squad's dead ass. We made him unrecognizable. I'm kill leader. Been taking those in this week, eh? Charging my shield. He's shooting at me. Recharging my shield, Scuzzy. Tearing it up. He's shooting at me.
Just try and hide with that shiny tag on you.
Crack that end shield. Reloaded.
Throwing thermite.
You fellas know the drill. Big shooting at me. That end shield is cracked. Reloaded. Recharging my shield.
Target shield. Firing. I'm down. That's on me.
Reloaded. Took down an egg. Being shot at. Crack that egg shield. Down another egg. Charging my shields, cuzzies. That egg shield is cracked. That squad's dead ass. I ain't letting you die. Not till we've won. Round 2.
Watch my back. I'm healing. We're already inside the next ring. Time to find a good perch.
Attention. Delivering replicator. On the side. Replicator is coming. This time.
Recharging my shields. Recharging shields.
On here.
Time to hunt, little guy.
Make a beeline there, cuzzies.
I get going solo.
Being shot at. Open and fire. Yamatada. Reloaded.
Ring's close. 30 seconds to do up your laces. You
Recharging my shields, cuzzies.
Seconds. The ring's close.
It's shooting at me. Crack that X shield. Reloading. Recharging my shields, cuzzies. Healing up.
Throwing Arc Star. Getting shot at. Reloading. Whole squad's down. We made the right choices.
Wrecking balls off the chain. Care package on its way. Sweet as. Letting rip. Being shot at. Crack that egg shield.
Patching myself up.
Scrambled that egg. Here's a sec. Recharging my shields. Healing up. Felt a bit average, eh?
Patching myself up.
Everything is carpied. Eyes to the skies. Replicator incoming.
Putting up a heat shield. Patching myself up.
Got a wall. We spread out. Get here or get a hiding.
Follow the tunnel. Portal placed. Patching myself up.
Prey in sight. Adjust your scopes. They're far.
Healing up.
Let's find a good perch. Some prey there.
Hostile close. Getting shot at. Firing. This time I'm down.
Oh no, that whole squad's dust. 2 enemy squads left. Let's make a meal out of those eggs. Knew you were faking.
I'm hurt. Using a Phoenix kit.
Tagged him. Opening fire on our prey. Prey spotted over there. a mark there. Long shot. Taking fire. Recharging shields.
It's shooting at me. Forward way. Down. Someone else is over there.
That's my happy place.
Can't wait to get down there and do a job.
Keep your feet on the ground. Borrow.
Introducing your champion. I'll break your heart, and then I'll break everything else.
All right, hope you're ready. Let's do this, brothers. Shield ready. Enemy landed near me.
Reloading. Reloading.
Reloading.
That's another squad shooting at us. They suck at it.
First blood. Someone cracks under pressure.
Reloading. Recharge.
Down to mark.
Attention. There is a new kill leader.
New kill leader. Heads up. Cracked an enemy shield. Reloading. Don't hold out. Give me my shield. I'm down, brothers.
They're focusing on me. Reloading.
Out to go.
They dropped me.
1 minute and the ring is stealthy. Atlas got an angle. Moving there.
Rock that banner.
Ring's nearby and it closes in 5.
This is going to be fun.
Today smells like victory. I love pretending to smell. Sniff, sniff.
Introducing your champion. This witch came from the moon. You're gonna wish she did.
Hold your breath if you have to breathe. Going to check out over there. I got some materials for us. Yay!
Attention.
First blood on the enemy.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
New kill leader. Heads up. Ring closes in a minute.
I am taking fire, friends.
45.
Fire. Frag out. Contact with target. My shields are recharged.
30 seconds. Rings close.
Relax and open book. Just get your mum's permission to read. I can't wait to win this match, friend.
I've got your back. Remember me tell you.
This is your champion.
I'm the Chuck Master. AJ Shea leading the way. Enough lying around. We dropping.
Materials, mateys.
Signals close.
Keep eyes on the new kill leader. Reload. Enemy squad's dead. Contact with target. The enemies are shooting at me.
Rings closing in one. You and me. Let's take this win.
Nothing like cold steel on a hot day. Time for cold action. This is your champion.
Run fast, hit fast, win fast.
I'm the jump master. AJ Shea, lead them the way. Get ready, moving up.
Time to dig up some gold. This is throat sharp as a knife. Killing keeps you full of life.
Breathe easy. Watch your side and never quit.
Introducing your champion.
Good, I'm the jump master.
Land here. Trust your elders, eh?
Get ready, moving up.
want it. There's a main spot for looting.
Attention. First blood.
Energy ammo here.
Round
The battle happens quick. Be ready.
Countdown.
Marvelous news going there. Good times are sure to follow. Enemy there. You fellas know the drill? Prepare to line your pockets. My ultimate's ready. Pressure made up. Another swarm to take inspection. Reloaded. Grenade shield is
Get ready. Today is not gonna be easy.
Okay.
Alright, what's up?
I'd say try better. But it won't help against me.
Where you wanna go?
Let's make a choice. Land here.
First blood. Good thing it's not us.
Heavy ammo here.
On me, on me, on me, on me. He's low, he's low, he's one tap, he's one tap. One tap,
Okay, in my way. Can you jump up?
you ever looking for a mirage? Hit the jets. We're dropping hot. Danger close.
Level 2.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown. Attention. First blood.
Got some extra supplies.
Tango down.
Reloading. 45 seconds. Reloading.
Listen and fight. Eventually, you gotta pull the trigger. Just make sure you know why. This is your champion.
Today is a good day to fight.
Sounding reveille. I'm the jump master. Hit the jets. We're dropping hot.
Broken enemy shield. Reloading. Here's their defenses. Well, looks like the next ring is through ahead. That champion thought too highly of themselves. Getting shot at. I'm down. Reloading. Self-preservation.
Down to target.
The enemy's here.
Yeah, buddy.
Whole squad taken out. Hold tight. I got your back.
Nice work.
Give me a sec. Recharge your shields.
Optics here. Mid-range. Hold on, I'm healing.
New kill leader. Watch your six. I need an extended sniper mag.
Hold on, I'm healing.
Things on.
Work in progress. Sniper ammo's here.
Shield battery here. Shield battery here.
This is perfect. Thank you.
R301 here. Accurate and easy to control. Gotta hop up here. Anvil receiver.
Backpack here. Level 2. Laser sight here. Level 3. RE45 here.
Give it a mission.
We're all gonna...
Heads up. Lane. Spotted. Double tap.
Inside.
Shields. Enemy shield. Reloading.
They're both low.
Double timing it. Giving him the chimney. Loading. Spotted. Give my shield a recharge. Half the squads are left. They got me. I'm down.
If you can't produce your own liquid metals, store-bought is fine.
Real men use iron sights. I use heavy artillery.
There's a wing out there waiting for us.
This is your champion. Hey, I'm the jump master. Ready up. Hold on tight. It's time to drop, shock, and rock. Let's reposition there.
Attention. First blood. Should have seen that coming.
Reloading.
Void running.
Enemy shield. Down to target.
One minute, but we're nearly centered.
Enemy shield.
I'll give
Dropping smoke. Recharge. Rings next door. Taking a knee. Catching up. Giving my shields a recharge. Ring ain't far. Top of one.
They're focusing on me.
Healing.
Reloading. Pierce their hearts. Send them. 10 seconds until the ring closes. One foot in front of the other. Well then, we have a new kill leader. Recharging my shields.
Switching up.
What? I don't know.
Rack and clear. I'm ready. Prepared and ready. This is your champion.
My number one fan's watching, so you know I'll be fan-cabulistic.
I came here to party. Let's rock. This is your champion.
Join my experiment below.
Let's touch down here.
Hold on tight. It's time to drop, shock, and rock.
My boozle's at the ready. All right, lucky us. We're already inside this next ring.
Why are you following me? Why are you following me?
Attention. First blood.
First blood. Hostile right here.
Where you going, dude?
Sending out my decoy. You got bamboozled. Look at you. Recharging shield.
Reloading. Knocked an enemy.
Just gotta patch myself up.
Too young to disappear. That squad is done.
I wish someone getting fucking shot at.
One sec. Healing up. Taking a moment to heal. Got some materials for us.
Hop up here. Double tap trick.
Healing my wounds. One sec. Healing up.
Need restoration. Healing.
New tune. Soon to be me.
The ring is close, but we only have 30 seconds left. No pressure.
Scanning the area.
I missed a whiff, bro. I'm just doing brain dead plays right now. I'm running into 3 stacks.
Alright, I'm gonna be honest. I'm afraid. I'm really afraid. I'm just kidding. Nothing scares me.
This is your champion.
Cold ones before the match, making cold ones during the match. She's alright, this life.
Come on. Ready up. Give me a sec. Recharging shields.
Goddamn alternators everywhere.
Be careful. There's a new kill leader out there.
Excuse me. I don't know why I'm coughing.
Optics here. Close range.
My ultimate is ready. I have it covered. I need light ammo. Progress.
Ah, lucky us. We're already inside this next ring. Making contact here.
Perfect. Spot energy. Let's go. Strong enough up here.
Charging.
Thank you.
Gotta patch myself up.
Are you on me, dude?
Well, we have a kid squatting here. Spotted. Getting shot. Tango near me. Tango here.
Throwing Arc Star.
On my way.
Save the day. Reloading. We're out here to save the day.
Recharging shield.
Recharge.
I'll give them a piercing or two. Shooting at an Arc Star. Hold on. I'm healing.
Healing. Watch my back.
Watch out. Enemies here.
Stop running to the action here. I've went through this 100 times already.
Bamboozles for the foozles. Giving my shields a recharge. Giving my shields a recharge.
Give my shields a recharge.
Recharging shields.
Healing. Watch my back. My ultimate is ready.
Recharging shields. Optics here. Close range. Enemy spotted. It looks small.
Yeah. Enemy there.
Oh boy, next ring's far.
Attention. Delivering replicator.
Check out that replicator coming in. Enemy shield. Getting shot at. Man goes the boozle.
I'm getting shot.
Around 50% left.
Mark star out. Give him a chance to recharge. They're my next. Enemy in my space.
Enemy shield cracked. You got bamboozled. Give him my shield to recharge. Recharging shield.
Looks like that was the last of them.
Reloading. Our ring's closing in 1.
Hold on. I'm healing. Shield battery here.
I think this place needs a little more me.
Give my shields a recharge. 45 seconds. Ring spot.
Careful. Enemy close. These will pierce them. Let's center ourselves.
Bam! Bam. I'm running out of ideas.
It's on. Ring's moving. Care package being delivered. Even in the chimney. Well, they have a care package on the way. Extended heavy mag here. Level 3. Ammo up.
Spotted one.
Perfect.
Yeah. Alright.
Enemy, they're not close.
Faking him out with a decoy.
Pop in the chimney. We'll be alright. I gotcha. Scoring here. Give my shields a recharge. Getting shot.
45 seconds. Ring ain't far.
Recharging shield.
Opening fire. Reloading.
Come on in. Opening is waiting.
30 seconds. Rings.
Yeah. Okay. We'll see. Alright.
Come on. The ring's closing in 10. Measuring my gaze there. Healing. Watch my back.
Crafting it up. Wake up. Ring's moving. That thing hurts.
Care package info. Y'all earned it. Watch that. Eyes up. Crafting. Crafting.
Taking him out with a decoy. Only 2 bad guy squads left.
They're in here.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. We wiped the squad.
Hope you're awake. It's us and one other squad.
1 sec. Healing up.
Watch out. Enemies here. Death box here.
Rings.
Focusing on us. That enemy shield is broken. Here, but come on.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I am afraid. I'm really afraid. Just kidding. Nothing scares me.
These things and more.
Harder, faster, stronger.
This is your champion.
My squad's gonna beat up your squad.
Oh, but you were so close, darling.
Jump Master here. Good thing my buddy's not right.
But you're so close, darling.
Follow the leader. Shield. Got some materials for us. Already in the next ring. I smell victory. It smells kind of like what I have for dinner. Whatever. Oh, someone got the party started. Target spotted. Got one spotted.
Target spotted. Far off.
There goes the boozle.
Found by my hand. Rápido.
I'm down.
Is that guy cheating or something?
Attackers pinpointed. Focus. Throwing jump back. Enemy shield.
That guy just nothing but headshot me.
Come on, compadre, get up. Come on, come on, come on.
I'm under fire. Enemy shield cracked.
Yeah, I gotta admit that guy cheating in that. That guy might be cheating. This guy didn't miss a shot, dude. What a fucking guy, dude. Like, how did he know I was coming? Me and his octane, he shoots at me.
Watching, so you know I'll be fantab-you-listic.
This is your champion. I'll travel every road, kick down every door, till I get what I want.
Let's make a choice. Land here. Here we go. Ready up.
Copy that. Going to explore over there.
Let's check out that one.
That guy just instantly just headshot him.
I am repairing myself. Dang, looks like it's just us. This look good. Literally, this hair, this face. I mean, come on.
Flying fighter. The end is decided. Trust it.
Lock and load, rinse, repeat. It's that simple.
This is your champion.
Oh, thank you. No more Broken Moon. Good lord. The map.
Maybe we don't. I'm fine with whatever.
Jump, dude. It's not that fucking crucial, dude. Fucking jump.
You're on tight. Time to drop shot and run.
Sending out my decoy.
Attention. First blood. First blood. Tastes like victory. Round one.
There's a great difference between us. We are not all in the ring. The closer of win will lead us to victory.
Reload. Yo, bamboozle.
It's always a person shooting at me, bro.
You got bamboozled.
Holy shit.
Give my shield to recharge.
God, I'm hitting my face for 6.
Coming There goes a boozle, or something like that.
Shield battery here.
Shots fired, and they're hitting me.
The distance between on your map.
Sending out another me. Damn, he's good looking. Recharge. You got bamboozled. Just gotta patch myself up. Hang on.
Material. Check. Optics here. Close range. Always better than iron sight. Marking
Shield. Reloading. Send in a decoy. myself anywhere, really. I need to get out more.
Introducing your champion. Ladies.
I'm Jump Master. I'll pick the party spot. Follow the leader. Must be my raw magnetism. Yeah, now we're talking. What? Go faster! Setting up my decoy. Enemies down. This was just a lovely time. Thank you for this. Reloading. Firing. Reloading. That's the last of them, amigo. Oh yeah. Reload. That one's out for the count.
The ring's closed, and we've got a whole minute to rejuvenating. Thanks, darling.
I got some bad guys. De nada. Reloading. Ooh, nailed that whole squad. Spam to the woozle. Yeah, sending out a decoy. Bad guys, let's do this. 30 seconds until the ring closes. You like cutting it close, huh? Opening fire. Reloading. Enemies right here.
They're shooting at me. Broken enemy shield. Reload. Recharging my shields. 10 seconds. Ring's close.
Recharging shield. Enemies right here.
Shooting at me. Closing away. I see it.
fantabulistic.
This is your champion.
Looky here, I've mastered the jump.
Let's all celebrate. Hi, friends.
Follow the leader.
chasing me. Why that whole group so hungry like that? Holy shit.
I can win this thing with one eye closed, or both eyes closed. Hell, I don't even have to show up.
There's a research afoot.
Introducing your champion. I don't want to kill you, but you're in my way.
Oh yeah, master of the business, right here. Follow the leader. Close to me. Must be my raw magnetism.
Careful, hostile landed near me.
Let's check it over there. Reloading.
First blood. Anyone need to pick me up? Need to recharge my shield.
Oh boy, next ring's far. Reloading.
Me and you are down.
This place needs a little more. Shield.
Far range, 45 left.
Give my shield a recharge.
Enemy shield broken. Firing.
Reloading. Boom! Whole squad. Goddamn booze. Look at you. Shots fired and they're hitting me. Charging shield. Got the banner. Time to get a beacon.
What? Like these 3 party pussy. Third party pussy. Bro. You killed one person, dude. Get out of here.
If you're watching,
It's a good day to take out some fools and be back in time for dinner. I got pork chops tonight.
Silence fools all. With its help, we will too.
Introducing your champion.
Alright, I'm jump master. I'll pick the party spot. Oh, this is the best part.
We know what these motherfuckers gonna do. They're gonna land. I'm going to a fight club. They're gonna land over first. And third party that. This is how they operate. So, their own fucking.
Target shield.
All this goddamn room over here.
I'm bleeding out. Grenade.
Trap set and waiting.
Bro. It's me you shooting at.
Yeah, that must have been the last one, because no one's revenging or whatever.
I confess, healing my wounds.
Got some materials? Got one spotted. Get bamboozling.
That kill was satisfying. Kill leader. For now. Administering medical aid.
Already in the next ring. I smell victory.
My wounds.
Attention. Delivering care package.
The rewards in that care package could be a deciding variable.
Target's right in front of me.
Step up. Will any brave souls step up to them?
I need medical.
Relax. I got everything under control. take out the new. Giving my shields a recharge.
Shields are recharged. Trap set and waiting. Participants reduced by 50%. Introducing a new variable. Gas trap.
Sending out another me. Damn it, he's good looking.
Healing my wounds.
You got bamboozled. You got bamboozled.
Take a deep breath. My vision. They doubt me. My vision is clear.
What do we think? Is this a champion? I said, is this a champion? Where's the challenger when you need him?
Bamboozled. You got bamboozled. Look at you. You got bamboozled.
I love it.
Recharging shield.
This stupid legend, dude. This legend is so dumb, dude.
I did my hair for this. Nothing wrong with looking good in the ring, friend. Time to win.
Pay attention, you might learn a thing or two.
Introducing your champion.
This might be a good place to land. Enough landing around, we drop it.
What's actually going over there?
Oh, someone got the party started. And they're hitting me. Charging shield.
I got an emo shield here. It's cool. Level 2.
It's fucking 3 people, they just holding hands, dude. Holy shit. These people are just holding hands, bro.
Listen, I've been training all day, so it's about time we do some fighting.
This is your champion.
My squad's gonna beat up your squad.
Dropping in. Hang on.
Exercise. Recharge. Let's go. No sweat for me. Keep up. Got a bad guy. 45 seconds. Rings a little far. Giving my shields a recharge. Grenade out! Giving my shields a recharge. Bad guys, let's do this. Care package being delivered. Oh, care package,
Where's the sound on this guy? What are these people?
Be good sports and don't die too quick, eh?
Let's get to work.
I just hope I don't have to fight with that smiling robot. I'm just kidding. He's fine. Everyone's fine.
I may be smiling, but that also means I'm happy.
Just a thought, we could land here.
Nope.
Everything is going to be great. At least that's what I keep telling myself. When they fall, gonna be a good match. I can feel it in your stash.
Introducing your champion.
Sending out another me.
So,
Marking our surroundings. Heavy knuckle cluster.
The ring is not close.
The ring is far.
Attention.
Scanning area.
Bam! Bam. Guess I'm running out of recharging shield.
Tossing out a respawn beacon. Listen up. The ring's moving and we're on the wrong side. Taking damage.
Faking him out with a decoy.
Recharging shield.
Scanning area.
Got some materials. Materials, mateys.
Care package on high.
Got some materials. Hang on a tick, I'm on you, mate.
No thanks needed. I do take bribes, though. Bamboozles for the foozles. Yeah, I said it.
Recharging my shields.
Come on, bamboozle 'em. You got bamboozled.
Right
I have materials for us.
Check out that replicator coming in.
I will not be long.
Got some material. Hang on.
I have materials for us.
Go bamboozle. Sending out my decoy. Clown there, lucky me.
Okay.
Enemy over there. Get the bamboozling. Clown there, lucky me. Got us a new kill leader. Wouldn't mind saying. Smells like. Says that pork chops. Funny.
Breaker kill. Champion destroyed.
Bam to the bam. I'm running out of ideas.
Taking a moment to heal.
Got us a care package coming in. Bamboozles for the fools. That was better in my mind. Recharging my shields.
Round 3, beginning ring countdown.
All father, give me substance.
Replicator being...
Hell yeah. Replicator on its way.
What a head glitch that guy's got. Holy shit, dude.
attention, gang. Not far from the ring. We got 30 seconds left. Tick-tock, 10 seconds. Wish the ring's closed. Listen up. The ring's moving and we're on the wrong side of it. Check it out. Care package coming in. Eyes up, dropship incoming. Look in there. Nothing escapes Fusey's watchful gaze. Bam! To the... Bam! I'm running out of ideas.
No, don't shoot it. Don't shoot it.
Two enemy squads remain. I love it. Looky here, lads. Here comes an old knuckle cluster. Give him my shield to recharge. And I got everything under control. In combat. Has a minute. Recharge. Really? Got the shield. Killed an enemy. 1 sec. Going up. Bam to the wound. Sending out a decoy. Hostile on Scotty. Juicing me shields. ALGS set. Reloading. Took out the hostile. That kill was a rip shot. Get on the bloody trident. Bam to the woundle. Sending out a decoy. Lost an enemy shield. Reloading. Getting the shot and throwing.
You're not even fucking zone, dude.
someone to ricochet off of.
Hold on to your gills, darlings.
Bad guys, let's do this. Scanning the area.
Where the fucking box at?
Marking our surroundings.
Eyes sharp. The ring's near and closing in 30.
Reloading. Taking a moment.
Reload.
What? That was in?
Care package on high. Payment from the gods.
Away numpty right here. Enemy here.
Good. They're just shooting at me, all of them.
trigger. Just make sure you know why.
Introducing your champion.
I'll do the game to learn for any survivors. So, just, me and Newt then?
Attention, first blood. Round 1, beginning ring countdown. Wow! Wow! Look who it is! It's you! Can anyone summon the courage to face this contender?
One minute. $45? Ring ain't far. Half of one's
They just looting their ass off. Wow, I know.
Inside the next ring. Ready to win. Give me a second. Recharge your shields.
Attention, there is a new kill leader.
Half the squads are gone. Good. Give my shields a recharge.
Yeah, you knew where the fuck I was at, huh? Ain't that some? Yeah, you know what the fuck I was at, huh? You little cheating fucking bitch.
One second. We got this.
Yeah, let's see this guy.
Introducing new champion.
Try as you might, you can't kill a what, son?
Attention, the champion has been eliminated.
Fire! Throwing thermite.
That was another team? That's just so unlucky, dude. Holy shit.
Maybe. All those drills have paid off. I came here for revenge, but I'll stay for the treasure.
I get to the top my own way.
This is your champion.
Jump master.
I knew this ended.
Hold on tight. Danger close. Safety's off. Tango down.
Taking fire.
Double timing it.
Heavy ammo. Already in the string. Hard time to perch.
Down another tarp.
Recharging shield.
Got him. Another notch on the belt. Reloading.
Reloading. Recharging my shield.
Good work. We're inside the next ring.
Watch my back. I'm healing. Hold on, I need to heal. Recharging shield. Hold on, I need to heal.
Tango spotted.
Roger.
Care package.
Enemy there.
Target spotted.
I feel good about this care package. Shall we?
Firing. Giving my shields a recharge.
Prey in sight. Adjust your scopes. They're far. Let's do some shopping.
Double timing it.
I got your back.
Double timing it.
Go there.
Reloading.
Recharging my shield. Recharging shield. I cracked an enemy shield. This way, let's go. I have eyes on the enemy. Reloading.
Incoming strike.
Thermite out. Grenade, move. Fire. Recharging shield.
Spotted. Oh, painless knocking at the door. Give me a second. Recharging shield.
Opening fire on our prey.
Recharging my shields. Recharging shields.
Cracking enemy shield.
Shield.
I love how they just shoot at me.
Enemy here. Healing. Watch my back.
Well, thanks. You should have ran out there. Look at well, thanks. You should have fucking ran out there.
Reloading.
Already in the next ring. No, you're not dying.
That's why I hate trios.